fire makes the city looks at night. Close your eyes and just stay tight. We have to go. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the OCS. My name is Jake Asterix, Aussie Penko. Joining you is Nathan Mendrix Mendez. And boy, we've come this far into the OCS and now we're here. This is for the promotion, ladies and gents. This is what the teams have been fighting for. Their chance to verse the relegators of the OPL.
I am so excited at the moment. We are looking at the semi-finals in the OCS. It's been quite a journey, as you mentioned.
Absolutely.
And these guys are fighting for their opportunity to be promoted, to be part of that pro league right now. And that is amazing.
It's absolutely amazing. I mean, it could be every gamer's dream coming into this, to have the chance to get up a little bit higher in your career. And as we look at the games that passed, I've got to say, Chiefs Black, look at this. They did lose their last game, which was some hope coming towards Fortnite tonight as they are their first contender. 6-1 for Chiefs Black. That is amazing. That is an amazing career path. Abyss Red not too far behind with 5-2, and Alpha Sydney and Fortnite coming in third and fourth. But as we go to our first game tonight, Chiefs Black versus Fortnite, they're going to be versing off each other, 1 versus 4. And wow, Fortnite have had a bit of an upsy-down journey. I mean, they've had a couple of roster swaps coming through here, so no team synergy, like we have to say, hasn't been as strong as Chiefs Black, I should say. However, Fortnite has surprised us, especially Fesh.
Oh, definitely. He is amazing because he uses those champions as more of a carry role for his team. You know, he uses Nidalee so well. When he decides to invade the jungle, he's generally either going to be forcing flashes or taking kills. He's amazing in that role. And if you look across for Chiefs Black, they're just so strong across the entire role. That dominating performance of 6-1 is just absolutely incredible. And what a time to lose as well, because it gives them a chance to sit back and go, okay, now we actually have some constructive criticism for ourselves. We can go, all right, this is what we need to work on here. This is something that we weren't looking at because we've just been winning this whole time. Why would we fix it? Now we can fix it. Come up against Fortnite. Perfect timing for them to actually have that loss. Chiefs Black are probably going to be much stronger. So Fortnite's going to have their work cut out for them in this particular match.
Absolutely, and especially in that bottom lane where you see Zero and Rosie, no roster swaps coming in for the very crucial best of threes tonight. Zero and Rosie against Vern and Matthew. Now that bottom lane has had so much focus on it because every time that Zero, that at least 70% kill participation, that is insane.
That is absolutely insane. And to have that amount of kill participation, as you mentioned, it just purely shows how much he's doing for the team.
For an 80 carry, I think that's very impressive.
Well, most of the time they're sitting around farming the side lanes. They're not really there involved in the team fight and towards the very end. That's why you see them have, close to 40%. But when they're being fed the kills, that is a sign of a good team knowing where they need to actually have their kills and their concentration and how to carry the games.
And of course, Zero and Rosie, not the only focal points. Like we said before, Fesh is going to be one of the highest points for Fortnite. However, Ho in the top lane, he's been one to sort of scatter around his picks. Picks Graves top. Doesn't go as well as we would like to see. However, he has been playing quite strategically for his team. So I'd like to see what he picks for this first team fight. And especially against Praedyth, who's no real shyness to Lissandra or Fiora. Mm-hmm. His split pushing has been immense in the past 7 or so games. Ho, he's got to have to step up this game.
He definitely has to step up this game. Praedyth is just shining in the top lane. He is able to hold his own even with pressure, and he's just fantastic in terms of his rotation.
Oh, yeah.
Using those teleports at those key moments just provides so much advantages for Chiefs Black throughout this entire split that they've had. So Ho's got to be keeping his eye out on him to make sure he doesn't have the chance or the opportunity to do that, while at the same time handling his kill pressure. Because that guy, he can handle one-on-ones no worries, especially with the champions he picks. We mentioned Fiora, the grand duelist herself, Lissandra. She has such an excellent kill pressure if she decides to catch you with a Frozen Tomb.
He's pretty much on his own team. I mean, Praedyth doesn't make much of an entrance into the team fights until that mid to late game. I really find that those top laners, although very, very stable up top, they never really join until sort of that mid game anyway. However, Praedyth just splits. He leaves it all to Chiefs Black, and that's something we've noticed throughout these games. Is that people like Zero and Rosie and even Omni, they can pretty much fight on their own. They know how to kite back or kite around a fight. The other teams just haven't been able to sort of keep up with them, and then you have Praedyth up top who's splitting and just making work for the rest of the teams.
And then what you have on top of that is Zahi's just so fantastic and moving around the map and identifying...
He's Elise.
His Elise is insane. Absolutely insane. And he identifies who's performing amazingly on his team at that point in time or in that particular match. And then he just pushes it forward. Next thing you know, they're snowballing this 3k lead. Using their rotations just amazingly to their advantage. As we're talking about the Elise, there we go.
Straight away.
Right now.
Very, very impressive coming through here. You can see the bans that come through as well. Nidalee, Kindred, and Lulu on the side of Chiefs Black. Kindred so easily targeted at Fesh. Lissandra, Zed, and Corki. So Omni not going to be able to play that Zed or go for the Corki mid lane either. But Zahi gets his Elise.
Yeah, absolutely. He gets his Elise, which is something that... but you look at all the bans that they've had here. They're all targeted bans. And in terms of that, looking at those big OPs as well. So looking for what OPs that we have there, Lulu's a fantastic flex pick. She has been a bit nerfed this patch, but that being said, she's just amazing middle top. And what she can actually bring to the teams is that utility as a support mid laner, or even as just a general support. But Corki, now I want to really talk about Corki before we get into this Champions League. This guy, he's had pretty much close to 100% participation internationally. Internationally. So we're saying 6.5 in this particular patch. He has not even been picked or banned in every form of professional play.
And that's why you got to take him away. I mean, you can't leave a variable like that open for Chiefs Black. Fortnite goes ahead and locks in quite a heavy CC to start with the Poppy and the Braum.
Now, Poppy's just fantastic. She still gets hit patch after patch. Like she's been getting progressive nerfs the past 2. I think she hasn't really been touched this patch, but she's still strong.
Still does so much for the team.
It's all the CC that she has. It's a brilliant combination that she's able to do. Even if it's going to be engage, disengage, the amount of lockdown she has, she can't keep you locked down for 6 seconds in a row anymore, but she can still do 4 seconds and then after about another couple seconds, lock you back down again. So she's still a very big contested pick. And plus with the whole ZZ Rot portal train that everyone is rolling on at the moment, everyone just seems to be going for it. She's just benefits from it so well that it makes sense to keep her going in the actual picks.
Of course, and look again, Zero and Rosie. It looks like we're going to see Rosie play a bit of a conventional support coming through. None of that Bard, as we've been seeing, all the Kennen support. I mean, he was just poking to high hell with that bottom lane. But instead, it looks like Lucian and Thresh down bottom, and Vince goes ahead and locks in the Gragas for Fesh. That's not one we normally see him on.
No, it's not. And he isn't much of a carry jungler per sense. We're having that massive amount of damage that Fesh likes to go for. But what's great about Gragas is he is an enabler for his team. So Gragas, with the Runic Echo changes, a few quality of life buffs, has made it back in. And he's one of those guys that just seems to be either he's there or he's not.
Yeah.
And right now, he's definitely there. And he still packs a bit of a wallop whenever he decides to come in with his Drunken Rage on top of that as well. So this big man probably look for Fesh to run around as much as he can and enable his team, because you have a lot of lockdown in the top lane. So they really need to watch out, and it's probably to target Praedyth, because Praedyth, as they know, likes to go for those split pushes, likes to go for some people with a bit more damage threat, so they're not as tanky. So this might be directed at trying to make sure they can shut him down, and that from that point on time, they can actually handle the rest of the Chief Black's team.
I mean, Gragas a good pick up there as Chiefs Black go for their last 2 picks. Lock in the Azir, which has seen some really growing play in the past couple of weeks. Praedyth gets his Fiora as well, and suddenly that team just comes together nicely.
Azir's actually had this massive resurgence because he's one of those champions players have figured out. One of the big things that they've actually taken away in 6.6, because we're on 6.5, it's still available, is the Fervor ability. So the fact is that his soldiers actually were benefiting from this, and they still are in this current patch. So what you find is that even though he's got so much AP damage, he's actually got a great mix of attack damage input to it, which is why he's so strong. He's actually hard to build against. Now that he's got that, now that he's back into it as well, there is a little bit of quality of life changes, a bit of bug fixes, making it a bit easier as well in his mana pool. So why not pick him up? And he's been seeing a lot of play as well. And Varus.
Very, very impressive.
That's interesting.
That's gonna in the mid lane, Mendrix. That's interesting.
He's trying to beat Omni outright. That's not really at the moment. Varus hasn't seen that much competitive play. It is a very mobile meta at the moment. However, at the end of the day, the thing is Azir's really good at poking you out, zoning you from farm. That's the whole point of it. Well, you know what? Varus bypasses all that. I'm too far away from you to be zoned. I'm too far away from you to take your poke. But guess what? I can still poke you. So he's just doing that to make sure he can actually keep toe-to-toe with Omni, and make sure he can't snowball out of control. Plus, on top of that, that ultimate of Varus is just fantastic engage. And you look at the team that Fortnite have built. Brilliant engage. They've got the Sivir to help enable the Gragas, to help enable the Poppy, to enable Braum. On top of that, if they don't have the actual position that they need, they do have the first initiation by Varus. So this is one of those cases where they're going to pull the trigger and just run at them and take them out. And with the buffs to Sivir, where she actually has so much AoE damage with the ricochets that can crit now as well, she's doing very well in competitive play.
And I mean, not only that, Fortnite goes for the double 80 carry comp, which we haven't seen quite in a while, unless it's a Corki mid. So the fact to put Varus mid and with Cleanse as well, which is a really nice pickup against Azir, if I might add. I'm very impressed with Fortnite's team composition, sort of building against Chiefs Black on the fly there.
With the Cleanse ability, it's something that he generally wants and needs because he's very immobile.
Yeah.
If he gets caught, he's pretty much going to die. He's kind of, he's like a pseudo Jhin. Jhin gets caught, he's pretty much dead. Varus has that same issue as well. So that's why he needs the Cleanse, because if he does come against Zahi, if he lands the Cocoon, he's pretty much going to drop. So he needs that Cleanse to immediately get out, and that's why he's also got the Flash as well as his get out of free jail cards.
Absolutely, and in the top lane, I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing some pretty stalemates up the top as usual. However, Praedyth kind of benefits off that because his positioning around the map has made or break these games when there's been a stalemate up top.
Absolutely, and he's just been amazing on Fiora. She's been getting hit and hit after patch, and she's still so strong.
Oh, yeah.
She's still the fact that she can still scale towards that late game, not needing to build too much damage, and having that percentage health true damage is amazing. So it's going to be very hard in that early game because Poppy is pretty strong there, actually has a few abilities that does counter Fiora fairly well, but Praedyth is mechanically amazing on Fiora, so he shouldn't have too many issues. So it's going to be one of those cases where, okay, towards that mid-game, Fortnite really need to get going. Otherwise, Praedyth is just going to become an absolute beast the longer the game goes.
Absolutely. And I mean, Chief Blacks have so many elements here that can be dangerous to Fortnite. You've seen Fortnite. They've been in the OPL. They've had some roster changes throughout the way. They've had some roster changes in the OCS. We've thought it's been a little bit shaky. However, Fortnite have come through. They've proven that they are still one of the top teams, dare I say, in Australia at the moment, at least in the top 15. However, Chiefs Black, this is an enemy you probably don't want to go up against. This is going to be hard for Fortnite. Or is Chiefs Black going to get their second loss of the tournament? Ladies and gents, we're jumping into the best of 3. Chiefs Black versus Fortnite. The winner of this best of 3 will get a chance to go into promotions for the OPL. Mendrix, this is what counts. All this training. this is what you want to win.
This is what all the preparation has led up to. Chiefs Black are sitting on such a great mental point. They may have lost last game. That's fine for them. They've won 6 out of 1, and they know what they're going up against someone who they've already beaten before. Fortnite, as you mentioned, a bit shaky with those roster changes. Probably not feeling too comfortable against the Titans that they are versing at the moment. So, what they need to do is make sure they can keep composed, not give away any easy kills, because Chiefs Black, they're going to scale towards the late game.
Yeah.
Their late game is amazing. I mean, Zero himself is going to be that tank buster, so he's going to be able to deal with Ho, he's going to be able to deal with Fesh. Add to the fact that Omni is just an absolute monster. When the Z has finished scaling up, they are not going to want to fight in choke points. So they're going to have to really make sure they're careful in their positioning.
So both these mid laners.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Mendrix.
No. You what you want to say.
You had a great point. Positioning is a major factor of this game. That's a fantastic point. But, however, Zero and Rosie, their positioning throughout has just been fantastic. So if it does come down to how these teams position, Zero and Rosie, I think they've got this one a little better.
Zero and Rosie are just solid. They are, as I mentioned before, bot lane is a bit of a married couple. Like, the synergy you need to have has to be flawless. And these guys, just for some reason, get level 2, go, either force you out of lane or get the kill. It's either one or the other. So I'm going to be interested to see how they come across, because they are going very aggressive straight away.
Wow, nice shield from Sivir. Actually, Rosie takes a lot of damage, forced out. Vern's going to try and turn on Zero, but there's a Relic shield to keep him in. And a perfectly timed shield from Vern saves him from that death sentence.
That would have been a lot of damage coming at him right there and then if he had not landed it. And this is what we're talking about. They sort of hit that go point and just sort of go, all right, are you guys ready to take the pressure? And Fortnite are bringing it back to them there. Ooh, Vince taking a lot of poke there. So mate, you're supposed to be avoiding it. I said you can avoid the poke.
But of course, he is keeping up with CS, like he said. He started with the Corrupting Potion in mid, so like you said, Mendrix, his aim is to survive and just keep toe-to-toe. Top lane Corrupting Potion as well. Both those top lane is going to be a bit of a wet noodle fight, as we like to put it. Ho just going to keep on farming against his turret. Praedyth pushing that quite fiercely so far. Just looking for that level advantage to try and push back Ho and deny him a bit of CS.
Well, it's what Praedyth technically shouldn't have the advantage early, because if Ho positions himself properly, manages to get off a few good hammer shocks and then pushes Praedyth into the wall, he should essentially force her out of lane immediately. Praedyth, as we mentioned, is just so good mechanically that he's able to actually move around, hit those vitals as he needs to, and then slowly push the lane into his favor. He's trying to keep the aggression on so that it sort of bypasses that phase for him where he's not going to be too weak and too susceptible to the CC that he has there. And CSE instantly just moves out of the way the moment he's sort of like close towards a wall. He needs to make sure he doesn't get hit.
That's right, and Praedyth going to get the vital point, but Ho just going to keep on farming up in this top lane. Omni continuing to poke down. Vince taking a bit of damage, but at this stage still maintaining his CS. Omni just continuing to farm. Death Sentence misses down bottom, and Chiefs Black pushed very far up in this bottom lane.
And they are the bullies. They're the ones that they need to watch out for there in the bottom lane. Across all of these lanes, Chiefs Black have shown better performances. They're going to be bullying. They're going to say, no worries, we know we have a better pressure jungler, and you know the performance that Zahi has. That being said, Zahi's been farming up a storm as well at the moment. Fesh is doing a good job keeping up. He doesn't have the best clear early, but once he starts to get that finish his jungle item, that's when he really starts to pop into that full phase. And there he is there, just clearing away. They're just keeping extremely healthy. Now that he's finished up that first initial component, he's going to be doing just fine.
Waiting for Rosie to get another death sentence down bottom. Vern's getting traded off by Zero quite easily here. But Vern and Matthew still doing quite a lot of damage. Fesh is here in the middle lane with Omni. A nice escape, and Fesh going to have to go back into his jungle.
These teams playing extremely careful at the moment. I'm very interested to see that Fesh was the first person to react and sort of look for something. Zahi's so known to just finding a level 2 gank and just going straight for it, as we have a wet noodle fight engaging there. But Fesh is looking towards Praedyth at the moment.
Fesh is actually in the top lane there. He doesn't go past a ward, drops one of his own, goes back to his own jungle, but Fesh already trying to make an impact on this game. Zahi yet to position himself in a lane. He is bot side though, so might see a lane gank sometime soon.
Yeah, he's putting a lot of trust in his laners at the moment, just sitting back and making sure he's going to be very big himself, being quite greedy. Although he's still not keeping up with the amount of farm they're considering he has backed earlier, so actually no, the early back was from Gragas, he completed that first. So it's just interesting how this comes out. Finally, he's making his move. He's going to try and see if he can spin a web in the bot lane.
See the repel, waiting for someone to sort of check that bush down there. I think he's actually gone in down in the bottom lane. Not sure what's happening down there. Doesn't look like too much, though. Matthew actually gets taken out for first blood. Zero does the damage with Zahi. And not even a lane gank in the end, but instead just the repel going to pick that one up. And first blood goes to Chiefs Black.
Actually, there was a flash there blown by Zahi, so I'm pretty sure he actually went in for a flash cocoon, which is what locked him up, and then he took the kill. There was also a flash blown by Matthew as well, so he's going to be a bit worse for wear, blowing the flash and still dying. Not something that you want to happen.
Fesh not in that fight at all. He's just going to back off, reaching level 5 and a small CS advantage in that jungle. Zahi going to pick up that assist, so definitely one step ahead of Fesh at this stage. And with that small gold advantage, Chiefs Black already making a name for themselves in the first game of this best of 3.
Just looking at the summoners that were burnt there in that particular skirmish down there were a few more blown for Chiefs Black there. So really taking control of that and making sure they're making worth out of the summoners. Zero had to blow his flash and heal. Vern, on the other hand, he's still got his flash handy. And Matthew still has his exhaust, but looking at Rosie in particular, he's still got the flash, which is a better playmaker for him to have. So a bit of a problem there in the bot lane forming for them.
Yeah, but so far Matthew's going to move mid. I'm actually not sure what he's going to try and accomplish out of this. Fesh is there as well, so 3-man gank in this middle lane. It is, however, got a pink there. I think Fesh knows this, and he's going to go in. The body slams there, misses. Only just. There's the explosive cast on Omni, and he backs out again. A lot wasted from Fesh.
Oh, a lot wasted from everyone there, though Omni had to blow a flash and his cleanse to get out of it. So if they were to do that again, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. So he really needs to watch out and actually be careful. Well, if you look at Vince now, Vince, he's still got the flash, he's still got the cleanse. So he can be a lot more aggressive in that lane. So it's sort of helping out that mid lane for them for not. But that being said, they give up a lot of pressure on the bottom lane. Zero's been having a free time there. A little bit of a CS differential beginning to build up between them.
Look at Zero. He's just against this turret with no cares whatsoever. Vern unable to really challenge him with Matthew at this stage. Praetor's taking a lot of damage up top, and Ho with his Bammy Cinder going to beat that pickaxe buy from Praetor's at this time. Remember that Titanic Hydra not nerfed just yet, and the damage is still there. It's still quite a strong item coming through.
It's a very interesting choice that Fiora needs to go through right now, because Titanic Hydra allows her to survive, get towards that area in the game where she's going to be just so much more potent. But the problem is that then she loses out on a lot of damage or the ability to swap it into a Ravenous. So she's really giving up sustain for kill potential in the later game, which is something she does need to have. But
wow,
that being said, there was a bit of engage there. Vern blowing on the hunt.
I guarantee that was just a little trade down bottom and probably a miss hook, and Rosie and Zero again have this lane dominance. We told you to focus on the bottom lane, and it's just amazing how these two are just synergizing so well. Look at that discrepancy there. Zahi's at the bottom lane as well. He knows where to focus. Wow, Vern. He tries to pop the shield. Rosie picks that one up. It's now 3 members on Matthew. Nice death sentence. Is the flay going to come through? Doesn't need it. Zahi picks up 2 kills, and I gotta say, Chiefs Black down bottom again is making discrepancies.
Vincent Fesh is trying to see if they can make a re-engage, but Chiefs Black are now back on the other side. Not much is going to happen there. This rotational play, they're getting so much return for Chiefs Black at the moment. They get the kills in the bot lane. They're going to get the tower as well. And at the same time, Omni's like, no worries, mate. I'm just going to farm up nice and hard and get an easy blue buff as well. And a little bit of a trade happening there, but those guys are just going to back away. And what I really like that they did there is you have Rosie, and then you also have Zahi backing early. That means that all the gold goes straight to Zero. So they really know who's going to be carrying for them towards that late game. They want to try and speed it up, make it a bit more exponential for him.
And in the middle lane, I love the pickups coming from Vince. He goes for the tier, going to stack that first, probably build into the Manamune. I mean, you're not going to go Seraphs on a Varus unless you want to just like max the ultimate, you know.
Well, I mean, there was a point in time where ability power Varus was a thing, and he could one-shot people with the 3 points. But I'd safe to say it's going to be going for the Manamune. But Zahi's on his trail.
The Cocoon misses, so Vince just going to trade that one off by himself. He goes for the ultimate. Now Fesh is in there. Look at the CC. Vince, what an awesome kill. Death Sentence misses, goes onto a minion. Rest of Chiefs Black going to back off of this one, and Vince, first kill of the game. You don't want him with the kills.
No, you don't, because his poke is going to be destructive in the late game. Those arrows can take out chunks of health. We're talking 20, 50%, depending if they land on those squishies or not. So very good trade back for Fortnite to actually pick something up, but there's another fight happening.
Well, actually, Zero gets too confident in this one. He gets zoned out, and the flash, a nice dark passage comes through. There's the culling Matthew on this one, but he's taking too much. He gets traded off, and Zero goes down as well. Now it's 2v2 in the top lane. Fesh, Vern, he's going to go down 2 for 1. Fesh not going to go back into this, and the Fiora jumps out of nowhere.
Fortnite thought they had the advantage there. They managed to get a lot knocked away from Zero, but that Lantern was just amazing, pulling him straight away to safety. Praedyth reacted, managing to trade back 2 for 1. So Chiefs Black moving themselves towards a more control position in the game. And look at this rotational play. This is what I was talking about. They may be losing in the bottom lane at the moment, but everywhere they're going, they're actually pulling out more infrastructure away from Chiefs Black, getting more damage dealt. And from that, they're pulling ahead ever so slightly. And we talked about Chiefs Black. They get to this point, they get about 3k up. They're about 2k at the moment. Once they hit that 3k, they just have this trigger, and they just completely remove everything from the map, including the champions. So I'm interested to see. They're sort of on this countdown time, and that Chiefs Black works off. As soon as they get towards that 3k, watch for there to be some amazing team fight, and then this game just goes absolutely haywire. Fortnite really need to slow it down, put some damage control on there.
See if Forest can steal this. The Q gets stacked up, but it gets reset, and Zahi gets zoned out. Not going to get it just yet. I think the Rift Herald going to reset. No one going to pick that one up. Chiefs Black may have a bit of an edge on this game. However, Fortnite are still playing fantastically. Vince, as you can see, Hex Drinker has the tier. Doesn't have the first item like Omni. However,
he's going to buy something.
There we go. Wait for it.
It's going to be good.
Wait for it. There we go. There's the mana. Surprised he didn't go for the Maw first, but with the Varus, you get so many stacks. You get stacks so easily that pretty close.
On top of that, there has been a recent buff to Manamune. The moment you actually pick it up, it stacks a lot faster as well, getting faster towards that Muramana. So the fact that you can pick it up earlier is even better for him. That means he's going to get that power spike a lot faster. The big problem though is he's probably one of those guys that used to like it when he was able to toggle on and off that ability to actually hit champions. So probably a little bit of a nerf to players like himself, because that gives them a little bit more control over what they want to do, actually have the damage at that point in time and not waste their mana until they need it. But the control is there for Chiefs Black. They're looking into and getting a dragon at the moment.
Yeah, you speak about control of the game, and Chiefs Black have it. First dragon. I don't think this can be contested at this point in time. Instead, they're going to go for a kill up top. First dragon for Chiefs Black. If we move up top there, it looks like they're getting forced back just a little bit. Poppy's still going to go for Praedyth. He's going the wrong way. O's going to back off, and I think instead they're just going to try and defend this bottom turret. Chiefs Black actually rampaging through this bottom lane. Dredge, I'm not sure what's going to go on here. We might see a mini base race. However, I'm too hopeful.
Chiefs Black really do have the edge at the moment because they wasted a lot of time chasing after Praedyth as well. Very well done by him to escape that, because there was actually a lot of summoners burned to actually get on top of him, and a lot of resources put up there. And Fortnite are just like
trying to match
it. They're matching it at the moment, and they're actually on top of it. But look at Chiefs Black go. They're going to get Ho.
Well, Ho gets the Ignite on him there. There's the Thunderlord's proc. Repel goes up, saves him. Zero nearly goes down. However, no one dies in that top lane. It continues to push. I think they're going to pull off this one, though, as Fortnite have in the top lane. And, oh, my God, it's getting intense in this game. There's a small gold lead for Chiefs Black and a dragon on them as well. However, 3 for 3 turrets. And the laners, I got to say, they're almost neck and neck.
Everything that seems to be happening at the moment is Chiefs Black is being the proactive team, and Fortnite are there trying to be reactive by trying to take something in return. They take the dragon, all right, no worries, we'll take your top laner and your towers. Oh, wait a second, we weren't able to get your top laner, but we can get your towers at least. Oh, you're getting our towers as well at the same time. It's a bit of a problem that they have, and we're getting closer towards it. I think we're still slowly inching closer, ever closer towards that 3k mark. And wow, the damage that Vince has is just so much at the moment. That needs to be their focus target. If they can actually take out Vince before a team fight can really break out, whoa, Chiefs Black are going to be set up to go. Fortnite, though, they're going to be protecting Vince. He's going to be poking away. Wow, that was really good, just enough to keep it there. Rift Herald also going down. Chiefs Black taking back what they wanted to there. But what's going to happen in these team fights? Vince is going to be sitting there poking away. He's going to have these massive front lines with Fesh, Ho, and Matthew protecting him, stopping any engage from Chief Black. Then, as soon as enough poke has been dealt, they're going to pop on the hunt and just try to break Chiefs Black in half. Chiefs Black, on the other hand, they're going to be looking for a little bit of engage. They've got fantastic split pushing potential with Pradiff, so they're going to probably try and group up once it gets towards that later stage of the game. And going to see if they can actually get on top of Vince before anything happens and just take them down with superior map pressure.
Pradiff's going to move bot and do a bit of splitting of his own. The rest of Fornot 5v4 in the middle lane. However, Pradiff does have that teleport up. Poe unable to teleport just now, but he's there with the rest of his team. Vern starting to build up some items. Finally has that Essence of the Reaver, so the critical strike and damage going to come through. But wow, look at Vince's damage at the moment. He is one of the feared members. Like Mendrick said, they need to take him out. He is scaling amazingly at the moment. And to really go up and against an Azir and almost have the same CS, 30 down, however that's sort of to be expected, is quite impressive.
Oh, absolutely. But the thing that's even more impressive is that Omni is actually up 30 CS with more pressure on him. Vince hasn't been really getting hit too much, and he's still down in CS. So you have to look for that there. And Chiefs Black just putting the pressure on, as we mentioned, grouping up and then taking him out. Oh, Matthew, what?
Oh my god, Omni, probably a couple of hits of the Sand Soldier. 4 members of Chiefs Black pick up an easy kill mid, and Matthew out of position in that mid lane.
And this is what we're talking about, what Chiefs Black wanted to do. They're going to put a lot of map pressure on there, and they're going to wait to see if Fortnite buckle on it. Fortnite haven't grouped up yet, and now Chiefs Black are just starting to take everything.
The blue buff coming in handy for Vince. He's trying to defend this one. He's going to push off the members and the rest of Chiefs Black. Not sure where they're going from here. However, Dragon not up for quite a while. Looks like they might back off or go and split a couple of lanes. At the moment, their lead is about 4K, and they're feeling pretty confident right now.
Absolutely. They haven't backed yet to actually spend it, so they're actually kind of sitting on a back foot. Fortnite know this, and they're instantly pushing towards that mid lane as well. Whoa. And that's why you've actually pulled it back. Look at that poke. Absolutely insane.
And that's just going to keep getting worse and worse for Zero. So Vince, again, look at him. He's in the front line. He's confident. If he gets caught, he always has that ultimate to sort of get him out of trouble, forcing Zero and Zahi back. See how we go with this mid turret. With the pressure that comes from Vince, might be seeing a turret for a turret here coming through in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to push this here and see if they can actually trade something back after Matthew fell. But we're talking about little advantages that Chiefs Black get. So, you know, Fortnite, okay, we've got a tower, but Chiefs Black, they got a tower and a kill. So there's just these little bits that just keep on getting on top of them. And it's not helping out Fortnite's case. So this game is going to be at that point now where Fortnite is going to be hitting their strongest, probably in the next, say, 5 to 7 minutes. They've done a good job making sure that Chiefs Black aren't going to be too crazy ahead. So what they need to do now is really group up, take advantage of their power spike as a team, and then really take back some infrastructure. They've done a good job clearing out the map as well. At the moment, only one tower less that they've managed to take. So they've got enough gold to keep them afloat to really make sure when a team fight does start that they're going to take them out.
Pradiff and Hogan sit in this top lane, teleport up for both of these top laners. Instead, Chiefs Black going to move to this bottom lane, and the rest of Fortnite going to back off at this stage. Moving into the mid game, Chiefs Black still with a very firm lead, however not too firm as Fortnite still have as many chances as any. Chiefs Black going to move down towards the Dragon, which is up in 12, 11, 10 seconds now. Baron almost up as well, but don't think we're going to be seeing an early Baron coming from either of these teams.
Oh, absolutely not, because at this point in time, if Chiefs Black were to do it, it'd be suicide against the team that Fortnite has. Why they would start it, it's just going to be absolutely a massacre. But these guys are really here. They want to make sure they can get the second Dragon. They want to keep them away from it, because that is a power spike that we're talking about. At this point in the game, to get the first Dragon would be brilliant for Fortnite, because all of a sudden, all the gold they've been picking up, that they've been getting with all the towers for their team, then consolidates with that buff of 3% to the AP and AD, or 6% across.
I think Fortnite either forfeiting this one or going to try and get it, but look, Zahi on the smite there, and Chiefs Black's second Dragon off game.
The execute damage is just too good for them to have, and now with the changes as well to the Dragon that they're able to actually push towers faster, that's going to be so good for Pradiff, because that means every single extra hit that he gets on a tower puts it even lower, faster than it was before. More map pressure for Chiefs Black, which is a problem for Fortnite.
Looks like Fortnite here going to trade the Dragon and try and get mid. However, Omni, good defense coming through. Vern's a little bit out of position. We're going to have to wait for the Mana Shield to come through. The culling almost finishes it off. Nice Mana Shield. The Cocoon misses on Vince, and a flash out of Matthew. Vern actually having to pop on the hunt, and Vince is out as well. But Chiefs Black almost chasing that one up.
Chiefs Blacks are still chasing that one up. They know they've blown a few cooldowns in terms of ultimates now. They don't really have that amazing engage tool that Sivir brings to the team. So they're going to use this 40-second, 60-second spare that they have to really push that advantage and start taking out the rest of the towers. What is happening?
The Flay and the Azir ultimate onto Vince, and Vince is down straight away. Ho's in on 0, but can he get the final hits? I'm not too sure if he can actually finish this one off. A nice play from Rosie. The flash and the hammer misses on 0. Rosie is now the new target. Fesh is there with the explosive cast. I don't think it hits him. What is Rosie doing? He's just wasting some time. There we go. And 0 gets away. No, wow. Ho chases that one up, and Fornot come out on top.
And that's why you see me shout out, what is happening? Why are they engaging? I know I said they were chasing them up, but I didn't say dive their towers. What are you guys doing? You've just given away 4 kills that you didn't need to do. Sure, you've managed to pick up the tower in the top lane, but in terms of the amount of gold you've given back to Fornot there, that is just not necessary. You guys could have probably got the top tower and just stayed alive. But now, Fornot have a lot of morale advantage from that as well. They're going to go, okay, cool, we've won that team fight. We know our team composition can really go and do what it needs to do. Let's do it again.
However, Vince got taken down there straight away, but they used everything on Vince, which means the rest of Fornot just ran around this fight. And props to Ho, who came in with perfect timing and positioning, sectioned off 0 and pretty much took Rosie and 0 down to the depths of hell. And Fornot just taking full advantage of a little mistake by Chiefs Black. Now the gold lead doesn't look as big.
Absolutely, and I mentioned they definitely need to put resources into Vince. If they can take them out, they should be able to win the team fights. That being said, if you decide to dive tower deep into a couple of ultimates, that's probably not the best thing. You should be trying to avoid everything that Fornot does have available to them. And like I said, they're just, sure, they're still ahead, but they're just making this game a little bit harder for them. That's something they don't need to do.
Praetor's going to keep splitting. Ho going to match this one up. Rest of Fornot are in this mid lane quite comfortably as for Chiefs Black going to do the same thing as well. Fesh, I am quite impressed with this Gragas so far. He's been around the map, although not as engaging as he has in other games. He's still really doing a lot for Fornot.
Absolutely. The ultimate that he brings to the team is just amazing, especially when you can see the amount of abilities need to be popped just because he's there with some presence. The fact that he can be there, add a slow to it, throw a knockback, that's a flash probably being blown on the target that they're focusing on. They really need to be careful with it, and it's just so much utility for the team. We're talking about a tankier Lee Sin with more utility. That's a pretty good trade-off for me.
Absolutely. Omni going to get poked out by Vince, who's doing even more damage. He's finally picked up the Maw, so he's got a bit of that armor pen. Fesh going to get spotted out by the Wisp, but it doesn't matter as Praetor pushes bot, and 4 members strong of Fornot are now here. Ho going to go and match that one, so it is a 4v4 mid. Ho doesn't have teleport though, so this could actually be a bad situation. Mendrix, I'm seeing some dangerous plays. Vince with no ult.
Vince doesn't have an ult. Zahi's been taken down to half HP as well. There goes the culling.
Wow, I think he hit every bullet.
I think it's just been eaten up by the Unbreakable there. That's a really good door.
Definitely. And 0, look at his lifesteal coming through. Where is this light? Warlords. We've got to sense Warlords Bloodlust coming through. I mean, it's such a strong change to Warlords. The fact now that the lifesteal, you don't really need any lifesteal items apart from Doran's Blade. And you're getting so much back.
That's right. And it's one of those interesting changes where it sort of sits there with ADs that can go, okay, do I want to go for, with the Warlords now, because that way I can just build more flat damage. I can sustain more in that early game, which is great to have. Or do I want to have a lot more kill pressure? In these professional competitive teams, Warlords is great to have because you're going to be looking for more extended trades there, and you see what he's actually managed to pick up. There's in terms of that was an advantage early in the game, but Vern, man, what happened? When did you manage to get 20 CS up on top of 0? Did we miss something?
He's been very, very patient. In fact, he's almost 30 CS there. Essence and Phantom Dancer even has that time to build a Quicksilver Sash. With Lucian going for the flat damage, like you said, the rapid fire cannon coming out for Lucian. Phantom Dancer, though, definitely going to be a huge derivative when it talks about Vern and On the Hunt getting popped. Quite impressed with how Vern's caught up. And, I mean, although Vince hasn't and Ho hasn't, it's one of the laners is kind of getting there.
Praedyth's in trouble. They're going onto him.
There is the hammer in the air. I think they really want to go onto Praedyth. He's actually going to run away. I think he has the movement speed here. However, Fesh is chasing close behind. The rest are just going to leave him behind. I think they're going to go for Baron while this is going on, but they all know this to be true. Praedyth going to teleport there as well and help, but the damage is so huge. Mendrix, I don't think Fortnite are going to get there in time.
Oh no, this Baron is going down. Chiefs Black pulled out all the stops. The moment they saw that they had the pressure in the bot lane, everyone was going for Praedyth. Praedyth amazingly just able to walk around them, really waltzing on through, and Chiefs Black instantly profit from that. Now they've got the Baron. Now they've got the tools they need to crack it. Even if Fortnite were to try and group up now, they would have trouble with a 5-on-4.
Dragon is coming very late. If Chiefs Black catch onto this one, I think they might collapse a little bit too much for Fortnite's liking. It's going to go down. Chiefs Black going to go straight down mid lane. Fortnite not sure if they can challenge this one either. And that Baron was just such a great strategic move.
Oh, absolutely. Everyone overcommitted in the bot lane instantly. Let's move towards that Baron. And the fact that Praedyth was still alive there is just amazing as well. And they gave up a lot of map pressure for that tower. It's not going to survive. It's going down immediately. And now that is every single tower down for Fortnite. All they've got is their base now. And Chiefs Black, they've got a Fiora that's towards the late game now with the Baron buff. This is map pressure critical. Chiefs Black are exactly where they needed to be. Bear, they may have had a few hiccups along the way. They're at that point where they need to send at least 2 players to deal with Praedyth. And if they do, Chiefs Black is just going to steamroll Vince. That's essentially what's going to happen.
Vern just going to keep wave clearing, trying to keep his CS advantage. But Chiefs Black are 4 strong in this top lane with the Baron buff. You don't want to talk to Omni right now. His soldier is just doing so much damage. There's the Vince ult. Mendrix, wow, the CC from Fesh. They go in for this, and On the Hunt gets popped. Alba down bottom, there's the grand challenge, and wow, look how much damage Fiora's doing. Nice flash, and wow, I think Ho might actually be out. Are the minions going to kill him? No, the buckler gives him a bit of health. And Ho, very nice surviving in that fight. They get a 1-for-0 and take down a Baron buff member.
That was well played by Ho there. He knew he couldn't take out Fiora towards the late game, using some fancy footwork and a few abilities to interesting measures to get away from the Fiora as well. And that was just brilliant by Vince as well. He's just been landing those ultimates perfectly and instantly Fortnite capitalized. By that I mean they managed to hold on.
And we look at the Baron buff now, which is 3/4 already down. They've only got a couple of minutes, or if that, left to utilize it. Instead of losing another turret, Fortnite holds on, and even Vince with a fantastic ult synergizes with Fesh, who again is just, you've just got to give it to Fesh. It doesn't matter if he's going for the carry jungle or the enabling, like you said, the tanky meta-style jungle. He just does so much for his team.
Exactly. He's actually been there, one of the guys, keeping it even in terms of kills at the moment against Chiefs Black. But if you're looking at that major advantages in the gold that they've got, it's just purely from the lanes. 260 versus 211, 278 versus 218. Okay, it's okay, Zero, we can forgive you this time. Vern seems to be in front. And again, we can forgive you with Braum in the bottom lane there. The rest of your team's doing great. But Gragas, he's been farming up a storm. Is he actually double?
Well, I think
from Zahi?
I think he actually is. At this point in time, Fesh is doing very well. The Cocoon misses Fesh, and not too sure what's going to happen. The Varus ult goes on Zahi. Let's hope it's not again. Zahi gets CC'd to high hell. And wow, again, Vern picks up that kill, but Zahi has just been caught out numerous amount of times.
He has died 4 times in the team. He's actually making up half of the deaths that's happening for Chiefs Black at the moment. So they really need to, he really needs to watch what he's doing, stop being so aggressive. You don't need to do that. Fortnite are the ones who need to be proactive, and you're actually helping them out by doing that. So Zahi at the moment, he's trying to find cocoons so they can actually crack the base for Fortnite at the moment, and that's what's getting him killed. And there's just so much CC on the side of him, because he's not he decided to go for Runic Echoes. He's not going to be the most tanky Elise out there at the moment. He's not even getting a chance to repel on out of there. And that's why he's dying. There's so much lockdown on the side of Fortnite when they do manage to land that Chains of Corruption.
It's just doing so much, and Vince landing those ultimates, that's initiating these picks, and that's initiating these fights as well. Vince, we haven't seen him on the Varus just yet, but I got to say, it's working out quite nicely for him. If there is a win condition for Fortnite, it's got to start with that Varus.
Absolutely. It's going to be him using his changes of corruption, and that from that point on, it's going to be the go button for Fortnite. That's going to be the time Vern uses on the hunt, because we're going to have this lockdown. The entire team, if he lands an amazing chain of corruption, will actually be locked down shortly after one person first, and then the other team following up a couple seconds later. But I'm not sure what Matthew's doing there. He's a little bit... Okay, good, he's out of there using a good old jump, stand behind me to jump away and make sure he isn't taken out by the Fiora.
Looks like Fortnite going to position on the other side of the map. 5k behind now and 6 turrets to 4. The first Dragon actually getting picked up by Fortnite, which is definitely a mid-game need for their team. At this point in time, it looks like every sort of lane is being out CS. However, Fesh is double his jungling opponent. And look down bottom again. This is happening. I'm not sure if this is a wet noodle fight, Mendrix. Oh my god. Wow, the damage that's coming out. It looks like they're going to stay on the engage. Praetor looking for the lifesteal, actually going to find Fesh. Is the body slam there? No, wow, the burst. It looks like the Titanic Hydra is going to do all the work for him. Is Ho going to do this? He's so close. The flash comes over. Ho doesn't decide to go through. He doesn't have the flash, but instead Chiefs Black capitalize. They've got top turret as the repel comes through. The teleport on Fortnite as well, and this fight continues with Matthew going in, and Vern gets the rampage kill again. Elise goes down. Omni gets CC'd, but Ho, are you going to follow that or not? It looks like Vern's taking a lot of damage. However, Omni, can he turn this or not? No, nice CC from Ho. They're still chasing this, and Vince with the snipe. Praetor is now in. He gets the shutdown on Verve. He's going onto Vince. There's no ultimate coming out of Vince at this point in time. A double kill.
Praetor,
and
my
Ho, my god, he can't save them right now. Rosie and Praetor are on a mission. There is the vital points. Here comes the... Oh my god. Ho only just survives that one. And Praetor comes into this fight and enables so much for Chiefs Black.
Chiefs Black, but everything that just happened right there was Praetor. Praetor was the one that pushed so much pressure on the bot lane that he managed to bring 2 people to him. He got the kill and got out. That allowed Chiefs Black to get the top lane purely from brute force. At that point in time, Fortnite did a great job to sort of fight back to get some kills there. But guess what? Praetor had returned. He still had the teleport, and he instantly returned those kills back. Ho's doing a great job of staying alive, but Praetor's doing a great job of carrying at the moment. And
At the moment.
Because the thing is that he can still get blown up by the team with a good chance of corruption. Let's not put that there. At this point in time, Chiefs Black well and truly ahead. Praetor is online. Look for him probably the next time to actually 1v2 and get double kills there. But Matthew, what's happening?
He's been caught out in the damage. He's not going to be able to survive that one. Zero picks him up. Chiefs Black move to the Baron.
He was there trying to get some extra wards in his jungle, see if they can actually get this Baron away. But now, I think that's a Baron gone there. Chiefs Black moving a step closer to winning this game.
Very, very close. Is Fesh going to body slam in for this one? Oh, he just misses that. In fact, Lucian picks that one up. And Fesh has to flash out of the pit. Unfortunately, Chiefs Black picked that up. They're going to go mid, and Fortnite going to try and defend this.
And they're instantly sending Praetor as well into the bot lane as well. Now that he's got the Baron, he's going to have strong minions. He's actually able to 2v1 at the moment. I do not know what's going to happen with Praetor. He's level 18 to Ho's level 16. So he's just so far ahead at the moment. An extra 40 CS. Look at the amount of damage that Z has with those soldiers. It's literally a Blade of the Ruined King on himself.
But you got to look at Zero as well. I mean, the damage that's coming from that Infinity Edge Essence, even the 3-item combo as well with Quicksilver Sash. So he pretty much denies any ultimate coming from Vince. If Vince ults Zero, it's going to be a waste. He's got to prioritize his ults, and he's really got to look at probably getting rid of Praetor, because if Praetor gets untouched in these fights, man, you saw Ho does a lot, but Praetor does even more.
Praetor is the team at the moment. He's 4-0-2.
He's got a BF sword. He's going for Bloodthirster.
He's going for his Bloodthirster. Once he picks it up, he's going to have a lot of sustain. There's not much Ho will be able to do. Even Ho with the combination of Fesh, he can 2v1 them at the moment. And as soon as he finishes that Bloodthirster, it's possible he can 1v3. That's how far ahead he is. And he's so tanky just with those 3 items. The Black Cleaver, the Titanic Hydra, and the Dead Man's Blade. And those are really good items for him to have as well. He doesn't really need to get himself a Frozen Heart or to try to reduce someone's attack speed, because most of them are casters. What happened to Ho?
I think Ho actually just stayed too long, and Praetor gets bottom turret. No worries there. The rest of Fortnite going to have to try and defend top. However, if you leave Praetor, It's just you're not going to have that bottom Nexus turret. You're not going to have any Nexus turret. There's the ultimate coming from Vern. Mendrix, I don't think they can engage this one just now, and Chiefs Black continue. Second inhibitor down. The base is so broken right now.
And these guys are just taking it to the school at the moment. They're going, okay, no worries. We are so far ahead now. We have Pradiff. Pradiff is just absolutely taking out everyone. Chiefs Black is just being a unit. 4-1 is what they're going for the win. There's a fight!
Oh my god, there's the ultimate, and the Zhonya's comes through from Azir. However, there is Zero in this backline. You can't leave Zero untouched, otherwise he does crazy things like this. However, Fortnite want to turn it around. Are they going to turn it around? Praetus gets fought off, and that last Nexus turret survives another day.
Fortnite given their last stand right there. A brilliant ultimate there by Fesh as well. That explosive cast really causing some chaos for Chiefs Black sort of line they had created. But that being said, not enough. They don't really get anyone except Omni, and they're still losing everything. But they're trying to go again.
Poppy Hammer misses, gets some minions instead. Rosie gets a death sentence. Gonna keep following this. Ho goes for the CC. Zahi again the target of that one. Are they gonna pick him up? They do, in fact. Zahi goes down, and again, Zahi gets caught out, but it's not making much difference. The Baron buff goes down for Chiefs Black, but Fortnite continue to hold on.
And hold on they are, but that is exactly all they are doing. Chiefs Black, they've taken out those 2 inhibitors. We're talking about them winning through map pressure. Now the creeps are going to be doing the map pressure for them. And it's at that point where Chiefs Black can sit back, starve them out, continue to get more and more ahead. They really need to sort of hit that point probably in the next 5 minutes, because the longer this game goes, it gives Fortnite enough time to come back once every single player sort of gets their 4 item spike. That's when they're able to do a lot of damage, even if you are 20k ahead as a team. Roughly 10k at the moment.
We're moving into this late game now, 37 minutes in, and a huge gold advantage for Chiefs Black. The base is well and truly broken. 10 turrets to 4. You can see the map pressure that Chiefs Black have had. They've even picked up their 3rd dragon of the game, so that movement speed really going to benefit the Dead Man's Plate Fiora. Chiefs Black have this map in their pocket. All they have to do is storm the base, but Fortnite holding on so well. You can see that top laner Praetor. He's causing havoc for Ho. All you can see is the Titanic Hydra, the Bloodthirst, the Black Cleaver, Dead Man's Plate. I mean, if there ever was a Fiora build to harass, that's got to be it.
Absolutely, and it's one of those cases now where Fortnite are sitting there. Chiefs Black are giving them the appropriate respect, where they don't want to go crazy.
Oh,
but Praetor, what is that damage? There goes the On the Hunt.
On the Hunt has been popped, but it looks like the rest of Fortnite are going to focus on this front line. Praetor's in the back line. He's going against Vince. Vince gets popped by Praetor. I think he's 1v3ing this. He doesn't really need the rest of Chiefs Black. Zero doesn't do much. There's the flash coming through, and Fiora is so huge. Zero even picks up Burn. Oh my god. That damage was disgusting, and Chiefs Black gets a clean sweep at the end. Fortnite played very well, but Chiefs Black just rocked that first game.
And this is what we expected from Chiefs Black. These guys are just amazing at eking out little advantages here, there, everywhere. And next thing you know, they're going to absolutely blow you apart. And it was at that point, like, they got the Baron, and next thing you know, everything just went perfectly for them.
My god.
The second Baron at that point in time was just amazing. Praetor really showing us the power of Fiora.
I tell you what, we thought Fiora gets a couple of nerfs, gets pulled back a little bit.
Still good.
It's still good.
Still good.
Follow that build, ladies and gentlemen. That was absolutely crazy. Dead Man's Plate on Fiora. I think that's fantastic itemization, especially when you have a Poppy that's running after your carries. You pretty much go like, okay, I'll go into the team. I'm both tanky, quick, and all my damage gets expelled onto Varus, who was doing the most for Fortnite. However, in the end, Vince just didn't quite hit the mark as well as Omni did.
Oh, absolutely. There, Vince wasn't doing as. Vince was the guy that really needed to pull through for the rest of his team. He was the counter pick, really. That was what they were banking on, was going to be effective.
And he
for
did.
them.
Look, he did well.
He did fantastically, mind you. He fell behind just purely from CS. He fell behind because of the rotational ability of Chiefs Black. This was something that was not just purely on Vince. Chiefs Black played that perfectly. Omni got ahead himself through his own play, and then on top of that was even further buffeted by the rest of his team. Praetor, though, that's my MVP for the match.
Definitely got to agree with you there, Mendrix. As we look, Chiefs Black take out the first game of this best-of-3 series. Remember, they need these wins. They win this, they go into the promotion tournament for their chance to get into the OPL. Chiefs Black take out that first one against Fortnite. However, Fortnite have just shown us that they are so in this competition. I mean, I think that was, although they lost, I think that was one of the best games Fortnite have played so far.
Absolutely there. And it's really good to show that they actually can take it to Chiefs Black as well. That means that, okay, guys, you know what? We've seen what happens to them if they fall behind. If they're the ones who are 3K behind, they don't exactly match up well. The fact that they're able to hold on, keep it within a decent amount of time, they weren't at that 3K mark towards the 20-minute mark, that means that shows they can adapt for the next game and actually bring it back towards Chief Black.
I definitely want to see Fortnite step up in this next game. They have the capacity. They have the bloodlust coming through. Can Fortnite knock Chiefs Black, make it a 1-1, and bring this to the final game of the night? Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jake Asterix Ozzypenko, and with me is Nathan Mendrix Mendez. Join us for Game 2 when we're back for the OCS Split Relegation Tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Oceanic Challenger Series from an epic event. Now, last game, you saw Chiefs Black take out a 1-0 in the first match of the series. If Chiefs Black get another win, they're going to be going straight to the promotion tournament.
That's exactly where these guys want to be. And to be fair, they went 6-1 throughout the entire split. These guys are definitely in prime position for it. You can almost say that they do deserve it, but Fornot, these guys are here to take it away from them.
It's crazy to think that Fornot almost held on to that. And the fact that, like, Fesh was doing so much for his team, Ho was making these miracle engages, and Vince and Vern were just sitting back and pretty much bringing all the kills to themselves. It's amazing to think that Fornot is definitely still in this, and against a team that was so strong in this split that they only lost that last game.
Absolutely right there. And these guys that Fornot really have, what they've managed to put it together, is a bit of a shaky roster because they haven't been here throughout the entire split like Chiefs Black has been. So they're a little bit of a disadvantage because of that. But that being said, now they can actually see and go, okay, so this is Chiefs Black's play style.
Yeah.
We know what we can actually do. We can probably hit the Fiora away from Prady if we know we should take that out. Or pick it away from him. Who knows? Ho could probably play Fiora for all we know.
That's right.
So they've got a few options available to them because now they're the guys on the blue side.
That's right. And look, I mean, I want to focus a little bit on Fesh again because he was our highlight coming through from Fornot. However, that game showed us that Vince was getting these solo picks, which is what Fornot really needed. And instead of Fesh, he was in the limelight. He did fantastic stuff for his team. But Vince, on the other hand, he was getting these engages. He was committing and doing a lot for Fornot.
Yeah, you're definitely right there. And the reason for that as well is Varus' ultimate's very hard to hit, but it's got a massive amount of CC on it. And the fact that it locks any players around there as well, that's what's so strong about it. So people will sort of sit there going, oh, I don't want to be anywhere near that ultimate that Varus has on top of it if it does land.
But a huge range
Zahi,
on it.
It's got a massive range, and it's got a longer range than the Cocoon. And Zahi was trying to land these Cocoons, and that's why he was getting consistently caught. And it was giving Fornot a little bit of, I guess, gas, you could say, to sort of keep the motor running.
Let's see if they ban Varus through coming from Chiefs Black. Zed, Fiora, and Corki all taken out on the side of Fornot. But no, Chiefs Black pretty confident that they can beat the Varus again. Needly and Kindred taken away from Fesh. Lulu away from Ho or Vince or even Matthew at this stage. So nice bans.
That girl can go anywhere.
That's right. No, not really nice bans coming from Chiefs Black once again. We see Ho coming up with the first pick. And no Kindred for Fesh again. A little bit disappointed for the fans.
Well, they know he's strong, and they know he likes his carry junglers.
That's right.
So they're going to go, well, why are we going to, risk it? Why would we risk it? Let's take it away from him. And they know that he's got, like you said, almost a 77% kill participation on his team throughout the entire split. So he's the guy that's really going to be their target bans. 2 of them actually going straight towards him. And hovering the Poppy, why not? Great pick. But the Gragas, they want to make sure they can enable Fesh. They don't want it being taken away from him.
So they go for Gragas again. Fesh quite competent on that champion. Instead, we see the Poppy getting a bit of a tease from Chiefs Black. However, in that top lane, oh, God. I mean, like, last game, if Praedyth goes Fiora again, then again.
Which he can't.
Mendrix, you've played the pick and ban phase before, haven't you, friend?
Oh, I've been known to dabble. Been known to dabble here and there.
You know what? I even label the bans, and I still wonder why they're not getting picked. And this is like the 4th time already. Sometimes it's just hard being bronze.
Silver 1.
Oh, that's right. Thank you very much, Mendrix. Look, Poppy and Elise again. So Zahi, comfort pick. Again and again, we see that Elise coming through. Praedyth sneaks away Ho's Poppy. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see a Fiora.
That's right. We won't see Fiora.
Thank you.
I mean, like, looking at the picks that Chiefs Black have gone for, again, Zahi, very comforting.
Oh, yeah.
Elise, he loves his Elise. He's good on it. Why would you not pick at it? Poppy's just good in any team composition. She's one of those girls, as long as she's in the top lane, she sort of fits everything, purely because of what she brings to the table. Not much to discuss there. But now, got a Braum being hovered again, so these guys seem to like to go for these sort of making sure they've got a nice beefy line for their carry laners. So we're looking mainly at Vern and Merton. What was I saying? They're looking mainly at Vern and Fesh.
And so far, Matthew going to be the priority of choice. Thresh again. However, this time, instead of Rosie, it goes towards Matthew, and they actually pick up the bottom lane composition Chiefs Black going to lose last lane's comfort picks. And,
yeah, that's interesting.
Sneaky.
But we do have Kalista and Bard open, so...
Oh, not again.
I would love to see them actually break that out because
Or
they've been
Kennen.
playing that to amazing... Yeah, or Kennen.
Or
Kennen would be
Kennen.
great as well. Kennen, it's all about the champion with Kalista. Kalista's open for him. She's been sort of getting hit a little bit with nerfs there, but she's still pretty good. And we know that Zero is amazing with Kalista.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that seems to be the case that's being hovered there. And I'd like to see a Bard because it's good for them to actually decide to leave that mid lane pick. So they're going to try and go for something. Oh, there's Zero.
They're gonna flex around a little bit here, I think, and play with their AD carries. However, Zero with Kalista is a very fine point because his win ratio with Kalista is absolutely massive in the OCS.
Oh, it's huge. We've just been taking it out of control, and he sort of really showed us what he can do with it in those first few games. They just weren't burning him away. So
There you go.
pretty good there, and that's going to be a Trundle support as well.
Unless it's a Poppy support.
Which is
Mendrix don't can out the
possible.
Trundle top.
I don't know.
I
feel
We're gonna have to wait.
Poppy's good as support as well, but I feel that Trundle fits it better purely because he's able to get thrown immediately into the team, throw out a really good pillar which creates an amazing environment for team fights at Chief Black, and then add to the fact that they're going to instantly pop. He's going to instantly pop his his King's Domain to actually steal away the stats as fast as he can.
That's right.
What I'm saying that subjugation. There we go. I'm thinking about his frozen domain.
Very nice. Very nice coming through. But confusion gets created by Chiefs Black. Fornot don't know where that Trundle's going. It is quite a bit of a flex pick at this point in time. Zilean and Graves getting hovered. Graves, a fantastic pick coming from Ho, who has played him a couple of games in the past. So no shy to that Graves. And the Graves and the Zilean both get locked in. Finn's going to be that Zilean mid seen a lot in Korean play at the moment.
Yeah, the Koreans really love him at the moment. He's one of those champions who's extremely hard to play. So you don't see him much in solo queue unless someone is just going to be failing a lot. But that being said, the Koreans use it to amazing abilities. And you look at the team that they've got there in Chiefs Black, they've got a very pick-heavy orientated team. They're going to try and single one person out, either with Poppy's Hammer, with the Cocoon, using the subjugation to steal away stats, and that's going to be their focus target. Well, you know what actually stops all of those things? The fact that you have a Zilean that can actually take away that focus. Because if they pop everything into one player and instantly they see the Chrono Shift being put onto it, immediately everything they've done is going to be undone.
That's right.
And so they actually need to sort of think about how they're going to do their engage, make sure they can pop a Chrono Shift just using good mechanics, good pick potential, not really blowing everything they can. But Azir is just amazing to have against that because he brings so much sustained damage that even if you do pop the Chrono Shift out, it's something that really helps round out the team Chiefs Black. So I like the pick that they've done there. A good response with the Zilean, but then again, they've decided to respond with that there. And what do you know? It's a Poppy support.
Hang on. They could be trolling. There's a lot of trolling in this game. I'm actually quite impressed that Omni's gone for the Azir again. I mean, what if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know what I mean? So in the middle lane, you're going to see an Azir harassing someone who... Does he have the range to trade off with Azir?
No.
There you go.
So he's got basically what he's going to be trying to do is actually just wave clear. Both of these guys really don't have the range to sort of trade off with each other. So there's got both of them have a lot of zone control, so they sort of equal each other out there. The difference is between the two is Omni on Azir has a lot more damage or sustained damage, whereas Vince will have a lot more burst damage, and we're talking lockdown. So these guys fill different niches in what they have.
That's right.
So it's going to be a really interesting team match between the two of them. What I do like, though, is that now I'm thinking about that Poppy pick. Poppy was probably picked originally for the top lane. And then they decided to go, okay, so they decided to counterpick Poppy by taking the Graves. So that's why they followed up with the Trundle. The Trundle was actually there to be swapped around. Those two guys could have been interchangeable, depending on what they were going up against. So I bet you any money, if they had there was a matchup that was more favorable for Poppy in the top lane, they would have put Trundle as a support. And if it was more favorable for Trundle, in this case, it would have been because he's actually able to have more sustain than Poppy. He's not going to get bullied out as easily as Poppy would be against Graves. So they decided, all right, you know what, we'll use this advantage. We'll use the fact that these guys are flexible, swap them around, make it a more favorable team composition for ourselves.
Chiefs Black again playing mind games. I mean, this in-game and out-of-game, they're going to go, well, look, confusion is the best source of offense, you know what I mean? So last game, we saw Baron get taken after, like Praedyth is going to split. That's what Praedyth is going to do. And he's going to attract the attention of the entire team. 4-0 falls for it, chases Praedyth. Suddenly, Chiefs Black go, easy Baron, pick it off. They play mind games with the team. They know the vulnerabilities. They know what 4-0 are going to do in some cases. So really, Chiefs Black, it's really scary to go up against them. Because, I mean, what are you going to do now that you've sort of got a Graves against a Trundle? Sure, early it won't be too bad. But if that Trundle scales, ladies and gents, that's going to be very, very scary. As we jump into Game 2, if Chiefs Black win this, they are into the promotion tournament for the OPL. 4-0 will be taken out, so they desperately want this win. They're going to go with the Zilean mid to try and secure that against Omni. Cleanse again from the Azir. Pretty standard pickup, however, Vince going to go for the mobility around the map. The Time Wizard lives on.
The Time Wizard lives on, and then everyone loves those good old jokes that Zilean is really going to be, is actually the future version of Echo.
No, let's not do this again.
We're not doing this?
I believed
We've
you
got
last time.
We've got the time to do this.
I believed you last time. It wasn't cool.
Fair enough, fair enough. These teams at the moment are just doing a good old line of scrimmage, making sure no one's going to be doing any shenanigans. Going to be standard across the board. Top laners are going to be in the top lane. Bottom laners are going to be in the bot lane. No lane swaps coming across. So good to see that a nice standard match there. These guys want to make sure they play it safe, especially 4-0. They don't want to do anything too risky and just essentially try to cheese Chiefs Black and just instantly have it fall in their face and then get kicked out of this tournament. So nice and standard across the board. Chiefs Black, on the other hand, would have been interesting if they did decide to go for the lane swap. They do have that buffer, but these guys feel they can probably beat 4-0 outright themselves, which is why they're not doing anything too cheeky.
So Vern going to help Fesh, not going to get the experience. However, bottom lane, Zero and Rosie going to get the Gromp. Ren going to be up first for Zero, so he's going to do that quite easily. Ren going to go off in a second, and halfway to level 2. However, Vern and Matthew both full level 1, so I think they're going to have a little bit of a disadvantage, and suddenly the bottom lane again looks like they're playing right into the hands of Chiefs Black.
And they're just so good at doing that as well, where they kind of go, all right, no worries, we'll get this lane advantage, and then we're just going to use it against you. And immediately Vern and Matthew need to be really careful against that, because they need to figure out, okay, well, I can see Poppy's taking some damage. That means they're going to get level 2 before us, and there you go. Wisely, they're going to make sure they're not going to get caught by either of them. Just going to sit back and wait for that wave to push up slowly to them, pick off whatever CS they can. And Zero just being a little bit of a bully, already getting some rent stacks off.
Fesh is actually already down here. He hasn't gone to his blue buff. I don't think he actually is going to get caught out by anyone just yet. There goes Matthew on Rosie. There's the body slam and the nice death sentence. 4-0 going to get first blood. And Fesh neglects blue buff, but doesn't neglect his bottom lane.
Absolutely. Zahi, though, he's trying to make a return onto Ho there.
Misses the cocoon, so he's not going to get Ho. Instead, Zahi wastes a bit of time up top, and 4-0 a small advantage to start off with.
And that was just well done by Fesh. That's a beautiful strength about Graves. The flash body slam that he has available to him there, he didn't even need to use it. And that was Chiefs Black being cocky in the bot lane. They know they always seem to win these trades there. Fesh and 4-0 knew that was going to be the case there. So let's do an early red and go straight for them as well, because we're going to get them as they go. But Zero, he's trying to take on too.
Death sentence misses there. Now the rend is up. I feel like this is not going the way Zero is going to intend it to do. As the Thunderlords goes off. Rosie is on Matthew. He doesn't have enough mana. There's the Ignite. Zero finishes that one. And Poppy to save the day down bottom.
And that was just amazing then. They lose something, they instantly bring it back. 4-0 not backing away clearly. They should have pushed that lane as fast as they can, but they're onto Ho again.
Ho doesn't. Is the cocoon there? Nice flash. Dodges it, and Zahi's out of mana. Going to have to return to the jungle.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of pressure on the top lane. They're putting a lot of focus onto Graves, making sure he can't bully him out as he likes to normally do. Plus, he will naturally push the lane. Makes it easy ganking for Elise to make a round. But he's a pretty mobile guy, Graves, when he needs to be.
I'm seeing a very different game from both of these teams at the moment. Instead of playing safe and into each other's advantages, they're just going for kills. They're focusing on the lanes that were a problem last game. Ho wasn't huge in the early game. However, in the late game, he had too much freedom. Therefore, they're looking to shut down Ho in the top lane. They're on the side of 4-0, they're looking at Zero and Rosie. Vern and Matthew fell behind a little bit last game. However, this game, they've already got a kill down in that bottom lane. Zero does as well, but it gives Lucian that ability to go for the cull and get a bit of gold.
Yeah, now that he's got that cull as well, it's a very interesting item for him to pick up. So he's basically saying, you know what, I can probably handle Kallista's pressure early. Poppy herself, her stun isn't as reliable unless it's a level 6 ultimate. So very intelligent for him to sort of roll the dice there, see if they can actually pull something away from Chiefs Black and take advantage of their situation.
Look at Praedyth up top. He's getting the brunt of the shotgun. Ho, like we said, just pretty brutal in this early game stage. Trundle not really scaling as of yet. However, he just doesn't stop scaling in this game.
Oh, he doesn't. The fact is he just keeps on scaling into team fights as well because he's just going to keep stealing your scaling. This guy is a scaling king, but there's going to be a fight happening now.
Zahi gets the body slam. It looks like Rosie are going to go down there. Fesh is in his own fight, but
TP's
Rosie
in.
and Zero, nice flash over the wall. The TP goes there, and the Zillion is there. Another TP coming up from top lane. Zero, is he going to survive this? He doesn't. Fesh, nice body slam over the wall. And Fortnite down bottom, pick up another kill, but is Graves going to come into this? I'm not sure if he's looking for the collateral damage. He doesn't actually find it. And down bottom, this is a very different style game from Fortnite.
Yeah, it's very hard to find a collateral damage when you're level 5.
That's, well, good work, man. Thank you very much. I was a bit suspicious why he roamed down bottom. I mean, Trundle has a lot at level 6 as well, but Graves maybe wasn't the best. Did he teleport down?
Yeah, he did. It's on cooldown. He went down there because he thought the team fight was going through as it was happening. Fortnite did a better job of zoning Chiefs Black away from that. They sort of engaged on through. They didn't expect to have Fesh there ready and waiting. There was a TP advantage on Vince because it is obviously a cleanse for Omni. And from that there, Chiefs Black give up a kill.
And I'm just really impressed with bottom lane so far. Fesh doing quite a lot for his team, even more than last game. Is Poppy out of position? I don't think so. Cocoon misses Zai. He's taken a lot of damage, but he picks up Matthew. Praedyth is down here looking for Vern. 4 members of Chiefs Black surround Vern. Look at that taunt. It's got to be hard being Lucian at the moment. Oh, poor Lucian. Zahi picks that one up, and Praedyth roams down just to get that assist.
Yeah, unfortunately, Matthew, he wasn't there. He took his bike, so he didn't have a way to get out of the lane as soon as he was there. And that was Chiefs Black using their rotation again to their advantage. They knew exactly what was down. There wasn't a TP for Graves. There wasn't a TP for Vince. Well, let's force something in the bottom lane. We'll send Praedyth down there immediately as well. We can get 2 kills back, and then all of a sudden, we've got a dragon. And there they go, moving towards it. Giving up the top lane, though.
But they're not even going to trade it off. Instead, Dragon going to go down for the side of Chiefs Black. I'm not sure if Matthew's going to try and get a death sentence to steal it off. They've got the wards.
Almost.
They've got double smite though, so it's a little bit hard.
It's hard when there's a Kalista, and I do like the prioritization onto Dragon versus the bot lane because you have so much objective control with Elise and with Zero as well. Those two in combination have executes, which are just going to make sure it makes it really hard to do a 50-50 Baron still for Fortnite. And if you actually get that Dragon train rolling early, it becomes amazing win condition in the late game. So Fortnite doing the best they can, trading back wherever they can, but they're keeping up. They are keeping up. Very even in the gold at the moment.
And like we said, it's a very different game in this early stage. 8 minutes in and we've already seen 5 kills across the board. Gold pretty even and turrets 1 in favor of Fortnite. However, the first dragon goes down to Chiefs Black moments ago. Zahi picks up the first 2 kills of the jungle. And it's messy in the start. However, it's a very aggressive game from both sides.
Yeah, these guys are really going at it at the moment. 2-3 seems pretty normal in a solo queue game, but in a team fight, that is just a bloodbath at the moment. Or sorry, in competitive play, that's a bloodbath. Fesh is down on the bottom lane again, so he's going to see if he can actually make something happen for him. I believe there isn't any wards there, so he's actually open for it. He doesn't have the flash, but he does have his explosive cask available to him. If he lands a good displacement, it could start something. But Zahi is close
with Omni, so what's he going to do here? He knows there's no wards. Omni is going back to mid lane. However, Fesh is... He's going to back right here. Instead, no, he's wasting a lot of time down in this bottom jungle. But so is Zahi now trying to realize where Fesh is if he's actually on this map. Omni just going to clear some wards in the middle. And instead, Fesh goes back to his own jungle. Zahi going to do the same. And top lane, I think Ho is getting very, very confident as he goes into the enemy jungle. That top turret is down, so A lot of pushing coming through from Ho. And my god, at the moment, the scaling that's going to come off of Trundle with that assist is
He's
huge.
doing brilliantly. I mean, look at that. He's 5 CS down against a bully top laner. So for him to be doing that at the moment is perfect for Chiefs Black. And he will get stronger than Graves at some point. That pillar of his, no matter how mobile Graves is, he's still going to have an issue when he's being slowed to hell. And that's not even what the point of Trundle's going to be. He'll be able to 1v1 him. It's mainly the fact that he's a team-fighting monster. The moment he gets in the middle of it all. But Ho finds Zahi.
There you go. There's the team fight monster we were talking about. Wow, nice ult from Omni. Zones everyone off. Zahi almost gets bursted there, and Ho, I think he was about to use his collateral damage, but for not being very aggressive in this early game.
Yeah, they're using that properly. That's what they should be doing. They should be up in that top lane more often. The reason for that is because that is where they are stronger at the moment. Ho has got the tower down. That means there isn't anywhere for them to retreat to if they were to go aggressive. So if he was there, he's actually got a lot of support from Zilean. He's got more support from Graves. So it's free for him to actually jump into the jungle of Zahi and put some pressure out there. And the moment they did, they almost found him. They almost killed him.
Ho still pushing up in this top lane, feeling pretty safe. Zahi down in the bottom lane. I think it looks like Matthew and Vern have already spotted out the Elise, so they're probably going to play very close to the turret. Zero and Rosie missing as well. They're wasting a lot of time here, but Matthew and Vern still playing very close to the turret, so they're expecting this one to come down. Chiefs Black not sure what they're going to achieve out of this.
They're just waiting there. This is a really long waiting game that they're playing. And Fortnite are basically getting the advantage for this, but they're not really, nothing else is happening on the map at the moment, so it's actually fine for them to be wasting their time here. If they were doing this, and Ho was pushing towards the top lane, and Fesh was making his way up there as well, this would be really bad. But because there's so much pressure on the side of Chiefs Black at this point in time, that is a perfect place to be, and they almost get what they wanted.
Wow, Flash Cocoon doesn't pay off. Vern just easily dodges that out with a nice relentless pursuit. Zahi now going to back off after Zero and Rosie waste a bit of time. Like you said, Mendrix, not going to mean much. However, it is going to mean that Vern is going to even out in CS.
Yep, and there we go. There's another fight with the... Oh, never mind.
Nice work, though, from Zero. He gets Rosie out as well. Death Sentence not going to achieve anything. But that's an ult down for the Kalista.
That's an ult down, but it's a teleport down for Vince as well. That's 5 minutes. He won't be able to run around the map being crazy. But he did cancel it, I believe, in the end there. So let's put that down a little bit in the cooldown department. Not 5 minutes, probably about 2 minutes and a half.
Absolutely. So Zilean going to stay mid and try and reject Omni a little bit. He isn't keeping up in CS, but Omni at the moment has just been getting these early to mid-game leads and continuing that on throughout the whole series of the game. Rod of Ages gets picked up for Vince, and then Nashore's Tooth picked up a little bit ago for Omni. Both those mid laners going to start scaling into this mid-game now. And Fesh and Zahi, look again, Fesh, a small lead in the jungle. I don't know what he's doing. However, he's clear. Gragas has great clear.
Oh, he does, definitely.
However, not that great. It's going to come to the player a little bit. Fesh is an impressive dude.
There's little intricacies you can do in the jungle to actually increase your wave clear. So a lot of things that a lot of players do is they'll go, we'll take out the big minion first, so that way you know, we get what we need and we get in and out. What you will actually find is that the players such as Fesh in this case will actually move themselves around the camp while they're taking it out in order to make sure they can get efficient clears. But Rosie's going to jump onto him.
Well, Matthew goes and checks that brush. I think there was a flash that came out of Matthew, but Vern's going to be the one to get caught. Nice Dark Passage. Saves him. I think he actually flashed onto that one.
He did.
Vern and Matthew, no flash. However, Fortnite come to this mid turret and oppose it with a bit of pressure.
Now, this is what I like to see. Instantly, whenever there's too many... But they're jumping onto Omni.
Explosive cast going to body slam Flash. Ho's going to get out of here. Nice Zilean. And he gets him out. Wow, down bottom, though, the Ignite goes off. Zero's the one caught. The Cocoon doesn't actually hit. Zero's going to get the Ignite. And another turret shot. He's looking for the lifesteal. Matthew doesn't find it. The heal comes through. And 2 kills down bot for a turret mid does not make it worth.
No, it does not make it worth it all, and I believe that tower is still there, and that was because of the teleport there. So really good resources used by Chief Black to make sure that they're making the most out of everything. I was about to praise Fortnite, saying, yep, these guys are there also trying to match the rotational play of Chiefs Black, but Chiefs Black instantly answer back, showing us that they can actually keep up what they need to do, take that bottom turret, get the second dragon for themselves here. And they had such an early dragon, now that they're getting the second one here, it's going to be a really big threat that's going to be weighing on Fortnite, knowing, oh man, every 5 minutes now they're going to be on top of this dragon.
Very uncontested. Vince continues to try and push mid, but he can't get anything out of it. The rest of Fortnite are going to try and push bottom. Ho goes back up to top. The rest of Chiefs Black sitting on a ward there, so going to get spotted out. Don't think Vince is really going to challenge that one just yet, but the farming game continues. Death's Dance, first item for Ho. Okay.
No, it's actually really good. That's the build that a lot of Graves have been going for recently, is the lifesteal build with him. So what it means is that because he's going to be fairly tanking himself when he eventually does pick up the Black Cleaver, and he does pick him up more, having the Death's Dance means he's able to stay longer within the fight, and he will just lifesteal back any damage that's been dealt to him. And it actually does a damage reduction as well. Zahi, though, jumping onto Fesh.
I think Fesh didn't realize what was going on. A lot of damage goes onto Zahi. And 3 kills strong Elise, yet to die this game. So a very different Elise coming through. Fesh in the right position, however, his bait's a little bit obvious as Ho bullies out the mid. Going to try and get that mid turret, however, he's not going to push for it just yet. Omni forced to recall at this stage. Probably going to be looking towards his next item, which I guess at this stage looks like it could either be a Rabadon's coming through, maybe.
That's possible. I'd be liking a Rylai's a bit better as the next pick, because it does give him a little bit of extra health to survive. On top of that, slows everyone around.
We did it last game.
And he did do it last game, and that's generally the Holy Trinity at the moment, would be the Spell Boots, Nash's Teeth, Rylai's, and a Abyssal Scepter. But he doesn't need to go for it, and boom, he's out of there.
They finally get that mid turret that they've been wanting for so long. Zero going to rotate around that bottom. Zilean going to back at this point in time. Vince probably onto his next item there. Onion Boots of Lucidity already picked up. Omni goes for the plain boots at the moment, but yet to upgrade them. Vince trying to defend this mid turret, however, it's pretty hard to defend when you have Rosie and Zero opting in on you very quickly at this stage. And we look at Vern, who's yet to pick up that first item, but teleport. Don't think anything's going to happen as Chief Black's back off of that one.
Yeah, they're going to... That teleport really saving Ho there, so nice of him to use it. But now they're jumping onto in the turret here. Not the turret, the jungle.
Look at the commitment from Rosie as Explosive Cast zones someone out, but Fesh is going to get popped down by Rosie and Zero. Matthew is now caught out. Repel sits right on Matthew. He's unable to flay that one away. 2 for 0. Chiefs Black rummaging through this jungle, and now Fortnite falling desperately behind.
Yeah, there was too much resources split around for Fortnite there. They got rid of one of their wave clears in the bottom, in the mid lane there. There was a teleport blown by Vince. What are they trying to do, Vince? Why are you doing this?
Vince is trying to wave clear. He's going to have to pop the Chrono Shift. Of course, the Cocoon not going to hit a dead object. They're going to go on the second life of Vince. Repels up, but they can't find him. He flashes out. He doesn't have enough for one bomb, but Graves comes in and cleans it up. Ho doing quite a lot of damage. If there's any hope at the moment, you've got to put it towards Ho.
Yeah, he's going to be a monster towards this mid-game team fights. Now that he's finished the Death Dance, he's working towards probably the Maul to give him a little bit of armor penetration, and on top of that, a little bit of extra durability to make sure he survives in these fights. There is a lot of magic damage being thrown around on the Chiefs Black side of things, so pretty well done for him to pick that up next. But what we were talking about before, they spread themselves thin. That's what allowed Chiefs Black to actually find that engage in the jungle there towards the river. At that point in time, they instantly were able to pick up another turret as well. And on top of that, they blew a lot of resources from Vince. He had to use his Chrono Shift, and he had to use his Flash to get away there. That's something he didn't really necessarily need to do. He might have saved another turret in the mid lane, but it's hard to say that that's actually the outcome from that. I'd say they would have been fine anyway if he just sat back, threw a little bombs out from there, and probably would have saved his Flash.
Okay, so Praetor's actually pushing this. Forces a teleport out of Ho. Vince doesn't have it just now. No teleport on the side of Fortnite. The rest of Fortnite sit around mid a little bit aimless at this stage. Ho, I'm not sure if he's going to challenge Trundle down bottom. However, Chiefs Black pushing this top lane. They're working the map at the moment. Chiefs Black, they've got so much control of this map. And it looked like Fortnite were opposing early. However, they have fallen behind. Not in gold, however, in map pressure, it's not doing them any favors at this stage.
And it just really is a story of Chiefs Black. They're always all about the map pressure, making sure they're on top of their team at pretty much all points in the game. But Ho, he's in trouble.
Oh my god, Ho goes in on Praetor, but there's the Trundle for you, starting to scale. 19 minutes in, we move closer to this mid-game, and it's not even Trundle's highlight yet. However, he can 1v1 pretty much anyone, I'd suspect, at this point in time. Omni going to go after Vince. Vince going to narrowly escape that one as well. Vern up top, going to try and wave clear. However, he's going to have to force a culling. Praedyth gets bottom turret, and Chiefs Black now with a firm gold lead.
Yeah, Praedyth is now back online as well. We talked about being online with Fiora. Now he's definitely online with the Trundle. And the fact that he's able to actually 1v1 a ranged champion who has the ability to actually dash away is amazing. And it's probably due to the fact that he has a great slow. And then on top of that as well, he's got the boots of Swifties. So he's going with the good old Swifties there. That means he's actually got the speed to keep up on someone, make sure that he isn't going to get peeled away or just kite it out. And he manages to pick up an easy kill. Add to the fact that he's also got the Frozen Gauntlet as well now. That means it's going to be very hard for someone to escape from the Trundle.
Look at Omni there, just picking up the blue buff, knows the exact timing. It's little things like this that are making Chiefs Black even stronger. Just knowing the game, that extra level, I find, is what Chiefs Black are doing. They've got the experience on their side, and it's proving as we look in. And Rosie again, Mendrix, this is almost disgusting, these engages. They're getting pretty narrowly missed.
Yeah, and they're just... Wow, look at the amount of damage!
My God, Omni just doing so much. Oh, there's the three-man Poppy ult. Rosie goes in by himself, gets taken out by Ho, but trades off Matthew. And do not fight in the jungle is my final words towards Fornot.
Wow, Omni really showing how strong he is at the moment. That was ridiculous the amount of damage he has. He's got the spell boots, but they're fighting for this Dragon Fornot. They don't want to just give it away.
No, they're not going to do it, and in fact, Fesh picks that one up. Cocoon goes onto Fesh, but Zahi, can he handle the damage? Omni's there with the ultimate. He's pretty confident about this one. There's the explosive cast. Zones a lot of members of Chiefs Black, but up top, you got to stop and look at the roses because Praedyth, oh my God, I think he took too many turret shots there. Zero going to go there, and Ho picks up Praedyth with a bit of mistake. Fornot comes off the bat. Nice flash from Vern. He's going to challenge Zahi. Fesh is over the wall. Where's the body slam? Repel going to come through as well. Who's he going to find? As it looks like Zahi gets CC'd. And there's Vern to finish it off. Fornot come off the bat off a defense. However, Omni still going in. Takes out Vern. And this is so messy. I'm not even sure if Fornot came on top in the end.
No, this was just mistakes across the board from the teams there. It was just crazy. Fornot challenged the Dragon. That was great that they had done that. But Rosie finds Matthew. It's still going.
Support versus support here, ladies and gents. It looks like Aegis at the Legion is going to do a lot. Matthew backing out. And it's, like he said, it's so messy. Ho picks up an accidental kill off Praedyth in that top lane. He just took too many turret shots.
Fornot did a great job there. The fact that they were behind to actually get that much out of the team fight was amazing. They got the Dragon, they managed to get a couple kills as well. And that was off the back that Rosie had went too deep, and from that point he had died. Omni is strong, but you need him to be there if you're going to get a three-man knock-up. Then, on top of that, Praedyth, he was doing his job correctly. He was putting a lot of pressure in the top lane. He was pushing on through. He thought he had Ho, but in the end, he took too much damage from that turret because it does so much. And then instead of trying to back away and let it reset so then he can like walk out another way or walk in, he continued to the back and just keep on taking stacking damage. Hope was able to picking up easily from that point in time. And then a lot of good play by Fornot to actually pick up a few kills there to make sure that they got Zahi as well, getting some shutdown gold on top of that. But at the end of the day, Omni too strong. He manages to get some consolation prizes on the retreat.
Matthew sitting with Vince, that combination very deadly. Rosie's not as tanky as a top Poppy as you saw last game. There is the death sentence, doesn't hit anything. Zillion's bomb's not going to do anything either. Fesh and Matthew back out of this jungle. However, Chiefs Black are quite confident sitting in there. Praedyth still split pushing bottom. He is a menace at this stage. Ho still over CS of him though. He's actually 3 for 1 at this stage. Hex Drinker built. And suddenly, I guess Praedyth is going to keep scaling, but Ho is doing a lot in these team fights.
Ho's going to have a lot of damage. That's the big thing you need to take into account. Praedyth's going to be a better team fighter, but they found Matthew.
Cocoon lands. There's the flay. Culling comes out in a narrow space. Really good to CC. There's the damage coming out of Omni. However, his soldier's not going to get the range they need. And almost a mistake. Matthew almost gets caught there.
Just tanky enough to make sure he didn't get too much out of it. The soldiers weren't set up previously, so there wasn't enough for them to really do in that choke point there. So Matthew gets out unscathed as well. Ho's doing a great job in the bot lane, keeping Praedyth under wraps at the moment.
So he lands again. The Cocoon is just a great initiator. Fesh with the Dark Passage. Matthew, good positioning, keeps him alive. And again, nothing happens where they're so scared that Baron's going to get taken under their eyes. Fornot have to peek this again.
And they really need to fight this as well. And it's going to be hard as well considering what they're up against. But Zilean, he's so good when these guys clump up into these choked up areas as he manages to land the bomb. It'd be beautiful to get double one into the Baron pit. And Chiefs Black are respecting that. They're backing away, but they're going to just keep on at it.
Go again. Chiefs Black again attacking the Baron. Fornot go for mid. However, this might actually sacrifice the Baron. Fesh is there with the body slam steal. However, is he going to get it as Rosie C sees him? Nice pickup of Baron from Chiefs Black. I'm not sure if Fornot really want to go in this one, but the Zilean bomb does quite a lot. It zones back the two strongest members. Hose in the fight as well. Where is the damage from Graves? He's 1v3. The shield's going to help him out, but he's not going to pick up Omni just yet. The damage almost finishes off Omni, but he gets a shutdown, and it's a 1-for-1 as a couple of other members from Fornot go down too. 3-for-1, I believe that was, and Vince is still hungry for kills.
Yeah, Vince is running around now, making sure they can't really take too much off of this winning fight that they've got there. But that was amazing with the bombs there. The positioning really salvaging that fight for Fornot, making sure it wasn't going to be a clean ace. That was perfect by Praetor. He was there earlier than Ho. But I'm not sure what Fornot were thinking going for that mid lane without Vince there. They really didn't make sure that he's the guy that's near that Baron pit. He's the one that's going to stop it from happening. Fesh is definitely going to be a threat. But when you're going up against a Kalista and an Elise, they're not going to be worrying too much about a Baron still. You need Vince there, someone who's really going to turn the fight around, make them think twice about taking that Baron. He wasn't there. Chief Black get it? Well done by them to sort of salvage again the situation. And that seems to be the story of these matches for Fornot. They're salvaging what they can. Chiefs Black are taking what they want.
And Chiefs Black taking that gold lead 26 minutes in, and we're looking at a firm mid game from Chiefs Black. A huge gold lead coming through, turret advantage, and one up on the Dragons too. You see a Rabadons and a Rylai's getting picked up for Omni, so he's 3 items strong, and with picks like that, Zahi making short work of anyone he cocoons. He's gone for the Spirit Visage, so he's not building any more AP, he's not gone for the Rylai's, instead gone for the tanky stats.
Yeah, and as well, at the moment, Vince trying to stop that Flame Horizon from happening, but there it is. Actually achieved beforehand. He managed to get a few minions, stop it from happening. It's well and truly there now for Omni. 100 CS up on his opponent.
Disgusting damage from Omni just there as well. And like you said, Mendrix, 100 CS, that is almost as disgusting. Rylai's is just doing so much for Omni right now, whereas Vince only has the Rabadons. Of course, the Rod of Age is fully stacked up with time. Vince going to try and get a pick. He gets Omni. But what's he going to make of this is, oh my god.
Oh, one more auto attack.
Oh my god. That is why you don't challenge Omni. There's the Poppy Hammer, and Vern sent back. The base is well and truly broken. Chiefs Black, with that one engage, are going to do so much. Mendrix, I'm going to wait for something here, because if you let Omni go, that's what's going to happen. Holy mother of God. Who let that out of the shop? That is what, ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing. Just so much disgusting damage from Chiefs Black. They could possibly end this now. However, Fesh, nice explosive cast. The damage that's coming out of Vern is huge. The double killed off the defense. And Omni, if kept alive there, could have ended the game. However, Vern and Fesh going to do what they can. And Fornot, again, are not done with this game.
They are not done, but again, it's the same situation. They can't capitalize off what achieved. It's purely just them holding on. And Chiefs Black, they're the ones taking the Dragon off the back of that. They're the one getting the objective. They've got so much pressure on the map. Fornot are having a really hard time. This needs to be a clean ace on the side of them to even pull something back. Chiefs Black, such a commanding lead, especially off the back of Omni. He is so strong at the moment. That bird, he really is ascended.
Oh my god, I gotta tell you, when Omni went in on that fight, that damage was just wow. The fact that he pushed Vince out when actually getting engaged on really just set up that bottom in him. So Omni at the moment making short work of anything Fornot can pull out. He's onto his 4th item now. He's beating Mr. Zilean by at least 1.5 items. Vince unable to keep up. Sure, he's doing a lot of damage and he's got quite a lot of kill participation for Fornot. But he's not doing as much as Omni is.
Nowhere near as much. I mean, if you look at it, he's got two extra assists on him. So what? I've got 3 extra kills and almost 100 CS right now above you. So he's going to get himself back towards that Flame Horizon anyway, because they've got free control over the map. Sure, at the moment you've got supers coming in for Zilean, so if he runs down there, he might be able to keep up with this, but at the end of the day, he's already at the point where he's up a level, and they're jumping onto Vern.
Praetor is pretty confident, doesn't take enough damage from Vern. He doesn't have any armor shredding at this stage. So what are you going to do against Praetor, who is so huge? Look at him. He's onto his 4th item as well. He's got the Dead Man's Plate. He's got the Iceborne Gauntlet. He's just got the Titanic Hydra as well. What are you going to do? Is Chief Black again siege this base?
Oh, that damage.
Oh my god, the Chrono Shift has to come out. They're going to go onto the repelled Elise as Ho is so deep in that fight. I don't know what he's doing there, but they 1-for-1 trade, and it's going to force Chief Black off of this top turret.
And this is just Chiefs Black pushing pressure on. They're saying, okay, no worries. Now we're just going to slowly fill ourselves out. We're going to throw out a little bit of damage there. A lot of, from that point on, Ho just tried to jump onto that. Zahi actually fell there as well, but there's too much being done.
Does not hit there, and Praetor's going to back off as well. Chiefs Black, what objective are they going to get next? Dragon has just been taken by them. 3rd Dragon, in fact. So that movement speed just going to benefit Zahi once again. You saw 3rd Dragon last time for Chiefs Black, and that gave them the mobility they needed to run around this map even more so. Baron is up in 1 minute, and Chiefs Black have this map. It's just another objective on the board.
Yeah, as well. He was being a little bit cheeky there. Omni backing him just in the middle of the lane. He's paying for it right now. Vince is running straight towards him.
And he gets spotted by Pink Ward, so what is Omni going to do? I don't actually think you want to do anything like that. Vince going to back off.
What was that?
He's huge. Matthew going to go down as well in the middle lane. Rosie just picks that one up with Praetor. And the rest of Fortnite are trying to pick off Omni, who has been so cheeky. That they pay for it with the turret.
That was ridiculous. I mean, he was caught out. By all rights, he shouldn't be the one that's actually winning there. But there they are jumping onto Fesh.
They're going to force him out of his own base. The rest of Fortnite trying to defend this one. Vern, the only one who's doing damage in this fight. Zero gets 1v1 traded off. And they're forced to back out again, but they got all they needed.
They've broken the base well and truly now. All that remains is the top inhibitor as well. And they're just going to re-engage.
They're going to re-engage. Praetor's very, very tanky. However, Vern, he hasn't got the armor pen that he needs. He's still going to do the damage that he thinks he wants. Omni's into the fight, and that's not what you want. Omni just does things for the team. Ladies and gents, CC is not your friend. Omni a 2nd kill. And Fortnite reduced to smithereens as they go back into their own base. Death sentence hits, there's the flay, but the culling not going to hit anyone. Omni's back in the fight. Where is this damage coming from? It's Zero in the backline. Praetor's being cheeky, and Fortnite forced into their own nexus, forced into the fountain, and that is going to be Chiefs Black going to the promotion tournament, going into the possibility of being OPL superstars.
That was just perfect by them. These guys have been showing what they can do throughout the entire tournament. And now that they've actually taken that win as well, they're advancing, as you mentioned, to the possibility of being in the OPL. Such a strong performance. They're definitely the big fish in the pond at the moment.
Oh,
and they want to get themselves to that next stage.
Ladies and gents, Chiefs Black, that's why that is the team that could possibly corrupt all the standings in the OPL. That is a team that has trained time after time. Their hard work, their blood, sweat, and tears have paid off. That is, by my records, a 7-for-1 win streak. And that is absolutely crazy, Mendrix.
And now we've got the next match coming up. It is going to be Alpha Sydney versus
Abyss Red. That's
Abyss
right.
Red, yes.
That's exactly right. And I'm a little bit scared about this one because this is 2nd and 3rd playing off. This is a little bit different. Fortnite, of course, played fantastically in those games. Chiefs Black just played even stronger. However, 2nd and 3rd, this is a tighter matchup. This is anyone's guess going in. Alpha Sydney has Blinky, who's a fantastic AD carry, just like Zero, just like any of your other AD carries in the competition. However, you've got Abyss Red with Luch in the middle lane, who's been playing fantastic Victor games. His win streak is out of this world. His damage is out of this world. His kill participation is immense. I mean, Luch in the middle lane is amazing. I've been talking about him all season, all split. I've been talking about Blinky all split as well. These two teams are going to face off very momentarily as we look at the playoffs there. And Chiefs Black going to go into the finals, which means that's a spot for them to go into the promotion tournament. They're going to go into the grand final there and going to verse whoever wins out of Abyss Red and Alpha Sydney. Ladies and gentlemen, Mendrix, this is it. This is where all the excitement comes from. Make sure you stay tuned because this is going to be one of the greatest games you see tonight. It's going to build on top of everything else. My name is Jake Asterix Ozipenko. With you is Nathan Mendrix Mendez. And we'll be right back with you for Abyss Red versus Alpha Sydney.
Everybody's got their goals, but don't look away. Gotta stare them down to let them go.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, off the back foot of an epic game which saw Chiefs Black take out a 2-0 victory over Fortnite. Welcome back to the OCS. My name is Jake Asterix, Aussie Penko. With you is Jimmy Preacher Fu, and I gotta say, we've moved into the split finals, or semi-finals as I should say, and we're seeing some epic plays coming out of these teams, Jimmy.
Definitely. That last game that we saw between Chiefs Black and their opponents, they just took it out by storm. And we actually expected it to be quite even because Fortnite had been coming up and up throughout the weeks, but no, Chiefs Black retain their lead. They dropped a game in the very last week at the regular split, but in the end, they pull it out quite nicely. Going into this series, though, it's much, much closer.
I mean, looking at Alpha Sydney and Abyss Red, these are our next teams facing off for a spot in the promotion. This is some serious stuff. This is what they've been fighting for. Luch is one of the best mid laners in this split, I dare say. T-Gun, a very familiar name for you coming through. A support that's had the experience of the OPL before. Blinky and Luna, some fantastic synergy down bot. I say it every week. Only his map roaming is fantastic. And BTKA likes an Orianna just like Luch, so this could be funny in the mid lane. However, these teams had a very slow start to the split. Now that we're in the finals, we can see they're second and third. They've built up, and their experience coming through is fantastic.
It definitely is. And this is the matchup to watch. It's extremely close tonight, and I'm glad that we have a best of 3, so then we can actually test both of these teams out against each other, see who comes out on top. It's really going to be up to the MVP laners. I actually have to give it to Luch for this one, for Abyss Red, because he's just been pulling out so much work for his team. He doesn't really contribute much in the early game. What he likes to do early to mid is he just likes to stay in his lane, not get outplayed by his enemy or their jungler when they decide to tag team him, but he just decides to stay there and farm up. We've seen him on Lucian. We've seen him even on Gangplank, you know, the notorious farmer himself. Just try to get up all of that money, just try and get as powerful as he can into the late game before he really starts wrecking the enemy team and finishing games out of that. On the other side, though, the retaliation has to be Blinky, though, because Blinky has been putting Alpha Sydney on his shoulders time and time again. He loves his Lucian. He loves scrapping around and finding all of these picks wherever he can in the middle of team fights. And yeah, it's just going to be amazing to watch.
I mean, honestly, let's put it out there that the fact that Luch has had one of the best Victor series in the OCS so far, Jimmy.
Definitely, definitely. He's performed so well in this Victor because Victor, once he came back into popularity, really fell into Luch's hands. He's just his farm lane who's extremely safe in the early game. If he gets off a little bit of poke, even better. If not, he still gets all of the minions, and that's exactly how Luch likes to play. So it's very lucky for him that the meta shifted towards Victor, and he's just been performing so well.
And I wouldn't be surprised if after tonight's performance, we see something like an Azir come out for Luch. He's been picking these huge AP, not bursters, but these mid-game explosive champions. So as we move into Match 2, or should I say the Series 2 of the night, the second semi-final, ladies and gentlemen, Abyss Red and Alpha Sydney. We move into the pick and ban phase, and Lucian and Kalista taken away. They don't want Blinky on any of his favorite picks. Poppy is the final pick away. And God.
That's extremely smart coming out of Abyss Red. They know who the carry is on Alpha Sydney. They know that Alpha Sydney love to put all the resources onto Blinky. And what do? They just take off 2 of his comfort champions. Lucian, Kalista, we've seen him play both of these in this split so far. So taking them off, it puts him on the back foot. He has played Kog'Maw a little bit, but Kog'Maw did get a minor nerf this patch. So I'm not certain if they want to pull out a Protect the Cog comp. It's all up in the air. It might actually be viable now that his 2 favorite champions are banned, though.
Azir taken away, so they're not going to risk anything there. I guess Luch was a scary, you know, didn't know what he was going to pick there. Instead, they go for the first pick Jhin on the side of Abyss Red.
That first pick Jhin. I mean, I guess recently we've seen a lot of priority on this Jhin. Before, he wasn't really seen because he had that awkward mid-game where if you didn't have enough AD, if you didn't snowball super hard from your laning phase, then you couldn't really contribute much to team fights. But now, you just alleviate all of that by skipping it completely. Lane swap, get that first turret, let your enemy get that first turret. It doesn't even matter because if you get that money as Jhin, then you're going to be on the upper hand when it goes into those fights. So, very nice first pickup.
And Graves and Alistair. Alistair actually not banned away this time. Luna goes ahead and picks up a champion that we haven't seen in a while.
We haven't seen Alistair in a while. He used to be the most popular support. In fact, whenever he was up, even though he was banned so much, it would usually be first pick just because he has so much peel potential, he has so much engage potential. He just does everything. In lane, he even sustains you. He's just an amazing champion. Recently, we've seen him fall off to the likes of Braum. A lot of supports have argued Braum, maybe even Poppy, but there you go, the pickup.
So Braum instead going to challenge that Alistair a little bit. And General Gragas, That is 100% pick ratio of the night. Fortnite, of course, picking Gragas twice in a row. General goes and follows suit.
Yeah, it's a generally amazing pick because Gragas, like you said, you want to have Abyss Red and their team comp group as 5 and get explosive team fights
That's right.
at the end. And what better way to do that than with a Gragas ulti?
Still waiting for Luch to sort of contribute into this pick and ban phase. Interesting to see what he goes for. I mean, Orianna is open. Orianna probably not going to work as well into this team composition as you'd like, but instead we see the Elise and the Caitlyn actually gets picked up. That is a very interesting pick.
Yeah, we haven't seen Caitlyn at all, if I can recall, in the OCS.
I don't think so.
Yeah, Caitlyn is recently resurging throughout the world. Not very fast though. Only a niche few amount of ADC players like to pick up Caitlyn. She no longer has that early game dominance that she used to have ever since her rework. The biggest problem is that her Q now has that indicator before she even starts firing, so you know where it's going to go. You have all the time in the world to dodge out. Before, it was sort of a mind trick where you say, well, she's pointing in that general direction, but it could honestly go anywhere. Now she's more relegated to that late game post where you put down a trap, you have that rapid fire cannon, and you just hope to God that one of their carries steps on it and you just pop them straight away.
And look, that's the scariness of Caitlyn coming through. Fiora gets locked in, and I'm seeing the Orianna. I'm seeing Luch's favorite comfort pick with 1 second to go. Ladies and gentlemen, Luch has got Orianna.
This is what you wanted to see, isn't it?
This, I've been waiting the whole split to be seeing this in such a crucial moment. Luch's comfort pick #1. I know that for a fact. If he tried to argue that with me, I would argue back.
You've watched so much of Luch in the open ladder play Orianna and single-handedly carry games.
That's right.
Put all 4 of his members on his shoulder with Orianna, get those amazing shockwaves in. Now I'm interested to see whether he can have that impact coming into the OCS. Like you said, it's such a crucial moment in the series. He's fighting to play off so that he can enter the OPL. Sorry. What better way than to do it on his signature champion?
That's right. That's exactly right. And I mean, what Alpha Sydney are going to go for their final pick here obviously has to take in count that Orianna. They've got their mid open as the final last resort with 4 seconds to go. Wow. Xerath,
2 new picks. I don't think we've seen Xerath this split either.
No. We've seen Orianna, however, we haven't seen Caitlyn. So Alpha Sydney brings out these hidden talents.
Definitely hidden. Extremely hidden, actually, because we didn't even see this Xerath get hovered before, so we don't even know that they wanted to pick this champion. But coming into this, it's such a nice pickup into Orianna. Orianna being one of those old champions, we didn't really see her too much. But when she was being popular, when she was being first pick as the mid lane in these compositions, usually the response was a Xerath, and now that she's being picked, why not pick Xerath again? He still counters her, does exactly the same thing as before.
Exactly right, and we look at the side of Alpha Sydney, and they've got a couple of AP carries coming through there. Of course, you've got the same coming through for Abyss Red, but they're both strange team composition. I'm very excited to see how this goes for both sides.
I am as well. It's really the battle of the meta to see which team will come out ahead in terms of how they prefer to play. Because on one side, you've got this really heavy Orianna centered 5v5 wombo combo, and on the other side, you want to either pick with the Caitlyn, hope that their carries step on your trap and you just poke them out, or you just want to siege a turret and hopefully get some objectives, do the mind games, and try to outplay them without fighting.
However, look, usually when we see the Orianna, we see crazy combinations. Like, I'm surprised I didn't see a Malphite top coming through. I would have liked to see, of course, the Unstoppable Force with the Shockwave is a huge favorite. With Gragas and Braum as well, I mean, there's so much CC there, but instead they go for the split push.
Yeah, it's quite strange, but you still got that ball delivery system at the end. It's just a little bit riskier because with Gragas, you got to expend your flash as well as your body slam. And if you don't do it right the first time, you don't really get a second shot at it because it's a 5-minute cooldown on your flash. That's going to really hurt. So hopefully they can pull it off there. Otherwise, that split push is just as fine because if you split push and it's a 1v1 and also a 4v4 in 2 separate scenarios, Orianna works well 4v4 just as she does in 5v5.
We'll be waiting for this moment, Luch on the Orianna, and I'm glad to see it's finally come into fruition. However, on the side of Alpha Sydney, suddenly BTKA picks up the Xerath. Now, Xerath at the moment, of course, like you said, Jimmy, hasn't seen much play, but we still know that to be a massive counterpick for Orianna.
Exactly. He can wave clear. He can poke from a huge distance, mid to late game. He can even snipe when people are low with his ultimate late game. He still has all of the advantages he had. But with that, it also comes a lot of disadvantages, which is exactly what the enemy team want to play against. Abyss Red really want to catch him out when he's channeling that Q, because he CCs himself, because he gets a little bit slower. The outplay potential is still there.
Now, the start of the best of 3, Alpha Sydney versus Abyss Red. Looks like we're going to see a little bit of taunting in the middle. Blinky, very exceptional skills with that gun so far. Let's see if she drops it. We see a bit more pressure coming mid. It looks like they're going to probably poke each other out. Luna and T-Gun facing off as well. This is what it's going to take for Alpha Sydney or Abyss Red to get into the OPL. It just be a dream come true to get into the possibility of getting into the OPL, the promotion tournament where they face off against the bottom 2, where 2 bottom teams get relegated. We go into so much depth about how important this is, but for the players right now, there's got to be some nerves going around.
And ever since about the 3rd week, Chiefs Black really solidified their lead, because when you took a look at the way that they won their games and you have a large enough sample size to really say this is how they play, they won convincingly pretty much into every team. Unfortunately for them, they dropped a game, but we pretty much knew that they were going into the playoffs. Here, though, this game is so close between Alpha Sydney and Abyss Red, so both of these teams will be on their 100% trying to take it from the other.
Exactly right, and both bottom laners going to start with that buff coming through. Cleanse comes through from Luch, but a heal from BTKA. And these mid laners are really just showing Season 5 right back to me. At this point in time, Luch probably going to get harassed out a little bit. What has got to be so painful about that mid lane is the fact that Luch is going to run out of mana very fast. But BTKA, the sustain is unreal.
Luna goes for a little bit of a trade in the bottom lane, forces the potion from Squidgy, but it's all right. In the mid lane, though, I can only assume that Luch, on such a comfort champion, he won't have a problem with this mana at all, because he knows all the breaks for the Athenes. I can only assume that this Orianna will go for that Athenes first, because she just wants to farm up all game. She wants that mana front from the passive of Athenes. She just needs the Chalice ticking along. It's not going to be the worst case scenario. With the passive as well, you don't even need to burn mana to farm, so it's all good for him.
Frogger doing a lot of damage to Pabu so far. That Graves vs Fiora top, something we haven't seen in a little bit of time. Instead of the Trundle, you see something like a Fiora, which is always irrelevant. Missing that middle CS. I don't want to focus on the negatives, but that is going to put Luch a little bit behind. General going to his red now, and so we're seeing pretty standard stuff in this early game.
Very standard indeed. We see Elise taking her second camp before Gragas takes his. It's expected, because Gragas early game is a slow jungler. We see Pabu in the top lane getting bullied out from Frogger. We also expect that, because early game, Fiora doesn't really bring anything onto the table in terms of laning, as opposed to a Graves who has that range, who has that very high burst coming into this. It's all very standard, but what's not standard is surely going to be how Abyss Red transition this early into a mid, and hopefully, for their sake, see if they can not get too far behind.
Now look at Luch in the middle lane. Nice dodge of the Cocoon. And Luch just reads Only like a book. Gets him out of this mid lane, and a flash goes down for both Only and Luch. BTKA not going to get the pressure he wants.
This is extremely volatile for Luch, because he also burned his cleanse. And because he did that, he may be revisited over and over again by Only. Only did have to burn the flash, but it's not too bad on Elise, because you still have a repel. Orianna doesn't really have anything to counter that except for that distance, which costs a lot of mana. Without the Chalice, it may be extremely hard to lane in this, especially against BTK, who can farm so hard, but General comes in.
There's the flash, forcing it out of BTKA, and a flash for a flash in the mid lane. And suddenly things get a little bit intense.
A flash for a flash, that's what the Bible says, right? No, it's an eye for an eye, but it's all good, because it means that in the middle lane, no plays can happen. And BTKA and Luch are just going to farm up pretty safely. Both of them are farm champions, so they're not going to have too much of a problem with that.
Pabu gets a level advantage top and tries to trade off with Froggadog, in which he does a little bit better than before. Is Fiora getting bullied out, but wow, Pabu actually maintaining a CS advantage. If only by a little. That Cull going to make a massive difference as General moves top. And this Gragas already making an impact in top. He's going into the enemy jungle, but only revisits mid.
Oh, only gets a stun?
Oh my god, Luch. He gets cocooned there, but I don't think that's enough to force him out of lane. He's actually going to turn around as the Gragas is here. General does have that flash body slam. As we move down bottom, Luna's going to go with the pulverized headbutt combination. T-Gun dodges a lot of that damage, or blocks, should I say. The exhaust goes out on Squidgy, and now a couple of summoners wasted throughout the side of Alpha Sydney. However, things are heating up across the map.
That's the problem with the Jhin Braum lane that we just saw then. Jhin only gets 4 shots. How many shots does Braum need to get his passive activated? Well, 3 after he activates it onto them. But still, it means that you can only stun one of them before you have to reload. And that was so painful because on any other champion, especially the likes of a Lucian, who could get that double tap into there, you can just stun up so many members with that Braum. Not a Lucian in this case, so it's a little bit harder, but Squidgy at the very least gets the lane pressure in the bottom side.
Only going to keep clearing camps, gets the Wisp, hits level 5. General already on that stage so far. Something about these Gragases this game that are competing with the Elises on a CS advantage. I mean, at the moment, we're just seeing so much, obviously to be expected, wave clear from Gragas. But Elise still not making a clear advantage.
So Elise may actually do more damage to the jungle, but the one way that Gragas can actually redeem himself in terms of how he comes back on that CS to at least go even with Elise is that Elise has to go back every now and then, especially in the early game, whereas Gragas, on the other hand, he just sustains for days. He goes back when he needs to, but Elise, he goes back when he wants to, but Elise has to go back whenever she's low on health.
So we've seen this before, but Luch, I remember this being very distinct in the open ladder. Goes for the tier over Athene's, over the Chalice. I know I've seen this before. However, I didn't think I was going to see something like that against Xerath. He's 10 CS in the lead. And that tier is a very distinctive pick.
I would have also liked to see a little bit of Magic Resist come out into a Xerath, because Xerath just does so much poke with his charge Q. On the other hand, though, Luna has to burn a flash.
There's the flash gone, and General makes his way up around the Dragon side. Luch is pushing BTKA very far back. Look at the damage that's coming through. It's not that much, but remember that Orianna has quite a lot of it to go around. That shockwave is up for her as well. And Luch going to be a very dangerous person. And up top. Wow, okay, so the grand challenge goes on to Froggadog. I'm not actually sure if Pabu's going to be able to finish this. There is the collateral damage. This could be first blood.
Whoa.
And I think that was a bit of a misread from Pabu as Froggadog picks up an easy kill up top.
Froggadog comes out on top of that. Both ultimates burn, but the downside to that trade for Pabu is the fact that he couldn't actually get off 2 of his corners, because Froggadog, all he needed to do was stand right next to his wall, and you can't actually hit him from either of those 2 angles, so he knew his benefits. He knew that he didn't actually have to give away that extra damage and that extra healing onto the Fiora, and this is so disadvantageous for Pabu right now, because not only did he give up a kill, but he's also into that range top lane, so it's going to be so hard for him to lane. Hopefully, though, he should be able to pick up some minions under turret.
Only going to pick up the red, and Abyss Red get neglected a little bit more. Not even going to reset it. The BM is so real. Gragas moves to that middle lane to try and help Luch, who is still with a small CS advantage. General going to try and steal some waves as well. And Luch actually gets CC down. Only is here to repel. The shockwave gets BTK. The damage is there. The body slam is missed, but the explosive cast finishes off the kill on BTKA. And Luch, he's not going to die this time around, but my god, that assist cannot be good.
And that's 2 ultimates burn on the side of Abyss Red to get that 1 kill onto General, sorry. I thought it was onto Luch. They definitely wanted it onto Luch at the very least, but whatever the circumstance, they managed to pick up a kill in the mid lane. That was very nicely played of Luch. He had to burn his cleanse in order to do that. BTKA burned a heal, died anyway, so that's the advantage going over to Abyss Red. General may even want to visit this lane again.
And Pabu's going to challenge Froggadog, but after last time, you've got to be a little bit careful up in that top lane. Cull almost, well, actually more than halfway through for Pabu. And Catalyst, the Protector, gets picked up for Luch. So the Rod of Age is going to be one of the first core items.
So there are two build paths available for Orianna players. The most popular one is very squishy. Just go for the Athenes and farm up until late game and go full AP build. And the other one, which Luch is electing to go right now, is the tanky build, because you get that Rod of Ages stacking, you get so much health. Not only that, but you also, at the very end of your build, get a Seraph's Embrace, and when you activate that, that's such a huge shield. Put on top of your own shield, you're deceptively tanky.
Not only that, but the flash onto everyone in a team fight. I mean, you don't expect the Orianna to be the first one into that bulk of team fight. You expect her to sit back. But Luch, I mean, again, something we've seen so much of with Luch is he's not afraid. He's not shy. He's going to be jumping into those team fights and just ulting himself.
And because he's not shy, this build works so well on him. If you can't get a line onto Squidgy because he's just standing so far back, what do you say? You say, we need to go on Luch and we need to take him out before he ults in the middle of our team. You know what happens when you do that? You actually get on top of him, which gives him a perfect chance to get that Orianna ult rolling. So that's just so smart coming out of Luch, building the way he is.
11 minutes in and we see a BF sword on both AD carries here. Looks like Squidgy going to back off and Luch force BTK to come out. He really wants that blue buff. But the CS discrepancies across the map, Abyss Red definitely have some sort of advantage coming through. Mid lane and bottom lane both have at least a 10 CS advantage. Gold going across the map as well is quite even. However, Alpha Sydney just about a smidgen ahead. I've got to say that's due to that Graves up in the top lane there.
Yeah, that first kill onto the Graves, that 1v1, Pabu's not quite amazing. Fiora ultimate couldn't hit two of the corners, meant that Froggadog could secure this very nicely. Froggadog does have teleport, which Pabu won't have for the next half minute, so that could actually come into use if Alpha City decide to push the dragon, and they do. This can't be retaliated, so I don't think Abyss Red will even dedicate any resources onto this one.
Only doing a very slow dragon, no one going to help him just yet. I think he's feeling pretty safe about this one. General in the top lane. He's taking quite a lot of damage, but Luch is there.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Unfortunately enough for Only, as he's very low. They get the dragon after very long anticipation. And Only gets a sneaky objective along the way.
And that was so well played by Alpha Sydney. Every single small component of that led to a free sneaky dragon for them. So first of all, I'd like to congratulate them on the pink ward that they had in the river. You sort of put that ward down, and that gives the enemy a mentality that you say, this is the line that I'm going to draw in the sand, and I know for certain that you haven't warded anywhere further than this line, because I would have seen you if you did. I would have actually seen you if you just decided to take out my pink ward at the very least. So he knew that there were no wards in his own jungle for him to approach, but General gets caught by the cocoon.
Well, okay, Only doing quite a lot of damage. There's the stun from BTK. General way too far in the jungle. He drops a ward and he pays dearly for it.
General tried to get some sort of response, maybe counter jungle Only, but it was too little too late because Only already backed, got on full health, and decided to move on the top side of his jungle. But like I was saying before, that was so well played by him because he got all the vision down. Pabu to within an inch of his life.
The collateral damage not going to finish off Pabu. Instead, he's going to back off, lose a couple of waves up top lane there, and Froggadog well in the lead. he's feeling like he could have gotten that, so he's not going to pick it up this time. He's just going to pick up a pink ward, and Froggadog going to get a couple of waves for free.
The bane of Graves, pink wards. You need to reload twice before you can actually get out that pink ward. But eventually he does. Doesn't get the turret pressure though, so the turret won't be going down in the top side. But why would you want it to when you have such a convincing lead on your enemy? You don't want to push it towards their secondary turret. You just want them to come back over and over again because it's so oppressive. If you do, then that means that Pabu has nowhere really to go, and it's so volatile.
I mean, look at this Elise. Just started Rift Herald. Only was feeling a little bit good about it and started it up, but gets pushed off by General. I feel like this jungler's really just going for objectives by himself at this stage. And of course, Only is having a lot of map pressure as well. He's doing a lot for his team.
I think there's only one sneaky objective that you can do every game, because after you do that, your enemy on higher alert no matter where you go. That dragon was so smart by Only because he knew that if he brought any other members to do it slightly faster, that would have set off red alarms, red alerts on the side of Abyss Red, funnily enough. But because he decided to do it solo, it was extremely slow, and it brought him to very low, very questionable amounts of health. But in the end, because he did it solo, it meant that it was just completely blind. Abyss Red didn't know anything about it.
So Destan's going to be the first item picked up across the board. Well, if I should say, in that top lane there. Phage and the Tiamat still building into that path for Mr. Pabu up there. Only going to sit down bottom and wait for something. Going to try and get a repel down there. Runic Echo is fully built for both junglers now. Onto the next build path. Swiftness actually going with only. Gragas yet to go for anything there. You look at Luch mid, and he's finally built his Rod of Ages. His farm at the moment is fantastic. 165 to 138. Morello's for BTKA. However, the Rod of Ages, I don't like the way that's going to go. Especially not for BTKA.
No, because BTKA is going to have such an impressive lane. Not only did he already die once to the gank, which gave an assist to his lane opponent, but his lane opponent is also farming up so heavily. Luch completely eclipsing BTKA. And the Morellos by itself with a needlessly large is not enough to come back into this lane. Luckily for him though, Luch is not known as a playmaker early to mid game. He's known more as this person who, if he can poke you out, if not just farm up completely safely, doesn't miss a lot of CS, does he? So it's going to be so hard to play into this lane either way.
Someone else who does miss a lot of CS as we move closer to this mid game is Squidgy, who's 170 to 143 and almost at his first item. As Pabu goes up top and Froggadog, he's not against a wall this time. The Vitals all going to be exposed. I think the flash comes out of Froggadog. Pabu going to try and challenge his way away. But Gragas is up there. I don't know if Froggadog knows this just yet. But some good positioning could turn this very ugly for Mr. Graves.
I think Pabu pulled the trigger a little bit too soon on that engage. If General was there to explosive cast Graves away from his own turret, then that could have been a kill. But it's all coulda, woulda, shoulda because he wasn't. And only here,
wow, okay.
nearly gets caught.
No, Luch is actually going to do the damage on him at this stage. Only forced away from his own turret. He's not really scared, even if BTKA can come down that middle lane. General going to wave clear up top, so he's not even interested in helping out Luch. He's a pretty good solo laner at the moment.
Yeah, but in the bottom side, though, take a look at this. This is completely pushed up to the side of Alpha Sydney, and we were saying that Blinky, he is this real carry for his team. If anybody were to get all of the resources available as Luch gets taken
down, he stays too long. I was just saying how confident he should be in the middle lane. There's his dead body. Thank you very much. But Luch, he's farming a Storm. However, he just got a little bit too confident there, and only in BTK. Take him out in that mid lane, and BTK gets a little bit back of his lane.
He may have in his mind, oh, okay, I just got killed, but you know what? I'm so high, I'm so up in CS, it doesn't even matter. He's got one more assist than me, but I am so much higher in terms of CS as Squidgy.
Misses. There you go. There's only missing the cocoon. Squidgy just walks out of there, no cares in the world. 189 CS. It's a big feat coming out of this Jhin. Having so much freedom down in that bottom lane. Only really wants to do something about him soon.
I thought that I was actually small feet because he managed to sidestep that pretty easily. But anyway, because Only had to devote his resources down there, it signals to General that Dragon may be the next big focus, as we do see both teams poised around this objective.
However, Luch back to farming in that mid lane, just hitting 200 CS now. Squidgy going to do the exact same, and that's 18 minutes with a huge CS advantage. Rod of Ages finally stacking up for Luch, but no Seraph's going to come out yet, or Archangel Staff, I should say, before it advances. Abyss Red in the driver's seat for the time being with a small gold advantage. No turrets to go down for anyone. However, Alpha Sydney, 1 dragon to 0.
Luch just needs a little bit more gold before he can go for that Archangels. Once you get that Archangels, it stacks up so much faster, exactly twice as fast as the tier by itself. So no doubt that is the next objective that he wants to go for. He just wants to farm up and then get that dragon. Is live though, but neither team really have any vision on it. I'd say if either team had the security, the peace of mind over this dragon, it would be Alpha Sydney, because they have that pink ward that sort of says, I can sort of see you if you decide to move somewhere close to the middle lane. But having said that, both teams can path towards it without the other one knowing.
Absolutely. Lack of ward coverage from both teams coming through here. Looks like Alpha Sydney controlling a lot of this top lane coverage. General trying to clear as much as he can, but down bottom lane, we're a little bit blind with Abyss Red only having that bottom brush warded. Nothing around Dragon Sight, and Rift Herald is a little bit blind as well, but Alpha Sydney control it just a little bit more. Frogger going to go and help only get that Rift Herald pretty unchallenged as Baron's coming in now. And they only just get it before it disappears.
Oh, 5 seconds on the clock. They're pretty hasty with that. Actually has to call Frogger down, but in the end, completely worth. They might go for this on Pabu.
So Pabu actually having to force a little bit too much. He's got the flash. There's the Cocoon, which nice riposte. That counter is just so broken.
Well played to Pabu. He blocked the Cocoon, which in turn stunned up only, and he managed to get out scot-free. But I actually want to give a lot of praise down to Abyss Red's bot side. We actually thought that the bot lane to look out was Alpha Sydney's, but on the bottom side, Pabu actually getting caught one more time.
The collateral damage just finishes him off, and Alpha Sydney going to pick up the top turret because of it.
Whoa. They go back for round 2 and they manage to get him this time round. Pabu is not tanky enough. He can't tank up any of this poke. He elects to go for the Ravenous Hydra as opposed to Titanic. You can't switch him out anymore, so he doesn't have any extra health on top of what he has as a base. And lifesteal doesn't really count for anything when you're getting burst down. So unfortunate for him, he gets taken down and that turret goes down. But like I was saying, in the bottom side, Abyss Red's bot lane is so good. They back off when they have no knowledge of Only, and they go in when they do. They know that Only is on the other side of the map. They know that Only is ganking mid lane, and then they push it all the way towards Alpha Sydney's turret. And as soon as Only disappears into the fog of war, they say, okay, we need to back off. We don't know where he is. And that is so well played because it means that Only can't visit here. But T-Gun.
Wow, the CC comes through, and Braum, he can't do what Alistair can do. Blinky picks up the first kill of the game. Finally has Renan's Hurricane. It looks like the repel is definitely in. There's Blinky with the snipe. Doesn't hit anyone, but in mid lane, Frogger goes against Luch. But do you really want to do that is our question. As I think Luch is going to be safe for now. And bottom lane, the skirmish ends. But Blinky picks up his first kill of the game. And that's not what you want out of our highlight.
And Luch already has his Seraph's Embrace. It's fully stacked. It's fully stacked. He's already finished it, which means he will have that shield. That Rod of Ages is stacking up quite nicely. I think it's on 10 stacks already. So that means that he's just on so much health right now. It's so hard to play against Luch. You can't burst him down because this is the awkward period for Frogger, where he thinks he can burst him down, but he can't actually, because combined between Oriana's shield and also her Seraph's Embrace, that's so much extra health, even on top of that Rod of Ages. That's insane.
Absolutely, and I mean, moving into this mid-game, everyone's building up their core items. They see the, not Titanic, the Ravenous Hydra, sorry, coming through for Pabu. However, Frogger already onto his second item, goes for the Phantom Dancer, which, you know, that's cool. That's inventive, I guess.
Well, we've seen a lot of Graves traditionally go for the likes. Oh, I think Pabu's going the wrong way. Buddy, where are you going? This is their base, not yours.
It doesn't matter. He's been caught out, and Frogger is sandwiching him. Nice Cocoon over the wall. The collateral damage comes through, and there is the grand challenge. However, Pabu not going to get the lifesteal he needs just yet. Frogger bursts him down, and the third kill of the game for the Graves top laner.
And you question that Phantom Dancer. Phantom Dancer is amazing for Graves because what he does is he likes to get into the face of the enemy. Sure, he's ranged, but when he plays, it's almost like he's melee anyway. So when you go up to them and you hit them, whoa, the two-man shockwave.
But the flash comes in from General. He gets stunned instead, and look at this poke damage coming out of Alpha Sydney. They're going to back off, but Abyss Red, well, I'm not sure that they're holding this to their advantage.
Unfortunately, they're not, and this actually looks like it's tipping towards Alpha Sydney. Frogger is farming up very well. Pabu, not as well as you would imagine. Luch, however, is the one saving grace for Abyss Red. If any time Luch was needed, it's right now, because he is farming up so well. Sure, he got killed one time in lane, but he's still going remarkably well. And that shockwave has all the power, no matter what situation it is, to turn a fight. That
teleport coming out of Frogger was so well played. He gets bottom turret. He then teleports to that ward, helps get mid turret, just assuring that death there. I dare say if he didn't teleport there, Abyss Red may have been able to defend that a little bit. The map awareness from Frogger right now is on point.
He knows where he needs to be. He knows that he can dedicate his own resources to push down a side lane and then teleport to the main push to take down whatever objective they were focusing. And because of that, they pick up 2 turrets, which pushes their advantage from 2-1 to 4-1.
Absolutely. Pabu going to try and split a little bit, but Frogger is now with the rest of his team. He's going to go back. He's going to start building. Goes for the Mercury Treads. just see Only pick up the Rylai's, so not going to go full tank Elise like we saw out of the likes of Chiefs Black Zahi, but instead going for the Rylai's, goes for the Negatron Cloak as well, and the blasting one comes through. Abyssal Scepter, I dare say, is coming next for Only. But in the mid lane, BTKA onto his third item, whereas Luch only just started it there. He's got the CS. He's not behind, however, the rest of his team is falling very fast behind.
Only is scared mainly of Luch and General, but Squidgy is getting...
Not yet.
No, not quite just yet, because BTKA didn't bring the strength. But yeah, Only really wanted to bring the resistance when it came to helping himself out against General and Luch, the two amazing damage dealers of Abyss Red. And at the very least, he wants to reduce all of their magic resist because BTKA can just do more and more for his team. He's trying to get that team synergy going, get that amp going for his side. So it's very smart for this pickup. He's elected to go for a damage Elise as opposed to a tank Elise. But Squidgy, nice flash.
Look, Blinky's there. He knows what he can do and only misses the Cocoon due to a flash. General's there. Here comes the slow. The repel is up. There's the Jin ultimate. 3 members of Abyss Red are on him there. He's going to go down to T-Gun. No one really sufficient going to pick up that kill. However, the repel doesn't go the way he wants it to.
And right now, Abyss Red have one of 2 options they can do. Or 3, they can just back. But they should have pushed a lane. They should have gone for that advantage because Pabu's in the bottom side and he has teleport. He has all of this map pressure, but because his team didn't follow up to that kill with a push, despite the fact that they had a lot of health, he has to back now. Now he has to relinquish all of that. He does get a turret for his troubles, but it was going to go down eventually because it was on a sliver of health. He should have kept on pushing, but because he didn't have the backup on the other side of the map, he couldn't.
And instead, we see what happens as a result. Luch, 60 CS of his lane opponent. However, BTKA got the assist to follow up, so he's okay for the time being. Luden's Echo comes through as the second item for BTK. Of course, he's going to get that proc, and he has that range, so nothing to worry about. As Luch buys, and he gets the needlessly large rod, so guessing the Void Staff going to come up next.
It could either be Void Staff or it could be Rabadons, but the important pickup that I actually quite like coming out of Luch is he decided to go for the Lucid Boots, which is amazing on Orianna. Normally, you want to go for Sorcerers, and what you want to do is you just want to get one full rotation of your abilities and just pop whoever you have your bowl on. But Luch, because of his tanky build, he's going to have a little bit less AP than the traditional mid laner. But what he wants to do now is he wants to get more than one rotation in. He wants to do such a high impact with his entire build, with a Rabadons and a Roa and also a Seraph. The extra mana that Rod of Ages gives you at full stacks, it may actually push his AP beyond the boundary.
And Merc Skim gets picked up for Froggadog up in the top lane. Pabu only just getting the Black Cleaver as well than an item behind. Alpha sitting in a position around this dragon. Blinky takes a full hit there, but it doesn't matter. Luna going to heal up that. I'm not sure what Abyss Red can do to challenge this dragon, which is up in 3, 2, 1. And now that it's up, Abyss Red can possibly get mid-turret. However, Alpha Sydney, I think, want to engage this.
Yeah, General goes in, and there's the explosive casket.
Oh my god, T-Gun, is he out of position? I don't think so. Pabu actually takes out Blinky, and Abyss Red are on the front foot of this fight. A flash has to come over for Only. Where is the Jin ultimate?
Snipe?
It's going to find, and Squidgy gets Only. T-Gun gets taken out as well. BTKA gets that one pretty free. There's the shockwave on Froggadog. There's the oh my god, the damage that comes out. And now it looks like Alpha Sydney are turning this around. Squidgy, can he get in and get another hit? He doesn't. And Abyss Red don't trade that. Sorry, Alpha City don't trade it off. However, they get a couple of compensation kills.
And that's a double snipe coming out from both compositions. You got the Jin with his Curtain Call, and you also got Xerath with his long-range Arcane. It's just so much, but it's not over.
Speaking of which, Froggadog's in there still against Pabu. I don't think they knew what they were doing there. However, they traded off 1 for 1. Can Squidgy get Froggadog? He's doing quite a lot of damage. I don't think Froggadog knows what Squidgy is capable of at this stage. They traded off 1 for 1, but BTK goes a little bit too far in.
And because of that trade that Alpha Sydney decided to extend at the very end, sure, they lost one more member, but what it means is that it forced Abyss Esports Red off of the Dragon, and now they don't have the map advantage anymore. So I hope that this was in their best interest, because they said we're going to trade a kill hopefully for this Dragon. We're going to call it worth if we can get Dragon number 3 though.
Froggadog doing so much damage. I mean, how can you challenge this one? Almost stealing coming through. Only gets that dragon quite safely. Squidgy and T-Gun going to have to back off. And Alpha Sydney, although they did lose a couple of players in that fight, they're still ahead.
This is very unfortunate coming out for Lucia because despite the fact that you built tanky, you can't use that Seras Embrace if you're being CC'd the whole time. If you're mid-air, you can't use it, and he didn't get the full extent of that. He just got bursted down regardless. But looking at the top side, there's an advantage and a disadvantage for Pabu at this point in the game. The advantage is you finished off your core build, which is the Hydra and also the Black Cleaver. The downside is that you only have your core build, which means that you don't have an extra item on top of that, whether that be tankiness or extra damage. It's so hard to play as Pabu right now, going into Froggadog, who's going into that Hex Drinker for that extra sustain.
Oh my god, the 4th item on Graves now as Alpha Sydney look for an engage. The Cocoon doesn't hit, but Blinky and Froggadog, huge AD damage coming through, is 3 items strong. So much attack speed coming out of Blinky. Now that Caitlyn hasn't seen many rotations throughout competitive play, however, it's doing pretty good keeping up with Jhin, who at the moment an immobile AD carry, but the damage that comes out of him is disgusting.
I would have loved to see a rapid fire cannon come out for Caitlyn, but Blinky knows best. He knows that right now his advantage is clearing minions, because if he's on the back foot and he's just trying to pick up some CS, then it helps him push it out from his turret. If he's sieging a wave, though, it helps him push it towards the enemy turret, so that static shift will help him in the team objective, but it will fall down in team fights, because it won't do as much to champions as it does to minions. And it doesn't really have that much of an effect, especially if they're not clumped together, because it means that AoE doesn't jump towards them.
Well into the mid game, and Luch picks up a Rabadons as the 3rd item. Doesn't go for the Void stuff, but instead the pure AP, going to help with that shielding, and of course with the burst damage coming out of Shockwave. BTKA responds by buying a Blasting Wand, going for his 4th item now. He's gotten the Void stuff. He's going to neglect a little bit of General and a little bit of Pabu as well. Who's gone for the Black Cleaver and looks to be going for his 3rd item now. General going to move up topside, and Alpha Sydney looking for a pick.
It's Alpha Sydney's prerogative to really push for the fights, and if they don't get the fights, then they should push for hard objectives, because right now Blinky is in such a power spike. He's got the 3-item power spike, the Infinity Edge plus the 2 attack speed items. They're going for the Baron. There's no vision on this. Abyss Red don't know, and he's just doing so much damage here, but here's the fight.
I think they're aware of it now. T-Gun is in. Jin's ultimate gets cancelled. T-Gun's the first one to go. Now Blinky doing so much damage. Alpha Sydney, I think he had this one, but the Shockwave does so much damage, and Abyss Red just turned this fight around. That Shockwave was incredible. It starts so much for Abyss Red, and that is going to be a possible inhibitor down.
And that is the power of Luch's ultimate. You can never rule out that Shockwave from any team fight, because it just caught Blinky by himself, but guess what? You catch the ADC and then you've turned it inside your favor. Right now they might even go for the inhibitor, as Only gets stunned up.
The flash comes through, and there's the repel in the end, just in case. Dissonance not going to find Only. He goes back. There's the inhib, like we said, and possibly Baron if Abyss Red choose to go for it.
Luch's build has a distinct downside, and that downside is that you have pretty much no early game, because you're stacking 2 items independently. You know what its upside is? Once you get them both fully stacked, they're amazing items for their slot efficiency. And now that he's got that Rabadons as well, his only other core item that he needs to go for, I know it's pretty funny saying that a 5th item is a core item, but he needs that Void Stuff in order to get that magic penetration, and after he gets that Void Stuff, he will be doing so much damage. This is actually the most optimal build path if you know that you're not going to be fighting early, because it gives you the most AP possible in any build.
And look at Alpha Sydney. They want this Baron again. Blinky going to set up with a couple of traps. Blinky did so much in that fight until he was caught by Luch's Shockwave. Now these 2 highlight players on both sides, they're obviously doing quite a lot for their team so far. However, Froggadog is one we've neglected to mention. He did a lot, but that was his first death in that fight as Alpha Sydney. They start Dragon.
And Froggadog right
Baron,
now.
that's it.
Oh, Baron,
That's
not
the
Dragon.
One. That's the one.
Dragon's coming up
He's
in a minute 15.
He's a weird dragon, that one.
It's pretty big. Also, he can't fly.
That's right, not yet.
No, but anyway, so Froggadog, he's starting to fall off now because Graves does a lot of damage early, and we saw him put that damage onto Pabu. Pabu had such a hard time laning in this, but now that Froggadog is transitioning into late game teamfight, it shouldn't be as awkward as it is right now, because what you want to do is you want to start get tankier while you also continue building that AD. You want to get that Hex Drinker into the Mora Malmortis, and also something like a Sterak's Gauge, because what happens is you get so much shield that the enemy don't really expect, and they think they can burst you down, but with 120 armor and magic resist from your quick draw, once you fully stack that, it doesn't take too long, it takes about 5 seconds, you're deceptively tanky with the 2 shields.
Dragon up in 30 seconds. Luna's actually going to back here, so a bit of neglected attention on that 4th Dragon. Definitely a big win condition for Alpha City at the moment. Having all 3 previous Blinky, they're not even going to contest this one, I don't think. So 35 minutes in and late game. Actually, they're moving towards it now. BTKO definitely has the range. When you look at Luch and BTKO, those mid laners are very different. 100 CS discrepancy, that's too much. As Pabu goes in, wow, oh my god, the damage. BTKA, he's not even getting close to this fight as we look around Dragon Pit, and Blinky's going to actually clear some of the wards. I think they're going to start Dragon here, try and pull it out of the pit. There's the curtain call coming through. It's going to target only, I think you're going to have to try and dodge that one as Squidgy forces a repel. It doesn't hit anyone except Luna. And Alpha City going to back off this Dragon. That curtain call going to zone them so very well.
Oh, Xerath ult doesn't quite weave it onto the Dragon. In the end, it goes to Abyss Red. Surely it should have, because Only was so low, he couldn't get anywhere near that Dragon, which means it was a free smite for General, and General managed to pick up the first one for his team. So it's not so important about the first one, despite the fact that we are going from mid into late game right now. That 6% AD and AP is actually quite a significant amount going into this. But the important bit is you deny Dragon 4 from your enemy team, and if you can deny that Dragon scaling for Alpha Sydney, it's the better for you, because that Dragon is starting to pressure up.
Another win condition denied for Alpha Sydney is Abyss Red clearing some wards around Baron Pit. Definitely, speaking of win conditions, wow, that crit from Squidgy, can I just note, that crit did 2,175 damage.
Yeah. And that's the power of Jhin, because he doesn't get any attack speed from attack speed items, he just gets more damage. And he's got that static shift right now. You know what happens? You just do even more. And with that Infinity Edge on your back, and you're also building towards that Essence Reaver, it's so strong. And Squidgy is going to have these really massive crits. The only one downside is, though, boom.
Can't escape.
Boom. Oh. It's so slow. The attack speed is so slow.
True.
And you only get 4 shots. But anyway, besides that, who needs more than that when you can just do 2,000 crits?
That's exactly right. Pabu takes a huge Xerath Q. He's going to head back down bottom. I think he still wants to split this. Looks like Alpha Sydney playing very defensively here. Abyss Red looking for an engage. Luch definitely still 100 CS ahead. Picks up the Void Staff, 4th item, and he's well onto his 5th. BTKO trying to challenge and pick up his 4th. Already got the Void Staff. Possibility of Rabadons coming through for that Xerath mid.
Yeah, it definitely should either be a Rabadons or a Zhonya's. I'm pretty certain that right now you're not that high on the enemy's focus charts. So Zhonya's doesn't really make sense here. Rabadons makes complete sense in order to rival the massive amounts of damage coming out of Luch now with the Rabadons, and also with Dragon number 1. That scaling under his belt must be immense. BTKA, pressure is on his shoulders, because like you said, he's 100 CS down. All he needs to do is try his best to match Luch's damage, because at the very least he won't be able to match Luch's pressure with the ball.
Abyss Red start up Dragon. There is Squidgy onto Luna. He's going to have to pop his ult. He does it already. Luna's onto General. However, BTKA can't get into the fight. He's already on the outskirts there. Luna's taking quite a lot of damage. He gets bursted by Luch. I thought he was a tank, but I guess not. Blinky forced a flash over the wall. The curtain call not going to hit anyone. Instead, General's the one taking quite a lot of damage. General goes over. The explosive cast still in hand. The shockwave as well. There's no curtain call coming through. Instead, it engages Abyss Red to go for Baron.
And I have to give props to General in that fight, because he stood in the perfect place. He tanked up pretty much everything that was being thrown. The Cocoon, no problem. The Xerath poke, no problem. The Caitlyn poke, no problem. And once all of that is down, he says, hey guys, you know what? They don't have any abilities left. And they hard engage and they win the fight from there, but it's not over.
Wow, the explosive cast goes in. That would have been the opportunity to get General, but the shockwave, I think it misses everyone there. Only's onto them. General going to get altered, but he's not the one targeted. Grand Challenge goes onto the Elise, who repels up. Alpha Sydney pick 1 kill, and they trade off that late 1-for-1. BTK are going to look for the ultimate, but he's not going to find anyone. And instead, this game gets more and more intense. Just when you think Alpha Sydney are falling behind, Blinky and BTKA, along with Only, get this awesome engage. And now possibly another mid-turret.
Alpha Sydney, that was their fight to take because they needed to pull the trigger because the fact that Abyss Red were doing Baron, they got hit up a little bit. They decided to take a little bit of health for their problems, and Alpha Sydney push it right back to them. Despite the fact that Luna was down, they even it up and they deny a Baron take. So that's so smart of them coming out from here. They don't get that devastating Baron pushing down their lanes.
Luna gets snared there very quickly. I'm not sure what he's doing here. He's out of position again. Just trying to get some ward coverage, but the damage from Luch, it's going to negate his ultimate.
What? Does he get out?
I don't think he's going to get out of this one as the wall is not his friend. Squidgy going to get a small speed boost. Here comes the auto attack.
Oh.
And there's the trap going on him instead. BTK and Blinky just going to play passively. But Luna gets caught out, and the possibility of Baron comes again for Abyss Red. Moving into this late game, and it's definitely a scary possibility. Everyone is scaling, and especially a Jhin who's onto his not even his last item, and he's doing that much damage.
With half a minute on the board of Luna, Abyss Red might just want to take this to the inhib. They certainly can push it.
But Froggadog doing a lot of damage. General goes in, gets stunned. There is the Orianna ball. You don't want to get shockwaved into there. Pabu looks for the inhibitor. He does find it in the end. The damage is going on it. They're not going to be able to defend this one. However, can they get an engage off this? Preacher, I don't think we're going to see anything.
Oh, all ultimates come out.
They do miss, though, and Only trying to find a cocoon. Orianna doing a lot of damage against that Elise. And it's still so intense in this game. I just don't know what to expect next. We're in the late game. We're waiting for the Baron that could possibly end it all.
It looks like Alpha Sydney want to go for it.
They're going to definitely go for it. It looks like Luna is back up. They see no ward coverage. Luch going to try and peek his way in with the command attack.
This is do or die.
So much damage going on that Baron, though. Here comes a curtain call coming through. It's very low cooldown, remember. Looks like Alpha Sydney got to pull off of this Baron. Instead, Abyss Red make their way into positioning. Luch is in that blue side jungle. Who's he going to find? I think he's going to find the Baron for now. Squidgy stops some recalls. They don't have the mana. However, Blinky, look at that lifesteal coming through. He's okay to stay in the fight. He's got the Maw of Malmortius, goes for his very last item. So at least with the Caitlyn, you see that I believe he's an item ahead.
Yeah, he's an item ahead. And if he wants to, he can go for lifesteal. If he doesn't want to, it's all fine. Because the deal with Caitlyn, with this Maw of Malmortius, is when she gets low, she's not actually that low. Because she gets even more lifesteal coming out of the Maw. With that shield, she gets protected for a little while. Plus that Runan, she's going to be getting so much lifesteal off. As Pabu decides to solo Dragon will get spotted out though. But another advantage to Blinky is the new Warlord's Bloodlust, because you've just got so much sustain when you go low.
Almost. And Pabu takes that Dragon very firmly. BTKA ulting a little bit too late, not going to be able to do the damage. And instead, going to back off, and second Dragon goes to Abyss Esports Red. And at this point in time, 43 minutes in, it's going to be a long game. Everyone's waiting for that opportunity, that mistake from each side of the team. Luch is still 100 CS ahead. He's up to his last item. So is BTK. These mid laners are huge. They're exploding in fights. It's pretty much about whoever makes the worst mistake is going to take out this game.
And this game has been so close, and it's been so back and forth between Abyss Red and Alpha Sydney. Take a look at this. They're less than 2k differential at 43 minutes in the game. That's completely insane. This is one of the closest games we've ever seen here at the OCS. This is incredibly close, and neither team want to make any mistake, which for their side is a good thing, because it means that they won't necessarily get caught out doing something stupid like getting a ward that they don't need to get somewhere where they don't need vision. On the bad side, though, means that there might be a long stall and a Baron fight, that Baron dance as you're just going to walk around it and pressure the other team.
That's right, and look how tanky General is. He's almost finished his build as well. We're well into the late game, and it looks like these tanks are really scaling up. No Cocoon going to land, but Alpha Sydney going to poise on the edge of this red. Instead, we just see these teams getting a little bit nervous. They don't want to make the mistake, like you said. Luna, though, he's the one who wants to make the engage. He's going to get fended off. this top turret is going to get under siege.
This is dangerous for Abyss Red, though, because Pabu is in the bottom side. So whatever fight happens, he's going to be a couple of seconds slow because of the teleport. But
Luna has to pop the ultimate. The Unbreakable Will is there.
Oh,
my god. Jhin just does so much. And Luna again falling a little bit behind for Alpha Sydney. The curtain call comes. It's not going to hit anyone.
It's not going to do damage, but it's going to zone them off this turret, which may give them enough breathing room to get a second. If they don't get that second, then at the very least, Pabu is pushing the bottom side, so he'll have that advantage for him. Luna has half a minute on his timer, which means that they can get whichever objective they want. Looks like they want to back off, though, but Pabu, if he's smart, he'll stay here for as long as he needs to pressure as many members as he can from the side of Alpha Sydney so that his team can get that Baron advantage without the pressure.
Frogger does have teleport up. Pabu's going to back off, so he has it as well. Abyss Red are sticking to this Baron. It's going down very quickly. Alpha Sydney are not in position. Finally, the Baron goes down for Abyss Red. And Alpha Sydney just not able to make it in time. Pabu with a teleport. Wow, the cocoon comes off, but there's so much going on. Abyss Red are into the fight. The Grand Challenge is on only. It's not going to be used, though. Pabu with the lifesteal. Blinky does enough, though. The AD carry 1v1s the Fiora. Squidgy takes her out, and a 1v1 is a 1-for-1 trade. And Abyss Red with the Baron buff well going to push into this base.
This is a 4v4, but the advantage goes to Abyss Red just because of that Baron. They've got so much pushing potential. It's so hard on the side of Alpha Sydney to clear these waves. Once a Baron minion waves comes up towards your turret, it's so hard to play a Xerath because it means that with the extra health and also the magic resist that comes out from that buff, he can't clear these waves. He's going to have a little bit of breathing room right now where he can push it out as far as he can, but Abyss are just going to go back, are just going to recover their health, recuperate their losses, and it's going to be so hard coming out for the next 3 to 4 minutes for Alpha Sydney.
And finally, finishing items, Luch with the Zhonya is going to be even more painful to kill. BTKA trailing a little bit behind, 130 CS down to the lane opponent. And look at Luch, still ahead of the timer. Almost 500 CS in 46 minutes, and that's what we've come to expect. Honestly, Luch has not changed one bit, whether it's the open ladder or the OCS. He's still CS like a darn god.
His CS is so well. He's on full build right now. There's not much more he can pick up. Maybe if he just wants to refresh his potions, he can. But he's even got that extra enchantment, that alacrity on his boots. He's moving so fast right now. On his other side, if you want to take a look at his rival BTKA, he's a full item behind. All he's got is an Amp Tome, and that's so slow, but BTKA might get caught.
Well, it looks like the curtain call is going to initiate something here. General's on it, but Frogger takes so much damage. Pabu's there as well. Abyss Red breaking into the space. There's a cocoon on T-Gun. However, the poke damage is too much for Alpha Sydney. They're not going to engage here. Abyss Red just going to back off. And
Frogger, he had to actually pop his ultimate there just so he could get that extra knockback onto himself so that he didn't get killed by the Jhin. And that's just so painful because Squidgy is applying so much pressure on this map. It means that Frogger needs to go back pretty much every single siege. And it's really Abyss. It's their game for the taking. They're in the driver's seat and they need to decide how this goes. Dragon's coming up in a minute though. If they want to make this 3-3, they could well do it.
And 6 for 0 for 7 means that Squidgy is just becoming a flawless AD carry so far. And that Jhin is just doing so much. We have seen Squidgy on the Jhin previously. And we haven't seen Luch, however. Luch on the Orianna. It looks like Alpha Sydney going to sneak in a fight. Preacher, there is some point to this.
They could well do, but Pabu
doesn't look like he's going to go in there. Instead, Blinky going to peek around General. We're whispering because it is in the jungle. General's looking for the explosive cast opportunity. Only there is the cocoon on Pabu. Who do they go for, though? The inhib's getting targeted. However, Frogger is going to get hit out. He just does not have the sustain to stay in these fights anymore. He gets hit by one piece of damage by Luch, and he's out of the fight.
Yeah, he definitely is. So they have to play so safe. They always have to keep their eyes on the ball to make sure that they don't get hit up by it. This is a free dragon going over to Abyss.
And there you go. There's the third dragon coming through. They've evened out the dragon score. Gold lead is well in the favor of Abyss Red and 7 turrets down. At the moment, Alpha Sydney, look at this. This is their play here. They want a little pick
This is so dangerous though, because Abyss, they don't actually have Pabu. His teleport is still on cooldown. Luckily for them, Alpha Sydney decide not to collapse. But if they did decide to do so, it would have been a 5v2, which would have almost certainly secured their lead. They go for the cautious option, which is we don't know where they are. This could just be the most elaborate bait of the century. So we're just going to back off here. Unfortunate for them because they couldn't get the advantage, but Lucius manages to step out scot-free, even gets the chickens for his troubles. So take a look at that. It's going to be 519 CS at 50 minutes. What a god.
Absolutely CSing so deadly at this point in time. And look at BTK, hasn't got even his 400 CS gap just yet. Abyss Red, they're trying to get a pick, but Alpha Sydney are staying as 5. Only person to split off is Froggadog just to clean up the waves. Alpha Sydney, it's coming into very late game, and the favoritism still comes onto that Caitlyn. Of course, Squidgy going to do a lot of damage. However, Blinky's been doing so much in this late game.
Blinky, he has a lot of wave clear now because he's got that AD sort of ticking over with the Maw, with the Bloodthirster, and also with the Infinity Edge. I wouldn't actually mind seeing if he can get enough gold under his belt, a trade out from the Static Shiv to the Rapid Fire Cannon, because you needed that static early in order to wave clear, but now you've got so much AD, your Piltover Peacemaker does so much damage, clearing out the minions. You could even just go for the teamfight objective focus with your new item. If he decides to keep it, though, it's all right.
Luch gets bursted a little bit by BTKA. That's 1 Q, ladies and gents. He's going to try and find it again, but he doesn't go for it in the end. BTKA picks up the Seeker's Armor Guard. It's almost the same sort of build coming through, apart from a couple of core items. Froggadog going to keep farming this bottom lane. We're well into late game, and next team fight is going to be the fight that ends it all. Whoever wins the next team fight, the death timers are so huge at the moment. At 51 minutes, you're looking at 70 to 80 second death timers. If something goes wrong for Abyss Red, they could well throw this lead.
They most certainly could, so it's on their shoulders not to. They've still got the map pressure because all the lanes are closer to Alpha Sydney than they are to Abyss Red. Take a look at the warding, though. This whole top side of the map is blue. It's completely our Abyss Esports red side to take. As they actually catch only out, they say, get out of here. We want to establish objective control here. And they might actually go for the Baron because there's no eyes on it whatsoever.
Baron comes out in 20 seconds. Abyss Esports red, it's quite obvious. Only going to rush into a pit. But he's not there just yet. T-Gun going to try and zone that out as well. Only not going to pick up that ward. However, the rest of Abyss Esports Red, look at Only. He's very, very cautious at this stage. They all are. They're waiting for this team fight that's going to change it all. But Only he's very tanky. And Blinky's going a bit frontline. However, Alpha Sydney staying as a 5 for now. Squidgy looks like he might go in. But there is so much tension between these teams.
Pabu was off on the side. It's all okay because he's got that teleport, so he can join if he wants to. But it's not even relevant that Alpha Sydney can't get anywhere close to the Baron Pit because they have 4 Scrying Orbs right now. They've got so much focus on this vision. They say, we can't get this hard vision down with all of our green wards, but what we will do is we'll just put down all of these temporary wards. And at the end of the day, they'll have to do. There's going to be a gap in their vision, though, because of the cooldown.
And Baron initiated but rejected straight away. 53 minutes in. The clock is ticking, but however, there is no record for the longest game on history. This is just so intense to watch. It's so intense to play, I bet. Froggadog farming down in the bottom lane. But we're waiting for the engage, and Preacher, I don't know if this is it. But Luna very tanky. Oh! Explosive cast flashed by Luna. They're not going to get the pick. Instead, Luna is just going to waste a Gragas ult. Up in about 30 seconds, though, so no problem.
Yeah, Gragas ultimate is one of the shorter cooldowns when it comes to impactful ultimates, obviously not including the transforms, champions, and Karma. It's not going to be a huge problem, though, because if you take a look at it, it's already a third gone. Pablo on the other side, he's hard pushing this lane so hard, and Froggadog, this may actually be a mistake, going back to buy, going back to finish, you're actually selling your item for another one, because this gives Pablo free reign to hit as much of your turret as he can. Pablo decides to back off, though.
However, it doesn't matter because Pablo doesn't go for that turret. Instead, the Infinity Edge comes out for Froggadog. Going to be doing so much damage. Actually, I believe it was the Lord Dominic's Regard actually coming out for Frogger, I beg your pardon. So he's going to have that armor pen. He's also going to have quite a lot of versatility around Pabu. Fiora falls off a little bit in the late game.
Well, you know, she falls off when it comes to damage because she won't have the same damage that she got for the time when she got the 2-item power spike, but the advantage of late game Fiora is she still does percentage damage with her passive onto you, so no matter whether you're tanky or not, she's still going to hit you up and do so much onto you with the vitals, with her ultimate. She gets a lot tankier though, and that's the advantage of late game Fiora compared to mid game power spike Fiora. You can survive a lot of burst and still do consistent damage and heal up. It's even more healing with that Spirit Visage, but they look like they're going to pose around the Dragon area.
They know they can't really engage with Luch. They can't clump as 5. Alpha Sydney trying to get some poke damage off. They reset the Dragon. He's back in the pit. Not sure what Abyss Red are going to do about this one. In fact, the damage going off is so much. Who gets it in the end? It looks like Abyss Red get it. Is this a fight? No, it's not. Not just yet. We're waiting for it. Luna goes in. He goes in a little bit too far. He gets CC'd. But nothing happens in the end again. And we move to the 56th minute of the game where Alpha Sydney are just going to back away.
And we actually thought that Alpha Sydney, if either team were going to do it, we're going to get that 5th Dragon. But it actually looks like it's going to swing over towards Abyss's side. They're relentless though because they're going to go for the inhib.
They go for the curtain call. However, nothing hits in the end. The stun goes onto Fiora. Only is in. Let's see what happens out of this. A lot of damage coming out of Frogger. He's scaled. Look at Squidgy. There is the cleanse. We're waiting for the Zerath ultimate to take him down. There is the ultimate from Caitlyn, but hits General instead. There's the Flash Cocoon coming in. A flash as well. Tensions are high. Squidgy almost gets taken down, but a nice cleanse keeps him alive for another day.
It keeps him alive, which means now he can defend the top side, which is what they desperately need to do if they devote any resources to stopping this amazing push on the side of Alpha Sydney towards Abyss Esports and bot as well. Then they might actually give up the Baron here.
Let's see what happens as Alpha Sydney, they've already started it. It's half health, doing so much damage. Abyss Red are onto this one, but the stun misses from BTKA. Red actually secures the Baron, but there's a 2-man shockwave on Frogger. Who's going to die here? As Luna's in the fight, but Pabu way too far in. Blinky is untouched, ladies and gents. This is going to be a problem. Luna is still alive. Pabu, it's down. The Guardian Angel is down. That's the pick that Alpha Sydney needed. And suddenly with Baron, what's going to happen from here?
They got 2 people down on the side of Abyss Esports and also Baron over to Alpha Sydney. Now it's their game for the taking. They've got a good portion of time on the clock. They got 45 seconds on Squidgy, which is the first one who's going to res. They could go for the game here if they really wanted to.
The damage is so much. I'm not sure if they can really defend this. Luch is going to have to get an awesome shockwave, which is not up for a long time. T-Gun and General, along with Luch, going to try and defend this. Frogger is so in, but does he make a mistake? No, he doesn't. There's the stun. Ladies and gents, the Wrath goes in. There's the Sonya's as well, waiting for Blinky. Blinky gets the damage off. He's probably going to die. Actually, no, the life steal comes through. And Alpha Sydney, ladies and gents, they end the game after what an epic turn of events.
What an amazing comeback. It actually looked like for the longest time they weren't going to take that. They got the early game, then the mid game swung completely away from them.
Out of 10. That was a 57-minute game. Ladies and gents, Blinky and BTKA in the end. Blinky was untouched in that Baron fight. There was so much CC in that pit. There was just so much going on as Alpha Sydney got the opportunity to go for Baron. They waited. They stuck as 5. They waited for their opportunity. And it was Abyss Red sectioning off, losing their ward coverage. Suddenly Alpha Sydney just go, this is our moment.
And Alpha Sydney, they made so many very small choices in their play that actually led up to one amazing play at the end there, because what they did is they hard pushed top and bot. They knew we're going to put a lot of pressure onto this map. Surely they're going to get our inhib, but we're going to do the most that we can. They had a huge wave pushing top. They had Pabu to defend that for Abyss Red, and you know what you do? You take Baron, and Fiora's going to be a couple of seconds late. You're going to win the fight, you're going to kill everybody, and then you're going to win the game with 2 ADCs and 40-second death timers. Way too much to deal with.
Squidgy gets taken down in the Baron fight. That was their major turning point. When Squidgy went down, there was that 2k crits that just got deleted. So without Squidgy's damage, they couldn't do a thing. Pabu goes in, there goes his Guardian Angel. his split push may have been close to winning them the game. But Abyss Esports Red have got to be careful because, ladies and gents, if they lose the next game and Alpha Sydney win this, they will be going into the playoffs. They will be going into the promotion tournament for their chance to be in the OPL after a 57-minute epic turn of events. Ladies and gents, you've got to stick around for the next one. My name is Jake Asterix, Aussie Penko. With me is Jimmy Preacher Fu. And Preacher, I got to tell you, if it's as epic as that last game, I wouldn't want to go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm on my elbows, I'm on my hands and knees. I gotta tell you, after that game of a 57-minute game between Abyss Red and Alpha Sydney, that's when you know two teams are pretty equally leveled. Hi, my name is Jake Asterix Aussie Panko. Welcome back. With me is Jimmy Preacher Fu. And we're speechless after that last game. Two teams exceptionally talented, fighting for a spot in the promotion tournament for OPL. This is their chance to become pros, to even have a chance at getting there. Alpha Sydney get the first win, and quite exceptionally at that. Abyss Red need this to even the score. Otherwise, Alpha Sydney going to be going to the finals with Chiefs Black. However, getting into that final secures a spot into the promotion squad. So, Chiefs Black already there, beating 4-0 earlier tonight. But Alpha Sydney, like I said, they need this win. And if you put Blinky on a strange pick like Caitlyn again, that might happen.
It might happen because Caitlyn, usually you say, what's this Caitlyn doing? She's just hitting people like normal, so we can just ignore her, right? And no, that was the wrong mentality to have because she was just standing there getting free hits off onto everyone. With those 2 attack speed items, it was coming out like 1, 2, 3, just so fast onto the enemy team. And in the end there, it just did so much damage. And when you, there's a difference between ADCs, right? The Jhin, he did a lot of damage, but over, really slow auto attacks, whereas the Caitlyn, she did really quick, really small auto attacks. The numbers that come up on your screen aren't very big, so you just say, oh, she's doing no damage, but when she's doing that every half second, it adds up.
And especially when you got the lifesteal to accompany it. So Squidgy gets taken out in a team fight, forces Abyss Red to back off or even try and get something out of a Baron, but Alpha Sydney, they take up the game after 57 minutes. Ladies and gents, let's see if we go to that again as we will shortly be jumping into Champ Select. You've got a couple of ban options coming through this time now that we know what they're playing. I guess Luch's Orianna would definitely have to be one.
Exactly. We've seen Luch in other competitions like the Open Ladder play Orianna pretty much the whole way through, farm up a Storm, have such a huge impact late game with that amazing Shockwave. Just even the pressure with the ball that you can Shockwave is so hard to deal with even if she never uses it until the very end in a team fight. So yeah, take it off of Luch if you really feel that it's a pain. If you think that you can deal with it, leave it up and we'll have to see how it goes. But I can only imagine that Luch will be leaning towards it after that.
It was a fantastic game. You got to put it there, Preacher. I mean, the CS was incredible. You saw Orianna, who was on almost 600 CS in the end. 57 minutes, 600 CS. You're going, that's pretty outrageous. I mean, like, that's a fantastic CS maintenance, where BTK only got about 450, so he was definitely behind in the end in CS. But in team fights, I tell you what, that stun at the end, I mean, at the end they had, with the Baron, you could have said that they had that Nexus. However, Luch was still alive, he's doing a lot of damage, and that stun onto Luch just secured the victory.
Exactly, and it was so hard to say who was going to come out because it was so even, and it was really pass the baton where one team got that slight gold advantage, and then the other team did over and over again. A couple of times, Alpha Sydney actually lost their mid in him, but in the end there, it was the Baron fight, and it was the super wave in the top lane that distracted Pabu. Not necessarily distracted, but forced Pabu to go over there to deal with it. That was the straw that broke the camel's back, and Alpha Sydney just stormed that game.
I think we need to give props to Pabu because he did quite a lot in terms of pushing. However, in the end, Frogger Dog on Graves. You got to look at the damage. I guarantee you look at the numbers there, and Graves coming into that team fight, that burst damage was exceptional. He really didn't build any tanky stats. He went for the AD Bruiser. He had no health on him. All he had was plain AD. So if you let Graves go untouched in a team fight, that's also going to happen. So a lot of AD carries coming through.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if any of those were banned off this table coming into this game. Very quick bans, though.
But Abyss Red, they don't get rid of the Graves. They don't actually find that a threat just yet. Instead, Lucian and Kalista off of Blinky. They're still prioritizing him, putting him in those Caitlyn-type pickups, which may for him not be his favorite. But, I mean, for the team, it worked wonders. Graves, there we go. Frogger Dog gets denied.
Yeah, once again, this time, 3 ADCs, Graves not really in the ADC position, but 2 ADCs off of the side of Blinky. They don't want to play against that because they know that he can play so well on these 2 champions. They don't need to see it in the first game of the series to know that he has such a huge impact. On the other side, though, it looks like more or less the standard bans.
So they go for Corki, Needly, and Azir. They don't even target Luch's Orianna, so still available. Pabu has that choice of going one of his favorite, his comfort picks, Poppy. also, well, doesn't even question it, goes for the Poppy.
Goes for the Poppy, but you leave open so many priority picks now. You have all the junglers open right now. If you want to go for something like an Elise, Elise is very strong. It sticks out like a sore thumb right here. Another strong pick is either one of the two amazing supports that we've seen being fought over, Braum and Alistar.
Yep.
You can pick both of these. You can pick your bot lane right now. It's really anything.
Well, really, at this stage, I'd love to see a Lissandra coming in, and Froggadog does so well at split pushing. I'd love to see him into the teamfight comp. If I don't see Lissandra, I mean, it could be anyone's guess. He could be going for something like that. Fiora is open for him against Poppy. I mean, that it can be quite bruising towards Fiora early, but Fiora has great split pushing potential, which you saw last game.
Yep. Here we go, though. They do decide to pick up the bot lane.
They take it.
Yeah, they take the Jhin. This is the Oceanic Special where teams really get sort of handed to them when it comes to a pick, and they say, no, I can actually play it better. So let me just show you how well I can play it against you. And here we go. Blinky says, no, I request the Jhin. I believe that I'm better, and now we're going to have to see whether he is or not.
He goes for it, and Blinky has his Jhin available. Alistair going to be in that bottom lane, so Luna again on the Alistair. He was getting caught out quite a lot. Too comfortable, I guess, around those team fights, so whether Luna can sort of improve his gameplay coming through. And Tristana is one we have not seen in a while. Squidgy on Tristana against the Jhin there, that's actually not a bad idea.
It's not, because when Jhin wants to trade, you can continue trading with him. You've got slightly more attack speed, so you'll get about 5 autos in when he'll get 4. And you might be saying, well, that doesn't sound like much, but you've also got that bomb ticking on top of his head. So that may be a really nice pickup for the side of Abyss Red. These small skirmishes in the bot lane, at the very least early to mid game, should go over to them. But Tristana is renowned to be a late game hyper carry. That champion who early game is a bit clunky to play, if I may say so frankly. It's pretty hard to play. All you want to do is CS and the first item, Infinity Edge, because you can't really go for the Essence Reaver. It doesn't really spike by itself. You really need the 2 item, the Infinity Edge and the attack speed item to scale up on Tristana.
Probably go for the rapid fire cannon, wouldn't he? I mean, well, Tristana, rapid fire cannon. I mean, like, honestly, you put 2 peas in a pod. Honestly, he gains more range as he levels. You'd probably do it. Yeah,
it could be a thing. You could see Charge very hard with it. You can even get that last hit to secure a kill in the middle of a team fight when somebody's running off in the distance, and you just say, no, I'm going to get you right here. But on the other side, though, they actually decide to retaliate with a Trundle and a Kindred.
Wow, so only goes on the Kindred tonight. We were waiting to see Fesh on the Kindred. Unfortunately, with 4 not going down, we won't see that for a little while. Only has that option of the huge carry jungle. Trundle comes out, and Froggadog with the split pushing Trundle against Poppy. That's going to be quite interesting up top as Abyss Red goes for their final picks. And it looks like we might probably be seeing an Elise. That Rek'Sai is always open to them as well. And there's quite a lot coming through. Luch's Victor, that's probably something you don't want to see.
Yeah, he had a lot of success on the Orianna, but unfortunately he said, you know what, I don't want to succeed, I want to win. So instead, he picks out the Victor. We've seen him do so much work. He's picked it a lot of times in the OCS. I think the only time when he didn't was when it was taken away from him, and he opted for another farm-heavy mid lane in the form of Gangplank. But besides that, there were a couple more instances, but he always defaults back on the Victor. When he doesn't know what he wants to do, when he's on blue side especially, and you have to pick the mid lane before the enemy who reserved their last pick to counter the mid lane, traditionally, you pick the Victor because he's so hard to counter. He just does everything.
Strange team composition coming out of Alpha Sydney. However, waiting for that final mid pick to sort of think about that Victor pick. Down bottom lane, a Tristana and a Morgana. It's pretty standard stuff coming through. Morgana not seeing as much play as she used to. It'd be quite hilarious if you see Xerath again. Suddenly you say BTKA like Xerath.
Oh, he might have just practiced a lot of Xerath, and he says, you know what, I was stomping with him in solo queue, I was trying to get up my 5 mastery points, and now he just gets stuck on Xerath. Xerath worked well into Orianna because it denies a lot of the farm in the early game by poking her out. Works exactly the same way into Victor. Victor likes that long-range laser, Xerath likes his long-range laser to fire back.
That's right, and look, I gotta say, the range probably going to go towards Xerath then.
Yeah, it definitely has to. I mean, it's quite even actually because Xerath, if he charges it full, it starts from his body all the way out to the end, whereas Victor, his laser starts from his origin point all the way out to the end, so it actually goes out a little bit further. It's more or less even in the mid lane, but you don't actually get any more damage by charging as Xerath. All you get is more range.
Well, that's exactly right. So time might be wasted in that mid lane. General goes for the Elise this time, only going to revert to something that we haven't seen as of tonight. So Kindred going to come through, and that 80 carry jungle with the Jhin, that's something I haven't seen just yet.
No, because it takes a lot of pressure off Jin's shoulders because he's not the only person who's focused in the middle of a team fight. If you focus him, then you still got another ADC hitting you. But I actually quite like that denial onto the other side, onto Abyss Red, because what happens is Alpha Sydney, they pick their bot side, which means if you want to minimize the amount of cards that you show to your enemy, and if you also want to counterpick them as soon as possible, you would also pick your bot side. And when you do that, like Abyss Red did, you leave up every other option wide available, which means you leave open stuff like a Kindred. And that's completely open for the taking.
That's right. And I mean, no one's really experimented with that Kindred just yet. So I'm quite surprised. Like tonight, we saw Fesh got banned out. Unfortunately, Chiefs Black just knew what it was going to take to sort of beat their team composition every time. Kindred is one of the priority bans. And unfortunately, he couldn't play him tonight. However, only has that opportunity to pick something out that hasn't been prioritized as much on the side of Abyss Red. Instead, they go for something like, well, Elise is a priority pick, or Gragas is a priority pick, which both were available. Instead, they go the Elise. And against Kindred, I think early Elise going to have a bit more damage coming through.
Yeah, I mean, Kindred, her big deal is she wants to sustain up in the jungle by just moving a lot and getting that 100 stacks before she autos with that E passive. But besides that, it's actually quite hard to early jungle as Kindred. Later on in the game, it becomes easier because you pick up a lot of attack speed, a lot of lifesteal, or you pick up a lot of just damage, so you kill the cams before they get to you. But early, it's quite hard, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a leash come out, which means that his bot side won't get level 2 early.
So, this is the game that makes or breaks Abyss Red. Will they go on? Will they challenge Alpha Sydney? Or is Alpha Sydney going to go through to the promotion tournament for a chance at going into the OPL? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very important game for both sides. BTKA goes back on his comfort Xerath, and Luch, with his massive win rate, onto the Victor. And of course, his kill participation is huge as well. It's going to be a very intense game.
It definitely will be. This mid lane is more or less just going to be farm unless a lot of poke gets hit from either side. If that does end up happening, then it's going to be quite volatile. But yeah, looking onto the bot side, this is actually quite dangerous for the side of Alpha Sydney because it means that... Oh, actually, no. They decide to go for Australia lanes. They decide to turn it upside down. Bot lanes in the top side. And nothing's really lost from this leash.
That's right. So there's no lane swap here. However, 80 carries just change. And I think both teams try to initiate a sneaky lane swap, but to get spotted out by each other. So Squidgy and T-Gun going to match up Blinky and Luna up in that top lane. Down bottom, of course, Frogger and Pub. Ooh, no one's really going to go with the jungle coming through, but Only's going to actually go
Pabu's getting taken pretty low, though.
Wow, I didn't even see that coming there. Pabu's going to have the buckler to throw at Frogger, but what is he going to do at this stage? Is the Trundle, he's going to try and reach level 2. Try and bully Pabu out of lane.
Trundle is the single best duelist in the entire game. You steal stats from the enemy, you got an auto reset, you've got so much buff from your W in terms of movement speed and also attack speed into a melee champ like Poppy. I'd love to see this matchup every time.
Every time. I wonder why we're not seeing more Trundle, because he's still so strong, and the reason being that it's just still possibly not as great for the team because it takes longer to scale. However, Preacher, I think that Frogger has proven himself before on the Trundle and on the Poppy alike, so he knows what he's expecting. He knows what he's going to do in this team. Frogger definitely going to be one to watch again.
It's sort of like this checkmate scenario when you pick a Trundle where you say, if I get ahead, then obviously I'm going to scale harder than you. But if you get ahead, well, you're helping me scale in a way because I steal your AD and I steal your tank stats. And it's actually quite nice into a Poppy, because Poppy is one of those carries who doesn't build any damage items at all in the top lane, so she'll be doing a lot of damage, but I guess she won't be when you steal a lot of her stats and she has to deal with her own armor plate against her.
BTK getting bullied out of lane, however, Luch half mana, whereas BTK can sustain that quite a lot. What you just saw before was General taking away the passive from Only, so he's not going to get that scuttle. Instead, he's going to lose that passive stacks coming through. Of course, that passive giving him percentage health damage for Kindred.
Yeah, he's going to lose that out, which means that he will be able to, you know, sort of take more time. But Pabu here getting caught by only the flash.
The best thing about having top laners bot is that it's so accessible for our junglers. First blood goes over to Froggadog, and Only looks fantastic on this Kindred.
Only actually made amazing play coming into the bottom side. He decided to jump over that wall in case it was warded. It was warded anyway, but when Pabu was pushed up so far ahead on his side, it means that even though he had that vision for him, it was too little too late because he couldn't get out. But General wants to do the same thing.
Oh my god, there's the binding, there's the Tristana bomb as well. The Ignite's going to tick it off, and T-Gun helps burst that one down. They thought General was up in the top bush, but they just wanted to check it out, and suddenly things are getting more intense.
You can't afford to check it out. If you think he's there, then you should play it like he's there. And a lot of these players, especially after the games, what they say when they look at their training is they say, okay, I knew that he was going to do that. In which the natural question is, so why did you get outplayed? And he said, well, I was sort of acting against that knowledge. And it's like, yeah, you should have probably just assumed that he was there and play safe, because you knew that your jungler was on the bottom side, which means that you can't really retaliate that gank because it's already done and dusted. You knew that General was going to go up there, and that was an easy 1-for-1 trade if you consider the whole map as a whole.
Only still down bottom. That's not watered just yet. However, Froggadog is not down there to help. T-Gun picks up the first kill, but gives a nice assist to General and Squidgy, who both desperately need that gold in order to scale. And at this point in time, speaking of scaling, Luch, again, look at his farm. He's 10 CS ahead already. It's just something about Luch that means he's going to farm, and he's going to farm well.
Yeah, he just wants to farm all day and all night. But Pabu gets revisited.
Again, this Kindred is down bottom. Is Only going to finish it? He does. And that Kindred gets a kill and some lane experience. The Elise is up topside, but Pabu is getting bullied to high hell.
This game might be so volatile for Pabu. He got caught once, burned his flash, died for it, and now it just looks like he's going to set up a complete camp in the bottom side. You might as well set up your munitions because it looks like Pabu's going to be here for quite a while.
And T-Gun tries to get a binding. He actually succeeds onto Blinky. This Jhin is getting bullied, but Blinky is not lost hope. He's still trying to catch up into the CS game. General trying to camp top like Only is camping bottom. Luna caught by the binding. They're going to lose this turret. However, I don't think it's too much of a disadvantage at this point in time, as Blinky would kind of benefit from a bit of frozen farm.
Yeah, it would, but the gold advantage, especially early on, the gold spike it gives to Abyss Red would be too detrimental to deal with. They can't actually stop Squidgy because he's going to be pushing regardless with that bomb on the turret every single time, but they, in a best case scenario for Alpha Sydney, they should be able to hold the top side, which does mean that Only has to go here. Relief for Pabu though, because it means that he's not going to get camped in the bot side.
Well, Only comes up top. General's there with the turret. The turret is going to go down. Squidgy is still there. He's playing very dangerously. However, he knows that he can do what he can to get out of there. So the top turret goes down, and that is the first turret of the game, giving Abyss Red a small gold lead.
In the end, though, I'd actually say that this is the worst scenario for Alpha Sydney, because they actually rotated their bot side to the top side as well to deal with that. They should have actually kept their bot side in the bot lane, because what it means is that then they can push that turret in tandem with Abyss Red. And yes, Abyss Red, they have the Tristana, which means they're going to get that turret faster, but what it means is you're going to trade 1-for-1 turret, and if they decide to push more, you can trade 2-for-2. Now that Tristana's pushed down that turret, it means it's one turret to the advantage of Abyss Red, and Alpha Sydney can't get anything back for their troubles.
So they're going to sit here and farm and try and at least do something. Blinky catching up on CS, Only continuing to roam around this jungle and just farm up. Looking to build towards the Devourer, which is pretty standard stuff. He's going in it for the long haul, and after last game, I got to say, I can't blame you at all.
Yeah, these two teams are just so similarly paced, both in terms of skill and in terms of strategy that they like to employ on the other team. They were so close all throughout last game. I'm pretty sure before the last deciding bit of the game, there were less than 2k gold between each team. So now, if they decide to act on that intuition, they might want to go for it, but it looks like a turret trade top and bot for either side.
Exactly right. So Trundle comes up top, abandons bottom, and Poppy doesn't look like even going to try and do anything there. Instead, General is there to help out. Squidgy just taking down turrets so quickly. But up top, they haven't got the turret just yet. I'm not sure what's going on, if they're going to finish it or not, or if the minions are going to do it.
This is the downside of having a turret being taken down so early. It's that if you trade, you will always consistently be one turret behind. And if they decide to push even further, it puts you on the back foot, where you have to say, do I want to defend or do I want to keep on pushing? And if you choose to keep on pushing, they're always going to be faster than you with the Tristana.
Especially since that Tristana is taking down turrets very, very quickly. That BF sword quite early, going very close into the Infinity Edge, like we mentioned. Jhin just not hitting the mark as of yet. However, has actually prioritized himself, so he's going to get that Infinity Edge either before Squidgy or at the same time. I'm going to go for Dragon, but pulling off, considering that Frogdog is almost in. He's very, very huge.
Luch?
Wow, Kindred.
Oh.
Kindred is a champion that you don't want her to chase you. You really don't.
She's in the wrong position though, Squidgy.
I don't know how she's going to get out of this. Here's the
Ult.
ultimate coming through, and I think Kindred's ult, is that it there? Yes, it is. In fact, Squidgy tries to go on there. The Cocoon,
Whoa.
Nice cleanse from BTKA. Luna actually picks up Squidgy, and Alpha Sydney come out of this alive. They get BTKA, but it turns into a 2-for-1 trade, and Alpha Sydney are looking very, very nice in this early game.
Despite the fact that BTKA went down in the end there, I gotta give him mad props. That was pixel perfect on the cleanse. It looks like he didn't even stop moving at all, so I want to give him respect for that one. In the end, though, his team, for his troubles, pick up an early dragon.
And 2 for 0 for 2, and that Devourer gets picked up for only. Runic Echo's unable to sort of come through for General as of yet. So only going to sit in that jungle a little bit more. Going to try and get some ganks and some assists to help that Devourer. And I got to say, as soon as that thing becomes sated, if it's any earlier than 20 minutes, that's got to be dangerous.
That's completely dangerous, but it's going to be stacking quite slowly because Alpha Sydney decided to take that dragon early. It means that the next dragon that's going to be spawning is going to be a little bit later, which means that you're not going to get those 5 stacks for your Devourer. Rift Herald only gives 2 stacks now instead of 5, which means that it's even slower for you to stack. But hopefully he should be on the right track because his team's got quite a considerable lead.
Another turret goes down mid lane.
Squidgy?
Oh my god, Zerath. He's not going to get it in the end, but it forces him off the turret. Live to die another day, and BTKA knows exactly when to use his ult.
He definitely does, and he got Squidgy off the map for that, which means 1 less auto attack onto his turret, a whole lot less damage. It's an auto plus whatever the bomb would have done, so that's just such a good use of his ultimate. Takes down Squidgy from the map, and in the end there, he keeps his turret alive.
Only going to go ahead, and I believe this is his passive coming through if he gets this. Smites it, gets a bit of percentage health damage. Only going to move back to mid lane. And this Kindred right now is someone you don't want to deal with. He's huge. He's absolutely God-fearing. He's going to go for Rift Herald here, which is a very good decision.
Yep.
And instead, Luna going to help him out. I'm not sure if they spot this, though, Preacher.
No, it's going to be an early Rift Herald for Alpha Sydney as well, so both ends of the map being taken over for them. Like I said before, it's only 2 stacks instead of 5, but hey, any stack's better than none, right?
That's exactly right. T-Gun almost stealing it with a binding. Instead, they're just going to substitute and go top.
Squidgy?
Only goes top. Is he going to get Squidgy, though? I think the rocket jump keeps him safe. Luch goes back, buys another upgrade for his HK. He goes for the Ionian boots. And against that other mid laner, you see BTKA builds a Morella Nomicon. However, Luch his CS is incredible.
This CS lead is what we expected of Luch. He's on a comfort champion like the Victor. He's expanded his pool. So besides Orianna, you got Orianna and Victor. They're just hanging out there in the pool, chilling out there by the sunside, just farming away, having the time of their life with all of these minions. And at the end of the day, all he wants to do is he wants to farm up. He wants to get that advantage. So then he can impact the mid-game to late game as much as he can. But the curtain call comes out on Luch.
There it is. I think we want to deter them from getting near the turret. I believe that is the goal here. T-Gun forces out a binding. It hits Only. And the spam comes through, but Only survives. He does quite a lot of damage. Looks like he's going for the Hex Drinker next as well, so he's well onto his way. But they leave that one for Luch. Sorry, Only. He's going to get some more stacks for deVour.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Squidgy is always going to be able to take down these turrets because combined between her explosive bomb and just the fact that she's got that quick, extra attack speed on her Q, she's going to be doing so much damage early game to these turrets. So one downside of Tristana early game is her team fight is really poor. Her auto attacks are too slow. The bomb takes forever to stack. Everybody can move away from the bomb. It's not a lot of damage. It's just single target most of the time. But if she just neglects fights early game, which she for the most part has, then she can just get these turrets to scale into the mid and late with that extra gold in her back pocket.
Looking at Poppy, and the Sunfire Cape gets built up. Titanic Hydra already built for Frogger Cocoon just misses there in the mid lane. Doesn't get BTKA. Only is there with the rest of his team. He goes for the flash onto Pabu. And wow, nice stop there from Pabu. Only really just wants these kills.
He wants them, but he can't find them on the map. 2 minutes until Dragon comes up. If Alpha Sydney decide to prioritize this, which in all honesty they should, that's 5 stacks going over to Only. And like we said, if he can get this 20 to 25 minute Devourer, that's so painful to play against because she's doing percentage health damage with her passive onto your team. Devourer means double hit with that. That's so insane to deal with.
BTK are going to continue to farm into this mid-game. We're moving. 15 minutes and a small gold advantage on Abyss Red. 3 turrets to 1. But, oh my god, Luch might be out of position. He actually flashes the hammer. And I got to say, Poppy's Mega Hammer does nothing. But what a fantastic flash from Frogger.
Amazing flash. Completely sidesteps it. Normally what you would do in a panic situation is you say, okay, Poppy's going to do it. I just need to move closer to Luch in order to do more damage. But no, he sidesteps it completely to say, I don't need to do more damage. I've already got all the damage I need. I'm just going to not get knocked back.
Wolf starts zoning around that mid turret. BTKA probably going to do a lot. Look at T-Gun. He's level 6. If you get hit by BTKA and the rest of the team, it's not going to be pretty. That bottom lane is actually quite under-leveled as you look again. And there's the stun. T-Gun almost dies, forces a flash. And Alpha Sydney, this is a very different game. They've got the morale boost off last one, and they're just walking over Abyss Red.
Yeah, they've got the advantage in terms of the team synergy. They're saying to each other, we can do this. We already got the first kill. They're already pushing it into Abyss Esports jungle. And now it looks like they may start trading turrets back, which will negate a lot of the early game from Tristana. Dragon's coming up in 10 seconds. If they decide to push this turret, they can. If they decide to fall back, they will get that Dragon almost certainly. Not a huge problem for them.
Only 20 stacks. That's how strong he is. He needs 10 more stacks to go. If he gets any kills here, it's not going to look good. Pabu takes a lot of damage. The Dark Binding misses. Only gets cocooned, but is this the engage? No, we're waiting for it. 4 members strong of Abyss Red. BTK is still mid, and Squidgy is top, so it's 3 from Abyss Red. I'm not sure what's going to go on. Alpha Sydney do have the advantage down bot.
It looks like Only is scaling very well. And if he actually decides to go for this Dragon, which he honestly should, and then get a few more camps, this could even be a pre-20 minute Sated Devourer.
That's right.
You don't want to pass this over onto the side of a Kindred who does so much on hit by herself. It's just so hard to play into. And if he does, I just can't imagine it going into the mid-game.
Blinky sends out the curtain call, doesn't find anyone. Pabu and T-Gun trying to zone off and possibly sandwich Alpha Sydney. But they're actually going to back off. I don't think they're going to challenge this Dragon. Luna not really backing at the right time here. He negates that at the last minute.
Abyss started?
Well, I think they actually go in. T-Gun very, very low. Blinky almost gets that W from... Oh my god, Zerath, where is he? Where's he going to hit? He actually almost gets him there. Only wants to try and get this. They don't get it in the end. General gets it. Only's into that pit. There's the Poppy Mega Hammer. Negates 3 members away. General gets stunned. Even though they've been sent away, Alpha Sydney still looking to fight. They lose that dragon and Only loses a couple of stacks.
I'm so surprised that T-Gun survived through all of that. He was being the front line for his team, which early game, first of all, support, and second of all, Morgana. You don't have that tankiness. The only thing you've got is your ultimate as a deterrent, but in the end, he manages to walk out of that fight scot-free, didn't die for his troubles, even allowed his team to get that dragon to go on parity with Alpha Sydney. This may be the start of the comeback that they needed.
Abyss Red always have that opportunity. They're up in gold and in CS across the board. It looks pretty positive for Abyss Red. Alpha Sydney only falling behind in a lot of areas, actually. It looks like they're going ahead in the Froggadog department, where he's quite even with CS, only trying to match that as well, but he's doing pretty well over the Elise so far. So we're almost close to the Seder Devourer, which is a very big turning point for Kindred.
That is one of the marks that he needs to get in order to have a huge impact in this game. The second one that we're looking for is when Blinky picks up any item other than his Affinity Edge. It looks like both of the ADCs so will be slowed as T-Gun gets hit up massively.
T-Gun actually gets stunned. Froggadog tries to go back in but doesn't in the end, and nothing going to happen off it. But that pillar still knocks up even with the spell shield.
Yeah, even with the spell shield, all you need to do is you need to call in your good buddy Xerath there to say, hey, you want to throw a Q there?
Oh my god.
T-Gun, last hit.
The combination that comes through, is it going to go through? Xerath tries to finish it off as well. T-Gun only just survives that one. And Abyss Red, they almost get caught out, but every time they don't. Oh, Xerath!
No! Side steps back in!
Oh my god, that's absolutely amazing. Only's going to go ahead and pick up the Scuttle Crab, and now it looks like the Rift Herald is going to be a 5 mana. It's as if they're doing Baron here, but Only picks that one up.
There we go.
And you know what? I think he's very, very close. 27 stacks, and they're going to chase this one. General can't do a thing. But Alpha Sydney are on the front foot here. Look how scary they are. Chaos Storm is not out yet. Luch has to back away, but Trundle's ultimate. I'm not sure what Poppy wanted to do here. I think they can fight. Luch actually picks up Luna, so maybe they can. Abyss Red are trying to zone out of this jungle, but Blinky gets stunned for a second time. Luch almost dies. Actually has to flash out of there. Froggadog and Blinky, I'm not sure if they want to go into this, but they still go. And BTK getting a bit of passive mana back. Only just going to keep farming up. And it's getting very intense. Cocoon lands over the wall. I think Abyss Red still want to fight this. Alpha Sydney gonna have to escape. They're running past Baron.
Teleport?
It's gonna come up. Not just yet. So we're waiting for the stun. Comes through. Pabu's gone back to base, so now he's healthy as. And a nice spell shift from Morgana. Pabu picks up an easy kill on Blinky. And Alpha Sydney gonna have to back off. Only doesn't have the Seder just yet, but Alpha Sydney make a couple of mistakes, and Abyss Red capitalizes well.
Yeah, and all in all, it looks like Only is ruining over the fact that he lost that second dragon over to Abyss Red. He says mistakes were made, I didn't really smite properly, and now I'm paying for it because I haven't got that Seder Devourer. Maybe the fight could have gone a little bit better for us if I did have it, doing a little bit more damage with my passive, but at the end of the day, I'm still pretty happy with that as they look to get an advantage around the bot side again. Baron has spawned, but it doesn't look like either team is going to go for it anytime soon.
And we've moved into this mid-game. 21-minute Devourer coming through for Only. Froggadog still has that Titanic Hydra. Actually going for the Spectral Cow, so that Spirit Visage going to come through very, very soon. Pabu, however, has the Iceborne Gauntlet, so that slow, that utility coming through quite nicely for the top laners. Rylai's on General, pretty standard itemization. Hex Drinker comes through for Only, so he's doing quite a lot of damage and quite a lot of armor pence so far. Those mid laners, though, Luch, again, he's almost 70 CS ahead of BTKA. BTK is doing a lot for his team. Luch just farming amazingly.
Yeah, and this Rylai's, as it looks like, is going to come out extremely soon for Luch. With that Rylai's hit up, when he gets a little bit of movement speed from his Q and slowing the enemy down with that Q simultaneously, that's so hard to play into because it means that you just have this Victor running at you with a sort of Lichbane on his second part of his Q. No problem at all. It looks like Alpha Sydney actually had to flash out of this one.
Yeah, it looks like Luna did that straight away. They didn't want to get caught up, didn't want to lose anything for a potential Baron.
But here comes a Tristana.
Yeah, I think Squidgy actually wants to try to get mid. That passive explosion is going to do a lot. The rest of Abyss Red are following this 4 members strong mid. General waiting on the side, but Pabu going to back off, try and go bottom lane. Alpha City react to that. They're going to defend this turret, and their map awareness at the moment is fantastic. However, they're making a couple of mistakes, and Abyss Red are just capitalizing on it.
And Tristana is the best champion to capitalize on just very slight rotational errors. Because you might know the correct thing to do, but if it takes you 1 or 2 seconds to sort of say it, to sort of even think it for your team, then it's so hard to play into Tristana because she's going to push it to your turret. She's going to get as many hits as she can onto that bomb on your turret. And if you're slow on the mark, she might just take it altogether. But Squidgy is taken low.
This curtain call combination with Xerath ult is crazy. I mean, at the moment, they're pretty much timing it together perfectly. They're saying, okay, go. This is the go button. We're going now. BTK and Blinky both just hit the button. And I'll tell you what, in the mid to late game, that is going to be scary to dodge.
At late game, it might well assassinate one of the Squishy members on Abyss Red. Mid game, it still has just as big of an impact. It doesn't give you the gold, but it gives you the map advantage by forcing them back. Take a look at this map advantage that I was just saying. They got a dragon for free now because Squidgy had to go back to heal up.
That's right, and these tactics are winning Alpha Sydney the game so far. They're in a small gold discrepancy. However, they've got the map pressure, they've got the dragons, and at the moment they do have the kills on their side. The only thing that's really keeping that gold afloat is the fact that Luch is, wow, almost 80 CS ahead.
And once again, you have to say that this game mirrors the last game so closely because once again, there's less than 2k gold difference between Red and Alpha Sydney. This is such a close game. These two teams, they are so close in terms of mechanics and in terms of decision making and strategy, meta strategy. They know each other so perfectly, and it's so hard to play against each other because when you get a little bit of a lead, the other team gets something back in return for it, but only is in a weird spot.
Okay, so he gets the bomb on him. There is the ultimate coming through, the stun as well. Chaos Storm, everything's on only. Squidgy takes him out with the help of Luch, and Abyss Red are definitely sieging this turret. Pabu's down in the bottom lane, but Abyss Red are easily going to get this, and only just a bit out of position.
They picked only off, and it's actually really nice that T-Gun held his binding until the very last second there because he knew that the ultimate was going to expire from only, and they managed to kill him. This is a lot of map that's going to be open up for the side of Abyss Red.
Turret control coming through from Abyss Red. Froggadog is very huge, so is Luna. Don't forget that tank is going to come charging at you at any second. Froggadog manages to hold off that bottom turret, but Abyss Red, when they know they can get a turret, they go for it.
Yeah, and with the Tristana, why not? The worst thing that you could do is you can get about half of the turret's health down in chip damage, so you might as well do it because you've got nothing to lose and you got everything to gain. The map that gets opened up if you do happen to get a turret is just so influential because it goes from the early to the mid, and it just allows your team to do everything on the map, including taking dragons, including taking barons, picking people off. It's so powerful.
Yeah, and look, I did not know that Tristana's thing was a dog.
Dragon. It's a dragon.
Oh, right. So it's like a dragon trainer.
Dragon trainer Tristana.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, good. Learning things today. Look at him. There we go. There we go. He's having the time of his life. That's all. That's all that matters. You know. That's all that matters. Squidgy, however, is doing a lot better than I thought against Jhin. You're exactly right when we talked about the ways to bully out Jhin, and I think Preacher Squidgy has done that very nicely. He's almost 50 CS in the lead against his lane opponent, and Blinky yet to start on his third item. However, Squidgy well on his way to either the Bloodthirster or something else.
Here we go, though.
There is the ultimate coming out. Luch is the one with Ignite. There's the curtain call. What a snipe, and that's what we were waiting for. Take out the carry so you've got an opportunity. And Alpha Sydney, it looked like everything went wrong. However, that combination, even though the cocoon and binding, okay, only just doesn't care, but he's just going to run past. But that was incredible.
You miss 100% of the shots that you don't take, and Alpha Sydney, they took all of their shots there. In the end, take down Luch. It's a 25-second death timer. The most impactful team, the member of your team, is now off the board, so you can't AoE burst down Alpha Sydney. This might be a free Baron.
look at BTKA here. He knows he can snipe. He's sitting on the edge, but Squidgy takes out Luna. Froggadog's on General. Are they still going for Baron?
Only's not in there.
He's not in there. No, he's actually not out of position. Pabu's going to get taken out, or is he? He gets a slow. There's the cleanse. Only takes a Dark Binding. General steals that Baron. He's on such low health. Froggadog really wants this. And Abyss Red, I think I'm very confused where Only went in that fight.
Pabu actually channeled his ultimate onto Only and knocked him all the way back towards the base. Only not being inside there. General pulls the trigger in his mind and says, the Baron's on 2k. You know what I'm going to do? I don't care about any of you guys. I'm just going to go straight into there and burst down the Baron. He does. He smites the Baron and Only couldn't get back inside there fast enough. They pick up the Baron for their troubles. Very nice play initiated by Pabu's ultimate.
Abyss Red charged down this mid lane knowing that the Baron's going to do them good. Froggadog doesn't take enough damage to die. However, can he defend this with a Dark Binding? I think he's going to get traded off very nicely. And there is the mid turret. Preacher, I'm not sure if any... Oh my god, the Chaos Storm. There it is, and Luna has to pop his ultimate. Pulverize not going to do anything. He should at least headbutt someone into the base, but he doesn't get T-Gun. Instead, he dies himself. And the Curtain Call not going to defend anything. This Baron buff being utilized very well by Abyss Red, and that is the inhibitor down as Only gets stopped recalling.
Could this well be the inhibitor? Yeah, it might as well be, because it looks like two of the members off of Alpha Sydney, they're not going to respawn anytime soon. Abyss just take this map by storm. They surely can't finish here, but they will rotate down to the bottom side. They'll shove this lane in, and then they'll go straight towards the Dragon area, because Dragon's coming up in a little bit over half a minute. And Alpha Sydney are all of a sudden put on a back foot because they were so even at the start, and the only thing that held Abyss Red in this game was their amazing farming carries. And now that they've got the kill advantage as well, it's so hard for Alpha Sydney to play.
And Tristana goes for the Static Shiv like we should have mentioned. Instead, it's just doing so much. Only's into the fight. He gets, oh my god, the CC that comes through. Everything is onto this Kindred. The worst part about that 80 carry jungle is that you're a huge focus. It's actually quite scary at the moment for Alpha Sydney because they're falling behind and fast.
Yeah, they're falling behind, and it's really hard for them to come back. The one advantage that they have in this is that they will keep on scaling in terms of damage. And one thing that won't scale in terms of time is Abyss Red's carries tankiness, if that makes sense. Which means that your snipe combo between the Xerath and the Jhin will always have an impact. If you just time both of your ultis, it's so hard to dodge. The Venn diagrams of Doom coming out from Xerath match with the linear skill shots of Blinky. It's a math lesson here, but what it means is a dead Luch or a dead Squidgy if it hits on either of them.
Only going to keep farming up at the moment. He's got nothing to do but sort of wait for this game to go into his favor. Of course, as Preacher just said, Alpha Sydney do have the late game scaling coming through. Whereas Abyss Red, of course, there's still going to be huge things coming from Luch with the Victor mid. But it's can they leave it all to Luch is the question.
Can they leave it all to Luch? Because right now, because they need to group and use their advantage to their full capacity, Luch, he won't get all of this CS, especially with Squidgy on your side. He might get all of the minions with his AoE damage, but it looks like they'll surely slowly push it into the enemy base.
I think they want to find an engage here. Alpha Sydney going to try and find something, but everyone's on BTKA. He's invulnerable, but the Tristana Bob, it's going to bomb him down, and I think this could be Alpha Sydney going down here in the base, but Luna is still there. He's still there with Froggadog. Everyone's onto him. Luna takes out T-Gun. Froggadog trying to do something. Only is still there, but look at him. That's what happens when Kindred doesn't get anywhere. Tristana is huge, and Abyss Red, I think this is going to be game, and a couple of mistakes mean Alpha Sydney are going to lose 1-1.
Just small mistakes here and there, not getting the second dragon going all the way to getting caught late game, and they just managed to take out the game from under Alpha Sydney's rugs. Because if you take a look at that right then, I think the deciding factor was the fact that Pabu in the mid game, he knocked back Only, and then they just stole the Baron, and that was the turning point for Abyss Red.
That Kindred was so huge in the early game. Only was doing so much work ganking that bot lane, which was really Pabu down there. He got neglected, but Poppy's always going to do something into that mid to late game stage. the best thing I saw there was Luch just pretty much sustaining his CS advantage. And his Chaos Storms, he's always going to do damage. He's always going to be a massive target, but no one could get to him because there's so much CC in the way.
No, and there was so much priority on his team. You got to leave out the Luch, and that's not what you want to do because he's got the most money on his team. He's got the most impact because he's AoE as opposed to Tristana, who takes time to really do AoE. She's mostly single target because she's an ADC. It makes sense. But at the end, you need to focus down Luch, and he didn't die in that late game team fight, which means that he just got free Rampage.
I mean, even better than coming on the Orianna. I think Ori was a massive carry. It wasn't like we saw Victor being he was still a massive part of the team, but he wasn't the only part. I mean, there was so many factors in there. And I think Abyss Red just played their team comp better. And when mistakes were made by Alpha Sydney, it was just easy capitalization.
No, you're definitely right. And Orianna, she's a solo carry. You want to get the ball in there and you want to shock me and say, that was all my play. But Victor, he is really a supporty type champion. Above the burst that he can do, and don't get me wrong, it's amazing burst, and he can solo carry. He has the potential. He also has the ability to support his team because he's got that Rylai's. He speeds himself up so that he can slow the enemy down. That's such amazing synergy coming out. And when you slow the enemy down and you got a Tristana just hitting you and you got a bomb over your head, that's so much damage on your team.
Exactly right. And Abyss Red play that one out to even it 1-1. It's a best of 3, remember, so we need to find a definite winner. Alpha Sydney, can they come back? Can they make what they made in the first game and just sort of even the score? Can they make a perfect team synergy? Or are Abyss Red going to bring this back for a comeback series?
We don't know, and we have to stay tuned to check this out because it's so close. It is so close. This is on the wire. These two
Melting
teams,
my heart.
Yeah, these two teams are pretty much the closest teams that you're ever going to find inside this series, and now they're playing off against each other 1-1. This is the dream. Luch, he did so well on Orianna, but now he says, no, I don't want to do well. I want to win. Picks out the victor and wins. Hopefully, this should be the target of some bans or some counter picks in the next game.
Well, we've got to stay tuned and find out. Ladies and gentlemen, for the spot going into the promotion tournament for the OPL, this is what matters here. Do not change your computer screen. Don't even leave Twitch. Don't even leave YouTube. Ladies and gents, my name is Jake Asterix, Aussie Penko. With you is Jimmy Preacher Fu, and we have to find out who is going to the OPL promotion tournament. See you soon.
gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the OCS. This is the split that matters. This is the not relegation but promotion tournament. My name is Jake Asterix Osipenko. With me is Jimmy Fu, also known as the Preacher. And after a 1-1 with Alpha Sydney and Abyss Red, this is the game that matters. To go into the promotion tournament for the OPL, this is going to make or break them.
This definitely will. And between two teams that we saw were so close on the ladder coming into this game, it could not be reflected anymore. Because all the way until the point where the last team fight is won by a clear majority and they push for the victory, they're more or less 2k gold. Less than 2k gold between each team. And that's so insane to consider, given that the first game went for 57 minutes. That's crazy.
It's fantastic. I think the fact that these teams are so on par with each other that they're picking up each other's mistakes. In the first game, you saw Abyss Red make a couple of mistakes, pushing it into late game and not capitalizing on team fights or trying to engage one. Alpha Sydney saw that and said, okay, so we're nearly to the 1 hour mark. And we're doing so much damage, so all we do is find a pick. And they did. They found their mistake. They found a pick. Second game, Abyss Red didn't go that long, but they found the opposite. They said, okay, Alpha Sydney, they're going to make mistakes. What we're going to do is capitalize. Only was so confident on that Kindred, but it just didn't work out for him in the end.
No, unfortunately not. He took a little bit too long on his scalings. I think that he would have hit the mark if he just did everything a little bit sooner. And that's a hard feat to do because it means that you needed to stack your Sated Devourer faster, which he couldn't do because the first dragon was taken down quite early. But if you could shift everything just a little bit further across the timeline, I think that he would have had such a huge impact on the game. Unfortunately, it was this scenario of too little too late, and he couldn't manage to contribute enough to his team at the end.
But that's all right because, this time we'll probably see a couple of different variety bans coming through, with Kindred possibly being one of them. That was a variable on the side of Alpha Sydney that Abyss Red could probably go without this time. If they go for the Kindred again and they sort of realize what their mistakes were, Kindred can be that champion that just sort of surprises. So as we jump into the pick and ban phase now, Lucian again, Blinky they just don't want him on anything comfortable. Lucian, Kalista, it goes without saying, every single game has had these same bans.
Blinky can't get a break. He just can't. His two favorite champions are going to be taken off the board once again. This is putting him on the back foot, but given the fact that he's played different ADCs tonight, he should be slightly more comfortable coming into this matchup because he should have expected this, like we did.
And Graves, again, the three same bans from last game. Pabu going to go ahead and have the versatility of what he wants top. However, Frog and Dog not going to have that same responsibility. Corky and Italy and Azir, the exact same bans once again.
Exactly the same.
Is that a Poppy? Poppy.
Is this going to be exactly the same picks?
Okay, next pick is going to be
Jhin Alistar.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Let's see what happens. We just got to wait and see. Poppy again, the same standard tanky top laner that just Pabu knows too well.
Yeah, Pabu knows how to play this champion. He knows when to split push, when to not split push. And it's that awkward mid-game in Poppy where she sort of becomes strong and you got to know when she's strong in order to take it into a team fight. And if you do it just a little bit earlier, then you get demolished and you don't actually have that much of an impact. But Poppy, if she stands in the backline along with everyone else and she just channels that ultimate, she's still always going to have that presence.
And we wait for the final picks to come through, or should I say the first two picks coming through for Alpha Sydney. This pick and ban phase is very important to these teams because they're both reading each other like a book right now. And there you go. We see the Elise coming back on for only. Frogger Dog picks up Blinky. And Blinky's 80 carry, sorry. He could pick up Blinky if he wanted.
Could, yeah.
In a club or whatever. But Jhin gets picked up again. And Blinky this time might have to revisit what he was doing with Jhin.
Yeah, he definitely has to. Jhin is such a strong pickup. If you take it to late game, which these two teams, at the very least in this series, have been doing, they've been taking it all the way to late game. Jhin is one of the strongest ADCs in the game. If you get a full build with compared to every other ADC, Jhin, from his passive bonus, where you don't get extra attack speed, but you get extra damage, you get about 5k extra stats. So huge. Because these teams are so close together, they might want to take it to the late.
Exactly right. And look again, Squidgy on Tristana, and T-Gun goes for the Alistair now. Luna doesn't have that, but can I just point out that back in OPL, T-Gun was a fantastic Alistair player.
No, he definitely was. And he knows this champion how to combo it and when not to combo it, because if you knock somebody into a wall, that's a mini stun by itself. So you can get an extra 1 second worth of CC if you don't actually headbutt right after, if you don't actually pulverize right after you headbutt, provided you hit them into a wall. With the new Alistair, though, you can't miss a combo, so he's just feeling so confident on the new one. You just press headbutt, the pulverize whenever you want to, mid-headbutt, and then it just happens. And you're just like, oh, cool, they're knocked up. It's like a level 2 Malphite ultimate.
Exactly like it. Nautilus is something we haven't seen come through. Froggadog probably going to take his hand and pick up the Nautilus in the top lane. So that's a comfort pick coming through.
Yeah, it definitely is a comfort pick. It sort of counters the Poppy in the sense that you push about as hard as her with your abilities. You both tank up, so I'm not hoping to see a lot of action in the top lane. Maybe if there is action from the junglers, it's going to be extremely early on, because if you even let either side get to level 6, it's probably not going to come to fruition for either side. It's just going to be more or less tanks pushing it into the enemy side. Mid-game going to be split pushing. That's really the power that they're looking for, both sides.
And again, Morgana comes through, but this time on the side of Alpha Sydney, Luna going to take his hand and see how we go here. It'd be interesting to see the Rek'Sai come out. I mean, hasn't been played as much, but it's still the really team-heavy jungler.
And just like you said it, Rek'Sai is being hovered right now for General. General's played Rek'Sai quite a bit, so I wouldn't actually be surprised if he picks this up. It's all around a nice pick, but no, he actually goes on the Kindred.
Wow, okay, so this time we're going to show you how it's done, says General. If he picks that up again, well, that's just an interesting pick for the team composition. It's a lot on Victor for this team.
It's always on Victor, isn't it? I mean, it's Lucius Victor, and we can never downplay this. We sound like broken records when we talk about it, but Lucius Orianna and Lucius Victor, the two champions who we've seen in this series, he just does so much work on them. He consistently goes even or sometimes even wins his lane. In terms of CS, though, he's miles ahead of whichever lane opponent he goes into. I just love watching his Victor because you get mesmerized watching how little CS he misses.
It's actually quite amazing to see Luch in the mid lane, I got to admit. However, I'm very interested to see General on Kalista. Only played quite nicely in the early game with Kalista, but just sort of fell behind in that mid game. Got prioritized in every single fight and was frontlining a bit too much. So we're going to have a look at General and see how he reacts to these team fights, because Nautilus is going to be doing a lot, and BTKA picks up the Orianna against Luch. That's a cheeky pick.
The disrespect, the saying, whatever you can do, I can do better. I'm going to pick up this Orianna into your Victor, your favorite champ into your current favorite champ. How's this going to go? The disrespect. Okay, so in all honesty, I have seen BTKA play in some independent tournaments outside of Riot, outside of the OCS, and he has actually picked Orianna a lot of the time. So he is quite comfortable in this champion. It's not simply a disrespect, but it is a disrespect nonetheless, taking it into Luch.
Especially taking it into Victor. I mean, that's a matchup we don't see very much, and I think that's fantastic going into the team comp that is Abyss Red. I mean, there's a lot of CC that comes through. However, I mean, with a couple, you got a 280 carry comp, and you've got something like a Poppy, who can engage once. After that, she just chases.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the side of Alpha Sydney, it's really the opposite, because Abyss Red, they've got all the pushing potential in the world with the double ADC comp, like you said. On the other side, though, Jhin, he's sort of like an AD caster. I definitely call him more an AD caster than an AD carry. So it's sort of like if you want to say the no ADC comp. It's not quite, but he takes quite a while to reload with his passive. So when you're sieging, it might as well be. When you're hard pushing, it might as well be. But it's a battle of two different types of metas to see which one will prevail. The hard push one or the one that wants to take it to your team.
Absolutely. And again, Jhin just keeps getting prioritized every single game. And it's quite amazing to see both these teams have a go at Jhin and really prove who is the better AD carry. At the moment, Blinky is still playing fantastically, but it's just these team fights that we see that sometimes it doesn't go right. I think positioning is a lot of Blinky's problem at this point in time. Just can't sort of find his right momentum.
Yeah, and it's very unfortunate to watch Blinky in this series because he's been banned out again and again and again. Kalista, Lucian, it's like somebody's writing a script and they're saying, wait, are they open? Okay, just ban both of them because we don't want Blinky on them. We've seen Blinky perform so much for Alpha Sydney. He is their saving grace when he's on Lucian and Kalista, but he won't be this game. He won't be any game in this series as we come into the Rift.
Welcome back to the Summoners Rift, ladies and gentlemen. For the last time tonight, you are going to see Abyss Red and Alpha Sydney. This is going to prove who's going to the OPL. I can't say it enough, but this is so important for both these teams. They've pulled out all the stops for their picks tonight. And BTK is going to play the Orianna with, or should I say, against Luch, who you'd probably expect that to come through on, but instead, no, BTKA just going to pick up Ori. And I'm very curious to see how this game progresses.
It's going to be a farm lane, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, T-Gun's on Alistar, so you got a cow in there, and you're just going to farm this out pretty nicely. It was the worst joke I've ever made in my life, isn't it? But, yeah, they're just going to take this lane. It doesn't look like there's going to be any aggression either side. If there is aggression, I can only assume it's going to be on the side of BTKA, because he's got that disrespect factor taking Orianna into Luch. He's going to say, I can do this better than you. So he's going to try and take it into Luch's face. But if Luch is comfortable in any champ from the OCS, it's probably Victor.
I think we're going to see a lane swap from the side of Abyss Red. Nautilus actually getting spotted out, and I think he's actually seen this already. On the bottom side, looks like they're going to stay there for the time being. So Squidgy going to run to lane. Frogdog actually going to go and jungle with Elise for the time being. And the lane swap, something we haven't seen tonight. We've seen it try to get initiated by Abyss Red last game. But Alpha Sydney going to match it this game? Not so much.
Abyss Red, they've been looking for this with the Tristana comp. They ran Tristana last game and they're running it this game. The thing that they're looking for is the 2v0 lane, or at the very least some lane that involves Tristana and not their ADC. Because what it means is that she can hard shove into the turret and then she can take the turret early. And if you want to respond by taking a turret of your own on the other side, go for it. Tristana's always going to be one step ahead of you because she does it so much faster, and eventually she forces you to make the choice of when you want to back out. Because if you choose never, she's just going to win the game.
Exactly right. And farming against farming in the mid lane, but Luch doing that a lot better. And in the top lane, Pabu has gone and met that, whereas Blinky and Luna trying to push that turret very, very quickly. Only and Frogdog are down this bottom side of the map, and Frogdog is moving towards that. But like you said, Preacher, Squidgy is in that top lane, and he can push those turrets so quickly.
Yeah, and this is the downside of Alpha Sydney. They actually rotated Frogdog over to the top side, and then he was caught out by T-Gun very early on. He didn't actually get to lane at all, but he was revealed there, which means he took forever to get down into the bottom side. He actually didn't get to contribute to Only's double jungling, and this is going to be so uneven for Abyss Red. First of all, you have a Tristana, and second of all, you stopped Frogdog from hitting the turret as soon as Pabu hit their turret. This is going to go over before this turret even gets to about half.
Exactly right. There it goes. The pushing power is immense. T-Gun going to move down to the bottom side. Squidgy going to back as well. That first turret going down for Abyss Red. So lane swap probably going to be a massive benefit for them. Alpha Sydney really need this turret to even out.
Now, unfortunately, Abyss Red decide to cancel and just to go back to the bottom lane, defend this turret before it gets destroyed. But I would have actually liked to see him continue to push and to take... Oh, but the cleanse is amazing. Quick fingers on Luch, and that was so nice. Burns the cleanse, but he doesn't get ganked there.
That's right, and whereas BTK had to use the flash a little bit before, I believe. Frogdog back in his own lane, so I think we're going to farm just like normal. Look at that bottom turret. They don't get it. And that's going to be some heartbreaking stuff for Blinky and Luna. They almost, it was so very close.
And because Tristana pushes out naturally by herself just because she's got the passive on explosive shot, it means that this lane most likely will never go back to Abyss Red's side. And it doesn't matter how little health the turret's on. If it's not down, your team doesn't get the gold. And if your team doesn't get the gold, they can't get the advantage.
Right, Luch getting bullied out a little bit by BTKA, but doing the exact same. This mid lane probably going to wait for whoever reaches 6 first as we move back down bottom. And Blinky getting bullied himself. They're not even close to that turret, and it's just a devastating loss down bottom. Whereas that lane swap really benefited Squidgy.
Yeah, it definitely benefited Squidgy, and now they're looking to get even more benefits by pushing this down. Blinky actually walked out of that AoE. Benefits of that is you don't get damage taken from the explosive shot. Downside of that is you don't put a turret shot onto Squidgy, which would have been more.
And the jungle continues to farm, but General is invading that jungle already. He's almost cleared out all of his. He's up by Frogdog. Pabu does have the .2 advantage. He if he goes in on Froggadog, but he's very, very tanky. He's actually going to keep pushing this turret. He's known to Froggadog now, but very strange start. Alpha Sydney just it feels like they don't have the advantage here.
It definitely looks like they're on the back foot, especially rotational-wise.
Oh.
But Squidgy here getting taken quite low in the bottom side. They're always going to be one step back if they decide to not team fight and if they decide to play the map like Abyss Red are doing. It's so hard to play for them.
T-Gun trying to heal the minions. He goes in with a headbutt pulverize combination. There's Squidgy for the combo himself. The explosive charge not going to blow out. Blinky just going to get pressured out of lane. And again, Blinky in the laning phase, it feels like he doesn't get what he needs.
He definitely doesn't, but Jhin is not that champ who you really expect to bully out of Tristana. Sure, Tristana doesn't do too much, and Jhin is a notorious early game character, but because of the gold lead that Tristana got from taking down the top turret as opposed to no trade out from the bottom side, that may have swung the favor into Squidgy.
Dark Binding missing down there, not going to find anything. Moving into 6 minutes now, and General yet to pick up the old Devourer, but he's still moving closer towards it with the 2 long swords coming through. Long swords? What are our swords called?
Daggers.
Daggers. Thank you very much.
The attack speed equivalent, not the attack damage.
Lightsabers.
Lightsabers.
The lightsabers.
He's not playing Master Yi, but no, it still will be lightsabers nonetheless because it makes you attack so much faster. It makes your weapon lighter.
Oh, very good, very good. Oh, finally down bottom. Actually, the wrong turret, I just noticed. Squidgy picks up the bottom turret before Blinky can do the same. There's 2 turrets to 0, and again, this lane swap. You just got to put your hands in the air as the flash comes through.
Yeah, props to Squidgy for this Tristana pick up the Luna. Nice flash.
Oh, man, almost. But Squidgy actually retaliates with that. The Cocoon forces a flash out of T-Gun, and this bottom lane has no flash. However, Blinky over-engages.
Nobody has flash in this bottom side. Neither Tristana, nor Alistar, nor Jhin, nor Morgana, which means that they could well take this to the side of Abyss Red if they wanted to. Blinky definitely could have taken down this turret, but instead he just goes back, decides to farm a little bit from the lane. They forced Abyss Red's bot side back. Worst case scenario for Abyss Red, though, is that they get their turret destroyed, and it's still going to be a 1-for-1.
BTK, it doesn't matter that he's on Orianna. Luch is still 10 CS ahead. What is it with it? I feel like this guy has gone to farm camp. There's something about Luch and farming. It's just every time you go to like 5 to 10 minutes in, and he's always ahead.
He just doesn't miss any CS, but T-Gun wants to do something here? I don't quite think he has the power to.
I actually think BTK went a little bit too far forward. The rest of Abyss are there, forcing a flash. T-Gun almost getting that one.
So BTK didn't actually have to flash there because T-Gun actually prematurely hit his pulverize. And unfortunate for him because his headbutt had nothing to come back from. Even if BTK didn't flash, that wasn't going to be a kill over to him. He didn't know that though because the vision was not in his favor. And in the end, cautiously, correctly, flashes anyway. Unfortunately loses the ability though.
Not sure if Abyss Red realized that Alpha Sydney are in this bottom lane.
No.
Oh, they get back just in time. Oh, there's some scary things going down in that bottom lane, but still 0 kills on the board, 9 minutes in, and we're waiting for first blood to happen. Definitely not going to be up in this top lane as we move back to mid. And Chalice comes from BTK, so definitely going to be that huge mana expending.
Like you said, though, in the top side, only thinks he can get something.
Oh, wow. Actually, nice flash from Pabu. There's the Poppy Mega Hammer. Forces Elise out, and that's painful to watch. As these flashing cocoons only has been getting perfect cocoons, but every time someone flashes them.
And that's so detrimental because it means that Abyss Red, they know that only is on the top side. They can just take it to this dragon area. Scuttle Crab goes down, Vision goes down for them, a pink is here, and they start off the Dragon.
Dragon going to go down pretty fast, in fact, with Squidgy, who's a known Tristana. He's got the BF sword, he's got the pickaxe, just like Blinky at this stage. Not going to be contested, no one really going to care about this Dragon just yet, and General picks it up.
It looks like Alpha Sydney want to trade this 1-for-1. They say you get Dragon 1. It's not too much of an impact early on. What's more of an impact? Rift Herald. So we're going to get this and we're going to hopefully use it to our full advantage. Not too sure how they can do that though because in the top side, it doesn't look like the push advantage is in their favor.
Okay, so
Cole?
curtain call comes through. BTKA going to defend this turret quite easily. Better than not using it. However, Blinky now a long cooldown on that cocoon, missing only slightly.
Only slightly, and in the end, Abyss Red just walk out of this quite nicely. This comes an awkward teamfight phase where it's everyone in the mid lane. Nobody has anything to do bottom side because both turrets are taken out and nobody wants to push even further out. Why not just group in the mid lane and make it sort of like an ARAM, except it's not quite random?
Oh, not yet. No. I'm looking at Luch. 20 CS. How? How is he doing this?
This might be affected, though, by the 4v4 mid lane because it means that Squidgy's going to be here to take some of his farm. He might not be happy about that.
T-Gun missing the headbutt, pulverized combo, and again, Luch is on the farm train. General in the top lane, trying to get some stacks towards his
Luna?
Devourer. Wow, actually hits the Dark Binding. Luna going to get the Thunderlord's proc, but doing nothing to General.
Yeah, General just healed that right back with the E passive, walked a little bit too far, and she just says, I'm not going to take any damage from my trolls. But Luch gets caught up by the Shockwave.
Shockwave and Chaos Storm are both out. BTK not going to die, but likewise with Luch. Both ultimates down for those mid laners. And I got to say, look, they're not doing enough damage yet. However, things are heating up.
And if they both had the same amount of farm, but just a lot more, let's just say a lot more gold, progressed a little bit further down in their build path, then BTKA would have no doubt killed Luch their 1v1. But instead, Luch counted his lucky stars, got some room to retaliate, and neither of them go down.
Pabu are going to move back to top lane, as I believe, or maybe they're just going to group up and make something of mid. The laning phase is still going on there. So we see Froggadog goes down to the bottom lane, gets the Rift Herald.
It looks like BTKA actually opts for the Athene's Unholy Grail as opposed to the build that we saw Luch build previously on the last game. This is because Luch is such a lane bully. Not only does he farm this up, but he also pressures so hard in the middle lane. And it's so hard to play against. You know why Luch had the ability to go the tier and then the Rod of Ages and just stack up and have pretty much no early game? It's because he didn't get pressured on. This is not the same scenario coming into this game where Luch is such a huge impact against BTKA. He has to go for that Athene's early so that he can defend himself, so that he's got that sustain on his mana to farm. It's not quite the same scenario, and as a result, he won't reach the same AP spike that Luch had.
But BTKA still with his first item coming through. The HK Hex Core is upgraded. Luch going to go ahead and build into his second item. He's actually gone for double Dorans, so he is going to be a little bit behind on building into that next item. Froggadog going to try and defend this turret. However, bot turret, is it going to get traded off? I don't think so at this time, as Froggadog isn't tanky enough to defend this.
A lot goes down on it, though, but Blinky tries to trade in the top lane. Froggadog.
Wow, he actually goes in, forcing a flash out there. Now General starts attacking the turret again. Luna goes for the Dark Binding as we stop looking at Froggadog there, and the rest of Abyss Red go onto the turret. They get that turret trade-off and waste a couple of things on the same time, but they trade it off.
Yeah, they traded off 1-for-1, but 1-for-1s are not worth it because Abyss Red are always going to be one step ahead of you in these 1-for-1 trades. They've got this Tristana who pushes down faster. If Alpha City decide to go for this second turret, which will be delayed because Blinky was inside turret range, Abyss can just go for mid.
They're going for top, though, and no one's actually coming to stop them. I feel like there's a bit of delayed response. Remember that Jhin crits turrets, and you said they're going to be one up, but well, they do get another turret. However, Blinky tries to even that out. Nice. I don't even know how that's possible. It's like headbutt one way, flash. I don't even know how that happens.
So there's a couple of frames after headbutt where you're still technically on the ground, and if you flash and it moves the headbutt the other way, that was pixel perfect to do though, because it's very hard to replicate.
Froggadog again going in, but he's not tanky enough. Not as tanky as Pabu just yet. Yet to build his first item. General goes in, dodges everything. This is how you should be playing a Kalista, ladies and gents. General goes in again. There is the stun. Froggadog going to go with the dredge line, try and get him out. Tristana trying to get the last hit. Wow, the headbutt, pulverized combo. There's first blood. And there is the Chaos Storm. A double kill goes to Victor. BTKA, he can't shockwave himself. There's no point. A triple kill goes to Luch. Ladies and gents, 4 kills for the first blood. And mistakes again, but Luch just Chaos Storms the whole team.
Abyss Red come up massively in that fight just then. They had nothing on the board for them, and neither did Alpha Sydney. And finally, they pull the trigger. They say, we're ahead. We've got more money because we've got the objectives from Squidgy, and now we're going to fight this. They get the first kill, and then Squidgy says, king me, jumps right into the middle of the enemy team, and then he pressures them. He creates a giant rift in the middle of them, and he says, some of you have to go back, some of you have to go forward, and we'll just pick off the ones that go back.
King me. All right. That's enough banter for tonight, I think. I've got to give it to T-Gun, though. That was an amazing headbutt pulverize. He got 3 assists, well deserved. He headbutt pulverize in the middle of that team composition. Alpha Sydney rendered useless. All Victor had to do was Chaos Storm, and now suddenly Luch 40 CS ahead. He's going to get his next item very soon. And Alpha Sydney fall just a little bit more behind than you'd like.
The CC coming out of Alpha Sydney is not quite as matched as the CC coming out of Abyss Red. You got the Alistar headbutt pulverize into the Victor ultimate, whereas on the other side, BTKA, he did more or less the same impact. He got a 3-man shockwave off, but it's not the same because you've got so many members down. You haven't got the numbers on your side, and in the end, it didn't come up anywhere near as strong as Abyss Red.
Blinky not scaling up. He's got the Infinity Edge. However, you got a Tristana who, for some reason, Squidgy's gone for the Static Shiv first. I guess the wave clear, very important to Abyss Red at this point in time. Almost going for the IE, so very close to that second item. Blinky unable, or should I say, hasn't started on that second item just yet.
So Infinity Edge is usually what you build if you want to fight early. It doesn't have as much of an impact as any other first item for ADCs traditionally, but because Squidgy knew that he was just going to be hard pushing, he knew that he was just a push bot for his team early game, getting all those objectives. He went for the Static Shiv, which is actually smarter because it means that you clear the minions faster with your passive on your E. It's even faster than that, and you could just hit these turrets 1, 2, 3 and take him down with your bomb.
Squidgy helping to push this mid lane. Look at Pabu. He's ready to go in as well. But Alpha Sydney, can they defend this? I'm not too sure that they've got the pressure or the damage right now to really contest Abyss Red.
And Abyss Red are in the biggest lead that we've seen in this game for this time. Traditionally, like we were talking about before this game, they've only been 2k gold discrepancy between either team, but now they get the turret.
All the ults go on there. Luch uses the cleanse. BTKA, wow, gets bursted down. Chaos Storm is out. Victor controlling that one like the puppet he is. Look at Only. He's trying to stop something out of this, but Abyss Red just chaosing into this base. What can Abyss Red do apart from get this turret? Maybe they can get the inhib. General just doing so much. Kalista played so differently to Only. Instead of sort of kiting in and jumping in recklessly, he's kiting around the fight. He's not going front line, but he's doing some crazy things.
They're definitely going to get the inhib here. I don't think Alpha Sydney will fight. They didn't fight under the turret, and BTKO was still dead for the inhib. Here is the theory for your team. If you're not going to fight under turret, then you shouldn't fight without a turret, and that was the exact mentality that they had, which meant that an inhib just went down for the side of Alpha Sydney. Abyss Red will now have that third entity in the mid lane, and now they can decide to 1-4 split push or just 5-man another lane.
This is not the Alpha Sydney we have seen tonight. They're falling behind. 5 kills for 0 as we move into the 20-minute mark. Moving closer to that mid-game. We're looking at about an 8k gold advantage towards Abyss Red. 6 turrets to 3 and 1 Dragon All. However, the map pressure is so huge at the moment that all Abyss Red have to do is move around this Baron or Dragon, and they get control of it.
Exactly, and Alpha Sydney can't afford to do this Baron dance for an extended period of time, because if they do, then they allow the super minions in mid lane to push down into their base. That's not something that you prefer, so you got to either pull the trigger or you got to hard push them off of the Baron.
And the game sounds of Wolf are just got to be tilting someone out there. General, he's been stacked for a while now. He's gone for the Hex Drink, he's gone for the same build. I believe he's also going for the Serrated Dirk to get more of Malmortius as soon as possible. But look at T-Gun. That's T-Gun's build right now. He's gone for the Eye. The Eye of the Oasis. Is that it?
Yes.
Thank you very much. But he's gone for Moby's distortion, so he's pretty much going to flash headbutt every single fight.
That's the name of the game here, and I actually quite like General. He farmed up a Storm, and he's already sated. That's pretty nice. He's just been wolfing down all of these jungle camps, and now he's got that under his belt to take out towards Alpha Sydney. They can do the Baron dance. They can just pressure top lane. I think pressuring top lane is the better option here because it hard forces Alpha Sydney to dedicate some resources over, and eventually they're going to have to make a decision.
Pabu does have teleport up, but so does Frogger. They're sort of doing a dance down bottom there. Abyss Red have this top turret all in quarters now. General's not even there, and I think they have it. So it's just crazy to think how in control Abyss Red is. Looks like they're going to continue to push and sort of focus up in that top lane. Abyss Red not standing down just yet. But the wave clear coming out of BTK are going to give them some sort of leeway.
Just a little bit of leeway, but it's really hard to play as because BTKA only has an Athenes and also a Needlessly Large. That's not enough AP to fully clear these waves. It's just a little bit shy, which means he needs either Blinky to auto a few or himself to auto a few, but T-Gun gets the 3-man.
Again, he gets the 3-man knock-up. It's crazy. Now, Luch forces a repel, but look, Only is going to go down here. I'm not sure what Blinky can do. But T-Gun on Alistair, this brings back memories of the OPL. He just walks in, and he knows when to do it. I mean, not that Alpha Sydney should be bulking up, but T-Gun is such an optimist with these headbutt pulverized combos.
And speaking about memories of the OPL, they might well just head right back into there and say, memories no more, we're going to make some new ones. They're pushing down this base.
I don't think they can get it just yet. Abyss Red going to pull off, but there's one Nexus turret down. Ladies and gentlemen, they can smell it. Abyss Red are so close to being possible contenders back. Well, not back in the OPL, but they should get into that promotion.
And this is the break that Abyss Esports has been looking for. They've been trying to get into the OPL over and over again with various sister teams and such. Now is their biggest opportunity to make it into there, and they are all poised on the edge of their seats to take this victory. They've got a Dragon up, they got a Baron up, they got 2 inhibs down. This is their game for the taking. This game is their oyster.
Well, let's just wait for that because Alpha Sydney, look, the defense that comes out of their team at the moment, we saw it the other game. We thought it was over for Alpha Sydney, but they played it out. Alpha Sydney could just as well have this game in their pocket. All they have to do is play it out. However, it's not the same team composition coming through. There's a lot of different aspects as well. Abyss Esports Red pick up the second Dragon of the game. Baron is up. There's so much opportunity. The enemy Dragon is theirs as well. What are they going to do from here?
It looks like they're just going to hard siege the bot lane, but BTKA!
Is he going to die?
No, he's fine.
Oh my god. But the crit out of 10. Oh,
that was a lot of damage, but that means that they're going to get this bottom turret. They might even go for the inhib here. 3 inhibitors down. That's hard to play in no matter what language you speak.
Oh my god, I just don't know what's going to go on from here. As Frogger, I think he's going to get caught here. There's the Orianna ult. I don't know what she's going to do about a shockwave. General almost takes out the tank. Cocoon misses. There's the Chaos Storm onto Only. Here comes Curtain Call. There's the Poppy Hammer. Sends out a couple of members. Wow, the zoning there. Shockwave does a lot, but not enough at this stage. When you're that far behind, it's not going to do anything. Someone's left Squidgy untouched. He's doing a lot. Ladies and gents, there's the third inhib, or should I say, the second. As we see Luch, look at his health there. He almost picks up Only in the end of that fight. We don't see anyone go down. What we do see is Abyss Esports Red get all 3 inhibs and move to the Baron.
They can either go for the Baron, or the smart option right now is to actually go back because Luch is so low on health. Baron does AoE, very small AoE, but Luch is on very small health. Yeah, they're just deciding to go back. It's no problem. They don't want to bait with Luch anymore. You got 3 inhibs down. This map is yours for the taking. You've got all the pressure on your lanes. Your enemy have to be relegated to wave clear duty. All of them. That's so hard to play. You can't even get any vision down onto this Baron. It should be a free one and then a push.
Alpha Sydney moving towards the Baron. I feel like they want to try and get it first. I mean, you remove vision or you get caught out here. This is one of the points Only's there at the Baron, but look at them. They're all just charging down the mid lane. Victor a little bit slow behind. Luch just did not get the speed out of the base there. BTK are going to be the main defensive line. what's left in their way. It's one Nexus turret. T-Gun not tanky enough to sort of defend this just yet, but only going to try and do some damage. General's there. Preacher, I'm just not sure what they can do.
Oh, General, he gets caught out here, but it's not too much, but Luna goes deep.
There is the Chaos Storm, the Poppy Hammer. General smashes Luna into the ground. BTK, it doesn't even have a chance. Only going to get taken down here as well. Froggadog 2, the Nexus is now under fire. And ladies and gents, that is your Game 2 champion. Abyss Red beats Alpha Sydney, and they're into the OPL promotion tournament.
And compared to the first 2 games, which are so close, which were tit for tat, this game was so convincing coming out of Abyss Red. They didn't play solo queue at all. They just played objectives, and they took fights when they knew they had a clear advantage.
So Alpha Sydney going to get knocked out there. Abyss Red moving into the grand final against Chiefs Black. And hey, if you can come off that with a win, with a massive comeback to the series, maybe you can beat Chiefs Black.
Exactly. Their morale must be so high right now on the side of Chiefs Black. They were saying, yeah, we had this in the bag all along. This doesn't really affect us. But for Abyss Red, they've been looking all of their lives to go into the OPL. They've been trying so hard season after season, and now this is their biggest chance. They took out a convincing win against one of their closest rivals, Alpha Sydney, and I just love to see them take this momentum to the Chiefs.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we have a quick look at tonight's games, my God, tonight has been an absolute epic event coming through. Chiefs Black, you can't call that anything but crazy. Destroy 4-0 come through there, and our last series, the first game of this second series, Alpha Sydney take out the first win, but unfortunately they lose to Abyss Red in the end, who just come through, sweep in the playbacks, and unfortunately Alpha Sydney going to get knocked out, but Abyss Red moving to the finals. Oh my God, Preacher. I mean, like, I don't know what to put it up to. I think the team comps in the end was such a big thing, but individual skill had a massive impact in those games.
I definitely have to give it to both individual skill and the team comps. I love the Tristana pick coming out. They tried in the second game with the Tristana pick. They wanted to get that early turret down, but instead, Alpha Sydney, they swapped their lanes around as well. They went for the Australia lanes where top was bottom and such, and they didn't actually get the turret down as fast as they wanted to, but they got what they wanted in the second Tristana game that they pulled out, and it was so convincing from there because they didn't take any risk. They knew what they were doing from the get-go.
Exactly right. And ladies and gentlemen, if you get so amped up by League of Legends like we do, and you want to look for more action or a way to get into the OCS, you can go check out the Open Ladder right there. The link is there. It's already started there, but however, Open Ladder is a fantastic way to get involved into League. If you've got a team of friends or if you've got 5 people, go ahead, get involved there. It's a fantastic way to get started. We're not the only league action, though, however. The OPL will be running with you on Riot Games Oceania, the same Twitch channel here from Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday night. Make sure you join the boys and girls such as Rusty, Atlas, and Spawn. Even the beautiful Pastry Time is there with you as well. They'll join you. They'll give you some more league action as well. This is not the end of the OCS, however. The OCS has one more game for this split. This is the grand final. You can hear the hype in my voice. Chiefs Black versus Abyss Esports Red. The grand final next week, March 31st. We'll be joining you live from 6 o'clock. So make sure you stay tuned. But for this week, that's all from me now. I want to say thank you to Mendrix and to Preacher for joining me on the desk tonight. Rogi will be back with you next week for the grand final. Thank you to our production team and everyone sitting at home watching us. My name is Jake Asterix, Aussie Penko. With you is Jimmy Preacher Fu, and we'll see you next week.
man, you got to have that time where you just like disconnect from the scene, just the race. Like, and it's a race that I've created in my head, you know? But you have to step away from it